Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei was betrayed and neglected by his evil friends? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. To quote from Alex Mercer, "They call me a killer, a monster, a terrorist. I am all of these things." The Haya clan was one of the most influential families in both the supernatural and the human world. They had several businesses and other associations that made it one of the most prized and respected families. Many of the family's members were either mages, warriors, or influential businessmen. The family went by a very powerful motto: "There is no good, nor evil, there is only power, and those too weak to seek it." This implied that the family was one of the most strict families, often being very selective and cutthroat on who will be their next candidate for leadership. Children born with low magical abilities are instantly repudiated, although they are not so barbaric as to abandon them. Miki Hayagora's wife had 3 children. The former leader of the Haya clan, or more specifically Juzo Haya, had at least 3 other children. One of the rules is that you are forbidden to attack another member of the family, even if they were repudiated. If someone breaks this rule, they will be expelled from said family without being allowed to return. The Haya clan, or family, although respected by many families, is hated by a small bunch of them, which are the following: the Kushihashi family, the Daemon family, the Shinra family, the Himejima family, the Nakiri family. The reason for such hatred was because Juzo Haya had humiliated the clan leaders and members. They never forgave that man, and the generational hatred persisted even to this day. Despite Juzo retiring his strength, the clans still were after him. Amongst the children and grandchildren that he had, he clearly had a favorite. Since greed, envy, and cruelty was present amongst his family except for one person, and that was Issei Hayadu, whom he observed to have a big heart, and he considered Issei to be the new leader, much to his son Gora's chagrin. Speaking of Gora Hayadu, he was tough with each of his children. He didn't allow them to be weak. After all, they had to put the Hayadu surname at the top. Although he was disappointed that his son Issei Hayadu did not have the magical reserves that his 2 older brothers had, so he put him aside, until he finally ended up leaving him in the background. Feeling displaced by his own father, he tried to seek help from his mother, to which she did the same as his father. With all the pain, Issei left without looking back. Little did they know, Issei possessed a far dangerous trait: his immense intelligence. He used it to start developing his first laboratory, and started to design his first creation, the Turbolite virus, which was designed to cure basic common cold and make the user immune to it. Years later, he returned to display his creation to his family, but instead he was ignored, thinking he was joking. He looked to his younger sister, who was named Rei Hayadu. She has orange-brown hair, reddish-brown eyes, and a slender figure with large S. He looked to his younger sister, who was named Rei Hayadu. She has orange-brown hair, reddish-brown eyes, and a slender figure with large S. She excels in Sojutsu, or better known as the art of the spear. She uses her magic to reinforce her attacks. She has a stubborn personality. Although she is rarely affectionate, she does not stop criticizing others, and she is not afraid to tell the truth without complaining to others. When she saw her brother's return, she began to spread rumors behind his back, where he was quickly pushed aside. Although she was surprised that a month later they enrolled in Ko Academy, or the high school section, which turned out to be her friends she made during her escape from the Hayadu family. She was not the only one to enroll in Ko Academy. Another person who also enrolled was none other than Dai Hayadu, Rei and Issei's younger brother. He has dark brown hair, an average look, and brown eyes. She was not the only one to enroll in Ko Academy. Another person who also enrolled was none other than Dai Hayadu, Rei and Issei's younger brother. He has dark brown hair, an average look, and brown eyes. The boy has a kind personality, and he also likes to help others. Beneath this personality lies someone extremely arrogant who believes himself to be better than others and is willing to sacrifice others to get what he wants. He carries the sacred gear, Curse Moon, where the soul of the evil dragon Krom Kruch resides. Said sacred gear is below a Longinus. He saw his older brother as a simple stepping stone, taking his Turbolite virus and placing it as his, which made his family proud of Dai. Issei let it go at first, since he was able to make people happy. but he could see Dai smirking, which gave him a dark evil grin which gave him a shiver, wondering what is going on with his little brother. However, he soon saw what kind of a person his brother really is, and refused to help him soon, who in response turned any of the friends he had against him. He was being seen as a piece of shit by almost everyone present. When he started his second year, everyone looked at him as a piece of shit. Dai, that year, was recruited by Grimary along with her sister Haya, both being her two pawns who each occupied pieces. Issei just stayed in the shadows watching how it all ended. On one occasion Grimary came to Dai's room with the request that he take her virginity, to which he fulfilled said request, although this caused serious problems, mainly between the Grimary family with the Haya house, where Rias's marriage with Riser Phoenix was cancelled. The next problem was Kokabil's attack on Ko Academy, with the intention of killing the two protectors of the city, which were none other than Sona and Rias, in order to start a new war, where they had the help of two exorcists who were sent by the church to recover the fragments of Excalibur that were stolen. Their names are Irina Shidu and Zenobia Corda, although the first ended up wounded, about to die if she was not treated as soon as possible. When Rias was about to be killed, she approached the current bearer of Albion, the White Dragon Emperor, one of the two celestial dragons, who easily defeated Kokabil, where he took him along with the renegade exorcist Freinds. Her name was Valerie. The next day they met her in person, although Dai could not help but undress her with his gaze. What bothered him most was that she called him a simple stone, that the only thing he would have to do was kick it out of the way. Days passed and finally the alliance between the biblical factions could be carried out, which would be attacked by none other than Kateria Leviathan, descendant of the original Leviathan, who was killed by Azazel, leader of the fallen angels. After that fight the bearer of Albion betrayed the factions, since she was united to the Cow's Brigade, where she revealed that she is a descendant of Lucifer. He thought that their airs of grandeur could be brought down, but they only got worse. In addition to some girls joining Dai's harem, it seems that he was only interested in having relationships with them. For a moment Issei discovered a little secret about his brother: he wouldn't do anything with him for the moment. After all, he had no desire for revenge, he just wanted a quiet life. At this rate he was never going to get it. Issei's anger grew with each passing day, although he tried not to create a ruckus. Then came the trip to Kyoto for the second years of Ko Academy, where the kidnapping of Yasaka, the leader of the yokais in Kyoto, took place. Without thinking, Issei threw himself into the fight alone, just so his brother would take the credit. At that moment he understood that it was useless to help others if they believed the lies of a bastard. In which he decided not to help anyone else, let them fend for themselves. His anger was the reason he started to develop the red light virus, which was initially designed to grant him immortality and super strength, but he later changed it to something much, much more sinister. It only grew more and more when the damned of the factions accepted the excuse that Dai Hayadu only had bad luck in his encounter against Serorg Baal. They seriously could not believe their stupidity. After that encounter came the middle-class exams, where it was discovered that Valerie Lucifer's team was hiding in Dai Hayadu's mansion. It seems that Ophis Ouroboros was interested in Issei, although the damned tried to lie to the dragon goddess of infinity, which was his worst mistake, since Ophis in the past had tried to recruit Gora Hayadu's oldest son. At that moment Dai Hayadu proposed a way to prevent them from touching Valerie Lucifer. That way was for her to marry him. Being the pillar of the factions, many doubted, only to finally accept it as the best option. Over time Issei noticed how some girls came to visit, for example Tsubaki Shinra Yudo Kiba's girlfriend, Keisha Abaddon. From what he knew of her, she had a great interest in Serorg Baal Rias Grimary's cousin, and finally Sona Citri. Issei Hayadu didn't have to be a genius to know what they were doing in his room. He didn't care who his brother slept with. The only one who seemed not to accept his marriage was Valerie Lucifer, who only wanted to leave the Hayadu residence with her team. Valerie Lucifer is a white-skinned girl. Her hair is almost silver white. Her eyes are blue like two sapphires. And she also has a figure that many women could envy. She presents a cold, arrogant, confident and ruthless appearance, giving off that air of a bad girl. She firmly believes in her own strength, so much so that she refuses to use anything other than her Longinus divine dividing and her demonic powers. She is known for being a proud young woman and a battle maniac, having as a characteristic the obsession with finding strong rivals who are worthy of facing her. One day when they both stayed in that residence alone, It was the first time they exchanged words. Although she could seem extremely cold, it was not entirely true. It was only a mask to cover her true face, although he could notice that she had that desire for revenge. Over time they began to see each other secretly from the leaders and mainly from Dai. At first it was only to talk. As the days passed they could show a sign of affection for each other. She was also one of the few that knew about the red light virus, and was horrified to know what it was capable of. She convinced Issei to make a vow to himself, to only use the virus when it is absolutely needed. There came a time when he was killed, not by his enemies. He was stabbed in the back by his brother Dai Hayadu. He stabbed him with a dagger dipped in Samo's poison. All this was seen by Ophis Ouroboros, who shook her head at seeing the scum that was the bearer of Crom Cruch. Where she decided to help him, she went with Valerie Lucifer to the dimensional gap, where they were found by Great Red. With their help he gains another body, with the flesh and blood of Great Red and with the power of Ophis. As a last aid, Great Red creates a dimensional breach to go directly to a specific part. The surprise was not long in coming for Valerie, since when he came out he was in front of who he least expected. It was her own mother, Rind White, Ray's and Lucifer's ex-wife. Rind is a beautiful woman whose appearance belies her age. She has light blue eyes and waist-length platinum blonde hair. She has a feminine and glamorous figure, but still gives off a gentle and tender impression. Although she suffered abuse from her husband, she was kind-hearted and talked with others properly and politely. Although she suffered abuse from her husband, she was kind-hearted and talked with others properly and politely. She even would acknowledge her own faults and apologize accordingly. Valerie thought that her mother did not remember her. It seems that she was wrong. The memory erasure or modification magic was completely useless, since said magic does not work with people who have eidetic memory. She slapped her daughter for daring to decide for her, only to hug her instantly. She had her daughter back in her arms. Mother and daughter were finally reunited again. Mainly the rest was for Drake. After all, keeping his soul inside the balance breaker consumed a lot of his power. Plus the underworld was attacked by the Jabberwocky, a monster created by Leonardo, a member of the hero faction, bearer of the Annihilation Maker. Many had perished during the demonic beast riot, and in the end Sirzex Lucifer had to intervene to make sure that the underworld is safe. Hades was severely charged in his involvement, and had to stay in hiding to make sure that a repeat of this does not happen, much to his anger. Issei and Valerie had a meeting with Hades, who scowled seeing the two Longinus wielders present. He detested the two, as they eventually discovered that his wife was killed by the previous wielder of the true Longinus. Issei offered to locate and maybe return his wife, which was met by scoff by the god of the underworld. He refused to believe that Issei is smart enough, no matter his IQ, since in his eyes, his wife's return was next to impossible, since her soul was apparently destroyed. Issei secretly researched for months, by when everyone presumed the disgrace to be dead and were celebrating his demise. His research eventually led him to find a trail that belonged to Hades's wife. Much to his shock, he started to take interest in the research and where it would lead to. Despite many dead ends, they eventually found something that would lead them to a world where Persephone could be found. An unknown dimension, where dead gods and supernatural beings reside. This wasn't like heaven or any of the afterlife present. Issei termed this place as the true real afterlife, not the mimicry that the pantheons had created. He entered the place, even when Rind and Valerie were against this. To his surprise and relief, he found Persephone. She was described to be a beautiful woman with long, wavy brown hair that cascades down her back, adorned with a delicate floral crown. Her outfit is a stunning mix of dark and red hues, intricately designed with elaborate details and gold accents. The upper part of her attire consists of a black, lacy corset that accentuates her figure, paired with a short, flared skirt that transitions into a longer, ruffled train at the back, creating a dramatic and flowing silhouette. She also wore thigh-high stockings with a distinctive crisscross pattern, adding a touch of allure and mystery to her look. Her arms are adorned with black gloves that extend just past her elbows. Issei found the goddess, who was surprised to see a dragon god present. However, Issei felt his very soul being ripped apart, as Hades warned him to head back before it is too late. He could sense his whole body being separated from his soul, which made him realize that this dimension was designed in such a manner that if a person does enter in this dimension, it was designed to keep that person in that place, no matter what happens. He convinced Pphanie to head back with him, as he contained her soul in a special jar-like device that kept it intact. He then rushed back to Hades' realm and was barely alive, much to the happiness and relief of the others. Issei asked Hades on where her original body was kept, which the god was able to find a way to preserve it and keep it intact. Much to his surprise, he asked for the body to be placed in a rebirthing chamber, another one of his inventions, as he placed the soul, and soon enough, the wife of Hades opened her eyes and was reunited with her lover, although Hades did receive a beating of his life due to what he had done. His screams echoing throughout his realm as Issei and his friends left him alone. Additionally, Issei along with Valerie received a surprise that would change their lives. It seems that Euclid Lucifuge was still alive, and getting his older sister would do everything possible to have her for herself, including creating clones of a person who had died a long time ago. RageRevan Levon Lucifer was not alive, he had died a long time ago in the previous war. Plus Raisin was not the son of the original RageRevan, but a simple clone. So who are they getting the DNA from to create these fake clones? A secret that existed in that family is that RageRevan had a twin sister, Hikaru Levon Lucifer. Valerie had sought revenge against someone who was already dead, leaving her without a reason to continue fighting. The days passed where Issei noticed that Valerie seemed somewhat distant. She was thinking about everything that had happened. That fire of revenge had been extinguished. She no longer had any reason to continue fighting. Issei had developed even more bonds as time passed, some of which involved those from different pantheons like La Folia, Athena, Kuroka, Gondal, Tobio, and Suzaku. They all managed to keep their bond a secret from the factions and especially from Dai. This allowed them to maintain a close bond with each other. Issei also developed a strong bond with the rest of the Slashdog team, which resulted in them straying away from Grigori. At last the day of the final fight arrived. Their last opponent they had to face was none other than Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse. All the leaders along with soldiers and the DXD group had planned to go against this chimera, while elsewhere Issei Haya went directly to a specific part. With the knowledge and seals he had recreated and improved the seal that the biblical god created. The information to create this seal was given to him by Gondal, who was Roswei's grandmother. After all, the seal that was designed by her granddaughter was not going to work, since the seal was designed to be used with Dai Haya's magic, in that she realized that the seal was not for sealing, but for containment. Issei with his immense IQ was able to figure out and develop an even stronger seal which allowed him to seal the beast permanently. At the end of the fight, Dai was completely upset. His brother whom he thought was dead had returned. It made his blood boil. He had decided that he was going to kill him personally in front of everyone. He took all the credit for the seal along with Rosweiss. The latter was congratulated by everyone, although she was not congratulated by her grandmother Gondal. Time passed, eventually as they reached the hell disaster caused by Ingvile, since Hades had retired from the Chaos Brigade a long time ago. Issei met up with another person. While he was researching for another of his project, he was given permission to this library by none other than Athena. He ended up meeting none other than Artemis, or in her Roman name Diana. She was described to have round blue eyes and long white hair, with the bottom of her hair attaches to a large circular ornament. She wears a short revealing red dress, a silver necklace, and a pair of sandals. She wields large bow which is capable of firing arrows made of pure energy as a weapon. Issei was worried but was surprised when Artemis knew about Issei being allied with her sister. Issei was worried but was surprised when Artemis knew about Issei being allied with her sister. She did warn him to not try anything funny with Athena, which Issei understood her as being protective of Athena, who was her older half-sister. He agreed to not try anything funny in any manner, and she left him be, wondering what she came for. However, she noticed Issei and Valerie make out, which angered her due to her natural hatred of men. The goddess seeing all men as nothing but the same, this resulted in a confrontation between the two. At first it was an argument, but soon argument reached such a degree that the two attacked each other. They had to be stopped both by Issei and Athena from continuing to destroy Olympus. This alerted Zeus, who didn't like Issei at all. However, they were able to hide Issei and the two did apologize and volunteer in fixing Olympus, as this got Zeus to leave them alone. Issei also secretly left to visit Ingvile, who was receiving help from Hypnos and Morpheus. The two gods became good friends of Issei and were one of the few that saw Dai's true nature and avoided him. His research into the sleeping sickness allowed him to start finding out ways to cure the sleeping sickness. However, he was not alone. When he informed this to his friends, with Artemis or Diana joining the group soon after the incident with Valerie. Upon Athena's advice, she decided to give Issei a chance, and the two became fast friends. The friends he had informed off were ready to help him, as he asked Athena, Morpheus and Hypnos for help, and they helped him through. Athena allowed entry into the library that let Issei research along with Morpheus and Hypnos, who guided him in their domain of magic. Issei's intelligence allowed him to cure a prototype version of the cure, which helped Ingvile a lot, but it still did not show signs of curing her in any manner. Issei decided to work even harder, however this didn't prepare him for a surprise that would give him joy in his life. Athena fell for the boy. Athena, who was described to be a lady with lilac hair and green eyes. She wears a white, sleeveless dress and had a bust larger than many women. Unlike Artemis, Athena is a very sweet and kind person. She has great strength, but she also has great sadness in her heart. Unlike Artemis, Athena is a very sweet and kind person. She has great strength, but she also has great sadness in her heart. The reason she fell? There came a time when Valerie entered Athena's sanctuary. You could see that she had a look of complete seriousness on her face, since in front of him were the goddess of the hunt Artemis and the goddess of wisdom Athena, where she faced the two, mainly of what they both felt. After hearing how they began to fall in love with Issei, Valerie told them that she was not her only partner, where she showed the hologram of the least expected person. This left Athena and Diana speechless, although their surprise only lasted a few moments, where they agreed to be part of Issei's harem. Days later they were visited by the faction leaders, as Zeus suggested Athena to get married to Dai to strengthen the alliance. Athena and Artemis along with some of the other gods opposed this, but Zeus was adamant. It didn't help that Dai was being perverted towards her and wanted to see her, which annoyed the goddess of wisdom, and others convincing her that being married to Dai was the best choice. Having enough of their attitude, Athena threatened to cut off all contact with the Greek pantheon. In response, Zeus threatened to strip her off her goddess status. However, Athena didn't care. She would keep her status as the virgin goddess no matter what happens. She also warned that she would be taking everything that belongs to her and never return, which angered Zeus, forcing him to give up his request of making her wed Dai. For now, that is. Issei was tempted to unleash the red light virus upon Zeus, but Athena convinced him to not do it. As Issei relented, but he did state that he would unleash the virus upon these so-called gods if they do strip her off her goddess status, which Athena agreed upon. She understood why Issei hated them, and was also now starting to see why Issei hates the factions. She and many others decided to distract him by mentioning about a goddess that could help them in his research, and her name was Ermid, the goddess of medicinal plants, who was the daughter of Diensect, the god of medicine. Issei continued the research until scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei meeting Chibi Issei, concept, and talking about their lives. Month later, Underworld 0:0 p.m. Issei was being chained. His body was riddled with swords and other weapons. His clothes were torn, showing his skin, which was riddled with wounds and injuries, blood trickling down from it. However, despite this, his spirit was far from broken. Now you must be wondering, how was Issei even caught, and why was he in this situation? Well, you see, it was found out that Athena's love interest was Issei, and he was also the Red Dragon Emperor. This horrified and terrified many, since Issei would want revenge. Dai only saw this and wanted the boosted gear for himself. Being the spoiled brat he is, he wanted to take everything that belonged to Issei, just like he was doing so far. When it was brought to Athena, she refused to cut ties with Issei. As a result, Dai came up with a suggestion, which was to capture Issei and strip of his gear. Then he was to be executed. This was agreed by all the faction leaders, seeing him as a nuisance and a disgrace. They captured and tortured him, but they never got the gear, much to their chagrin. When Issei saw their expressions, he only laughed at the people that caused this and responded, "Oh, you damned fools! Did you really think I would let Drake fall into your hands? I would rather kill myself than let him ever be used by people like you." The faction leaders and the others that detested Issei were angered by his actions. In his anger, Dai approached forward and shouted, "You damned bastard! What did you do?" Issei only laughed with madness, as he responded, "He is far, far away from you fools. You will never find him nor make me tell his location, and soon, brother, your happiness will fall apart. I have found something very interesting of yours." The faction leaders and other people were confused, while Dai only had a bad feeling for this. Issei only spoke, "I know your back-dealings, brother. How dare you? You will regret doing." Before Dai could complete, Issei gave a brutal headbutt to Dai, which pushed him backwards. He held his face in pain. To see his nose was completely broken. He looked at Issei, who was grinning with madness in his eyes and expression. "Oh, little brother, I am not someone that is going to listen to whatever you have to say." Issei spoke with madness in his voice. He was not going to let a chance go by where he can put Dai in his place. Rias rushed to Dai and asked Asia to heal her, as she spoke with anger and hatred. "You disgraceful wretch! How dare you hurt our Daikun?" Issei was unaffected by Grimary's words, as he spoke with a mocking tone. "Does this face look like I give a? I could care less if you fall for my brother or not. You are only saying this because we love Dai and not you." Rias responded coldly, as Issei only rolled his eyes, not caring for what this red-haired cow had to speak. "Let's see if you say the very same thing once you find his real face. Besides, I already have my own life and partners. Why would I be jealous of you morons?" Issei's voice dripped with disdain and hatred, which none of the group cared for. Issei was thinking on how he had to get out of there, and he knew just the trick to do so. The people present started to insult Issei, who had gotten used to the insults. He could care less on what they think, as he was soon arrested and taken to a dark cell in the Cocytus, where he would be condemned for the rest of his life. Dai approached him and spoke with a sinister grin. "See, brother, this is what happens to those that oppose me, and making me look like a fool." Issei only looked at him and gave a predatory grin, and only spoke with enjoyment. "It's boom time." Shemhazai realized this and spoke, "Get away. He is going to explode." Several managed to teleport out of there. Dai also tried to do so, but Issei managed to use his flames to break free and hold Dai, who struggled to get free. He could see the madness in Issei's eyes, and felt fear from his brother. Issei was enveloped in said explosion, and the magic circle beneath his feet teleported him to a random area, with his injuries. Issei appeared near a forest that was near a city. Due to his injuries he fell completely to the ground, all bloody and with some burned skin. In the underworld it was another case. One of them is that Dai was still alive, although half of his face was completely burned. Asia along with Ravel approached to heal him, although it was of no use. Michael along with Azazel realized that Issei managed to replicate Drake's flames, although they were weaker than the original. Scene change. Unknown location, New York City, 9 p.m. Issei was holding his body in pain. He scrambled to a nearby base. He then spoke, "These wounds hurt." He soon reached a specific stone formation, which did surprise him at first, as he spoke with a sadistic grin, a surprise to be sure but a welcome one. The reason Issei said that was because he had found one of his secret labs. He walked to the center, and tapped on a pebble. It soon released a small module in the form of a ball which creeped towards him, as it spoke in a robotic voice. "Voice confirmation needed." Mercer Issei spoke, as the robotic voice responded. "Voice identity confirmed." "Welcome, Master Issei Hayadu." Issei went inside. As he looked at the module retreating as soon, the ground erupted in front of him, which had two metallic doors. The doors opened in a sliding manner, almost akin to the glass doors in an airport or in a grocery store. He walked inside his laboratory, albeit it was sluggish as opposed to his regular self. Issei's laboratory is a high-tech, futuristic laboratory with a sleek, sterile design characterized by bright lighting and reflective surfaces. The lab features advanced equipment including robotic arms, glass-enclosed workstations, and numerous computer screens with holographic interfaces, indicating significant automation and digital integration. Reclining chairs suggest medical or biological research applications, supported by containers for biological samples and chemicals. Signage such as cybergenetics and timegate hints at the lab's focus on genetics and cybernetics. The open, transparent layout with ergonomic furniture enhances the modern, efficient atmosphere of the facility. The module that had retreated returned back to him, as it announced, Master Issei. You are hurt. Are you in any need of medical assistance? No, I am fine, Clara, just some wounds. Pass me the vial of black light from the vault, would ya? The module's eyesight almost widened, and closed its eyes using its eyelids, which were 2 metal sheets. Master, but the usage of the virus is prohibited. Your chances of survival are going to be low. I will take the chances, Clara. Bring in the vial. That's an order. Clara, the module looked at Issei and retreated back, as it soon brought out 2 claw-like figures, which Issei calls it to be her hands. Yes, Clara is a female smart artificial intelligence, which manages and protects Issei's laboratories across several locations. She can transfer her consciousness to Issei's mobile device or can move around in different modules that Issei had attached in his laboratories. Clara's abilities include, but are not limited to, overseeing planetary shipping operations, managing agricultural operations, serving as a planetary security intelligence, or controlling various functions aboard starships such as weapons and point defense systems. She was created by scanning the neural patterns of human brains, and are capable of learning and introspection. Clara is one of the few smart AI that is able to separate themselves into multiple runtimes or fragments. This can be beneficial when the AI needs to perform multiple tasks or be in multiple places simultaneously. The sheer volume of information and calculations Clara can process is astounding. Clara gave the vial to Issei, which was a reddish liquid vial which had several green spores. He looked at the vial, remembering that he would never use the vial unless he was desperate. However, with what the factions plan on doing, he had to consume the virus. He soon asked for a syringe, as he put the contents of the blacklight virus and injected into his bloodstream. No sooner did he inject the virus into his bloodstream, contents of the virus injected inside his body rewriting his DNA and blood cells. The same blood that once belonged to Great Red is now being over by this simple virus. The whole process was painful, as Clara watched Issei scream in pain due to the transformation. Clara wanted to help, but a hand from Issei stopped her. The scientist knew it would be painful when he would inject himself with the virus, almost to the point of giving up. He wanted to give up and close his eyes and rest due to the immense pain it was causing him. However, he remembered the pain his past had caused him. He hated what his so-called family and friends had done to him, which increased his anger even further. He then shouted with all his anger, "You will not beat me! I won't give up! I will destroy you all, for looking down on me! This I promise to all you pathetic leaders!" Issei shouted with anger and hatred in his voice. He knew that the blacklight virus will take over his body, and he will become a shell of his former self, controlled by the virus, but he was not going to let that happen. He was the host of the Welsh Dragon, and he would be damned if his own creation overpowered and controlled him. He decided to charter his own legacy, a legacy of respect, fear and dread, and he was not going to fall to this damned virus. The pain suddenly stopped, as the module started to move towards him. He looked at his hands, seeing that the virus has integrated into his body. The module soon asked, "Are you all right?" "I am better than ever." Clara Issei looked at his hands and spoke. "It seems like despite the virus's best efforts of integrated itself into my bloodstream and take over my body, it was unable to beat my willpower, and I was able to modulate the virus's makeover into my own system. I don't think I can even call myself a dragon anymore. I am something entirely new." Clara moved forward and unleashed a scan on Issei's body. She then spoke. "I am detecting the virus comprising of several blood cells in your bloodstream. Right now the virus DNA and your dragon god DNA have merged into a single entity. I believe that the virus was unable to take over your body, instead chose to merge with your blood cells, letting it have a better chance of survival. I see that is why I can keep my original self intact. This virus is in its prototype stage, and yet I injected myself with this virus, and something really interesting happened. I evolved myself beyond the limitations of my own body." Issei grinned, as he soon started to laugh with maniacally. He managed to surpass even the body limitations that may be present in the body of the Great Red. Hee ha 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 ha. Issei laughed as some characteristics of his body were starting to change due to the virus's injection in his own body. His eyes changed to sickly gray in color, and his skin changed into pale gray as he started to transform his hand into a black gooey-like substance, implying the virus has integrated into his body. He reverted his hand back to normal, as he decided to get a change of clothes. He was now wearing plain blue jeans and black shoes, a button-up white shirt with a protruding collar kept partially buttoned, a plain gray hoodie, and a black leather jacket with a red interior, 2 horizontal white lines on each sleeve, and a loopy red winged insignia on the back. He was now wearing plain blue jeans and black shoes, a button-up white shirt with a protruding collar kept partially buttoned, a plain gray hoodie, and a black leather jacket with a red interior, 2 horizontal white lines on each sleeve, and AL. This suits me well, doesn't it? After all, Issei Haya is dead. I am Issei Mercer. Issei spoke, shedding his past, and preferring to go by the name of one of the most ruthless and deadliest scientists known to both the supernatural and human world, Alexander J. Mercer. So should I call you Master Mercer? Clara asked, to which Issei responded, Yes, Clara, I would rather not be associated with that disgraceful name ever again. After all, they did disown me once I had hid the sacred gear and was apparently plotting against the factions. Issei started to head outside the laboratory. As he gave a glance to Clara, Remind me to create an android body for you, Clara, so you can travel with me. Issei spoke with a genuine smile towards his AI assistant, who nodded. The doors soon opened outside of the New York City. He soon started to head towards the city and spoke. The night is young, and I have some people to make them pay for what they did to me. Issei spoke lifelessly as he looked at the full moon. He soon leaped from building to building and reached the top of the building, as he soon spoke. It's going to be fun, going after those people. It is going to be bloody from now on. Issei's eyes started to glow a bright red. He was ready to shed some blood, especially of those that belonged to his past. A few days later, Serafal Memorial Hospital, 9 a.m. A few days have passed since Issei's death. At the current moment, Haya was waking up. A few days have passed, but the strangest thing is that he felt an enormous pain in his face. He slowly brings his hands to his face, where he could notice that he had several bandages on one part of his face. Suddenly the memories of that explosion came to him. The bastard Issei did all this to him. He had planned to take him with him, although his gaze quickly filled with fear. If Issei knew everything he did and also has evidence, he must have that evidence hidden. I need to locate that evidence, before he gets it. Dai thought, as he spoke to himself. I swear that as soon as I left the hospital I would search under every rock for all the evidence that incriminates me. Now the doubt that gnaws at him is where the boosted gear was. Someone else must have had it. Then he slowly remembered that Issei was grinning with lifeless eyes. Dai clenched his fist in rage, to the point of bleeding. As he spoke with anger, that bastard, he intended to die. Tears of helplessness and anger were flowing from his eyes, knowing that it was nothing short of a hollow victory. At that moment he felt an enormous pain in his chest. He felt like vomiting. He couldn't stand it anymore and vomited on his own feet. He felt like something was burning inside him. What he felt was burning was his soul. Scene change. In the waiting room, Azazel was dialing Valerie's number, but it always ends up in voicemail. He grits his teeth in anger, since this was the 0th time she refused to contact him. Ever since Issei died, Valerie has cut all contact with the leaders, and so has all those that were Issei's friends, except for a small bunch who had to be present to not make the leaders suspect them. That bastard, how the hell did he get the grenade? Azazel muttered with anger. As Serzex soon came inside, he also was not happy with what Issei had done. Reports stated that many soldiers of the factions were killed in the explosion, burned alive by the flames. He felt that that explosion was not a normal one. He felt that there was something he was overlooking. Another problem they have in mind is what he discovered a few days ago before Issei's trial. What is it that worries you? Serzex asked, to which Azazel spoke with an annoyed tone. That bastard played us for fools. He managed to trick and deceive us with relative ease. He had someone hidden away from us. Azazel's words were responded by a confused expression from the Crimson Satan, who asked, What do you mean? Azazel took a deep breath to calm himself. As he spoke, that bastard hid the wielder of the Nereid Kyrie from us. Serzex became surprised by this, as Azazel continued, which would stun him even more. Worse, she is a descendant of the Leviathan family. Serzex became pale. As his gaze turned to that of terror, he realized on how Issei was able to successfully deceive them. Neither could they get the boosted gear, nor could they keep Issei alive, who clearly knew about where the descendant of Leviathan was. New York City, 0:0 p.m. It's been at least days since that assassination attempt by Issei Hayadu. Some, like Dai's partners, thought that the bastard had died, although Issei knew the smartest ones were not going to be relieved until they saw his body. During this time that Issei has been passing under the radar of the factions, or rather by not paying attention they have not realized that he has moved between the factions. After all, it was difficult to detect him. The only problem was changing his essence, since with this it would be easy for dragons, yokai, and even vampires to find him. However, that was covered when the black light virus merged with his current DNA, making him undetectable like a shadow. Issei was walking around the city of New York. He had some cash in his hands, as he saw a nearby pizza parlor. He entered inside, and sat down as the waitress approached him and took the order. Soon enough, she came in with the huge pizza, which comprised of several chicken pieces. As she spoke with a gentle tone, "Your order, sir." "Thank you, miss. Where is my Diet Coke?" The lady remembered as she headed towards a nearby fridge and got a bottle of Diet Coke to him, as she spoke with an apologetic tone. "Sorry, sir, there is an issue with the machine. Is it all right if I give the bottle?" Issei nodded and accepted it. He looked at the bottle of his Diet Coke, and started to drink a bit. He also started to eat his pizza completely, leaving nothing left. This took a few minutes since he had to complete the entire pizza and gulp down the entire bottle. He successfully did so, and paid the bill, which was 0 cents, which he paid due to the funds in his account. He knew that if the factions were really smart, they would track his credit card down, but with Dai around, it will take them ages to do so. He knew that many would presume him dead, like the garbage he is supposed to be. Issei soon left the restaurant, and decided to walk around the place. He needed to find a way to get back at not only the supernatural, but also those from his former clan and former academy. He quickly remembered a small event, mainly related to a girl of said race. This girl was none other than Valerie, the current sub-leader of the vampires. She had an idea in mind where the girl was going to be a fundamental part of her plan, one that was going to bring several surprises. Although the girl is a childhood friend of that transvestite, who was quickly badly influenced by his younger brother, it seriously gave him more of a headache than a demon to say the word God 4 hours without stopping. During his walk he began to remember people who would be useful to him in his plans for revenge, not only against the factions, but against all those who mocked him behind his back. He remembered those girls that he felt a great interest in, only for his hand to change into a blade which quickly cut down a tree that was next to him. Only the sound of the tree falling against the cold ground could be heard. Love ends when betrayal begins. Issei spoke coldly, remembering more of his past. He vowed to cripple every pantheon in the supernatural. All those colorful memories were turning into simple images in white, gray, and black. With all the calm in the world he continued on his way. He had to think about how to meet Valerie. After all, he knew that some leaders would not be so stupid to think that he would be dead after that explosion. Where should I start? Issei spoke with a thought, as he remembered Drake and remembered on what he had to do to get him safely. After all, the best place to hide is where you can least expect it to be. I really need you, best buddy. Issei headed to a nearby internet cafe in Times Square, where he used a small mind trick to deal with the handler of the shop and settled down in a nearby computer. He created a fake account on the social media and decided to locate Valerie, who was on social media. He noticed several things as he thought, let's see. There's nothing strange in his profile, he has a quiet life. Issei thought with a smile. Let's see if he can stand this. After all, how will he know about madness? It's the same as gravity. It just needs a little push. Issei began to laugh at the future misfortune that was going to happen. A small part of him broke away, the size of a molecule, allowing him to transmit himself through technology and wiring. Slowly he began to map everything out, sending a message that would change the girl's life. Thanks to your knowledge and experience, I can make use of your abilities. Issei smiled to himself. Before turning everything off, he got curious to check other people's profiles. He never gave it any importance because his life was a complete mess, and he was quickly harassed by those people. There was nothing strange. Checking profile by profile, they hadn't updated in the last few days. It seems that the attempted murder of their beloved pillar left them in complete shock. He remembered something about dragon mates. An explanation Drea gave him a few months ago came to his mind. At first he didn't pay attention to it. He cursed himself for not being able to ask him more at that moment. A dragon's mark on its females comes with several benefits, one of which is that it makes them immune to another dragon's pheromones. Dragons don't mess with any woman in a relationship, since in the eyes of dragons that is seen with bad eyes. Well, it seems that Haya cared little, thinking a little his brother must have been looking for all the evidence he had against his brother. The good thing is that he didn't take it with him that day, or he could have burned the only evidence that could prove his innocence, and sink others. I must admit that I am lucky with Valerie. Issei thought with some affection. He was grateful that he met up with Valerie and became one with her. He was starting to get worried on how his death may have affected them. He soon remembered another incident that caused his cheeks to heat up. It was once that he drank golden apple distillate together with Valerie, Rind, La Folia and Gondel. At first he was bewildered by what happened when he just woke up. His head hurt as if a demon had prayed for a whole damn night. During that time he noticed that the mark of the security appeared on their bodies. It was no secret that a person was watching Rind love at first sight. Too bad he wasn't going to be able to try something with her. Well, I have to go. After all, thinking too much about the past can play against me a lot, Issei said, while closing the tab. Before he could do so he saw an image that made him frown. Who would have thought I would find an image of you? He asked himself with a sarcastic tone. She remembered that girl perfectly well. She was her former partner. Before starting a relationship with Valerie, that same girl had proposed to her to have a free relationship so she could sleep with other men. She thought that everything would turn out well. At that moment several things began to become clear very easily. The first is that in the last few months she spent her time in different courses. When he tried to spend time with her, she told him that she was completely busy. The second reason is that she always seemed to be a good person with people. With her alone it seemed to be the worst of the punishments, and the three easiest of all was her smell and essence. She had not been the same for a few days. It seems that she had been cheating on him for a long time. Well, your life is in a complete mess now. Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as he closed the tabs and turned off everything. He soon walked out and snapped his fingers, returning everything back to normal. He remembered the incident which caused her to be treated as a pariah. He decided not to kill her. After all, what better way to get revenge than for her to wish not to live? Everything fell apart for him. With that idiot who was that girl's lover, he ran away with his tail between his legs, although he enjoyed it very much when she and her friends ate cockhoney. What was so special about that dish? Let's just say that she had a perfect pig for the dish. What he enjoyed the most were her screams of pain. The girl was completely devastated. Together with her friends, they left Japan to go abroad to start a new life. After all, her life in Japan was completely destroyed. Not even her parents wanted to see her. Well, at least learning to cook was of some use. That's what happens to those that deceive me. Issei spoke coldly. He had no empathy for the woman, which only became to complete apathy when the virus took over his DNA, magnifying his negative emotions. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Issei locating for a way to create infinite Diet Coke for himself, while Chibi Clara sighs in response. Several days later, Underworld, 9 a.m. The factions were at the site where the explosion had happened. Several days had passed since Issei's death, and they were looking for clues on a way to locate where he is. Many were happy that the disgrace to the Haya family was dead and gone for good. However, some of the more smarter ones believed he is still out there. Some of these smart ones were not convinced on his death. They knew that without a confirmation of his body. These were Azazel, Ajuka, Elmenhal, to name a few. Don't understand why this eagerness to find that bastard. I don't think it would be possible for him to survive being the center of the explosion, Rias exclaimed with frustration and annoyance. She hated that they are looking for someone that she hated with all her heart. As Ajuka responded, we need to locate him, Rias, his body. If he does survive, he will want revenge against us. Ajuka explained to her, earning a huff from the princess. Azazel then spoke. But even then, what could that bastard want now? He is really clever hiding himself in the darkness. Azazel exclaimed with annoyance. He also believed that Issei is out there, but he did not understand his current intentions. He wanted to know what plans Issei has for them. Not to mention, my own daughters and some of the gods have cut all ties with me. Zeus spoke with anger, remembering Athena and Artemis along with Hades cutting all ties with them. He hated that his own daughters chose that bastard over him. He wanted to find Issei or his soul and torment him for all eternity. Don't remind me, even Valerie has cut all contact with me. Azazel spoke while checking the rubble. He then looked at his phone, and the amount of missed calls and texts that were present really angered him. His own daughter refused to maintain contact with him. However, that was not the only reason he was angry. It turns out that another woman that he was making moves on refused to see him ever again. He remembered her furious and livid expression when she saw him, making him wonder what he did to her, unaware that him killing Issei was responsible for this. Besides, Olympus left along with her copy. Serzex spoke with nervousness, which earned an angered expression from Azazel, who grits his teeth in annoyance remembering the fact that he lost his position because of her. Seriously, this is just mere rubble. Maybe we should check at a different location. Elmenhild suggested, the rest to which they agreed. Much of the DXD group tried to search for some clue or the body of Issei Haidu, even reaching his room, but in the end they only found shopping notes. All of these were quite burned or in some cases impossible to read. In an almost lonely place where they had previously checked was a person. She can be described as a young woman with short blonde hair and red eyes. This young woman is none other than Valerie Teeps. She seemed to be holding her head from time to time, like right now. They fear your sacred gear. Only reason they are bearing you is because you are part of the Teeps family, even if you are a half-blood. Valerie held her head in pain and shouted, "Shut up! This is not true!" The figure in the darkness only shook his head and spoke annoyed. "TCH. I wanted you to see the world for the cesspool it is. But I guess you need to learn it the harder way." This made Valerie afraid, as she backed away, but before she could do anything, the figure grabbed her head, and she started to feel dizzy. In the past, due to the excessive use of her Longinus, it was shown that Valerie is broken both in the heart and soul. Despite that, she was still able to show some emotions such as happiness. Now, with that being in her mind, he began to play with her mind. Several images suddenly came to her, each one of them was getting more intense. She was shown the crimes that different people committed. Until she reached Issei Haidu, she slowly opened them without believing what she saw. In the end, he saw a memory that ended up breaking her. The figure was revealed to be none other than Issei, who had an annoyed and irritated expression on his face. He looked at the unconscious Valerie, and spoke, "What a nuisance. I wanted her to see the world for what it is." But Issei's hand started to change into a small device, which looked awfully familiar to a similar device meant for extracting sacred gears. "I have other ways of making you see the world in my eyes." Issei smirked, knowing that the next time she wakes up, she will be a broken woman, since this would change everything. After a few minutes, Valerie woke up, which prompted Issei to give a sadistic glee, the device ready in his hand. "You shouldn't worry about those bastards. After all, they can feed you with their food, won't they?" Issei spoke with a sadistic glee, as he watched Valerie's lips suddenly start to be licked by her tongue. This was due to a memory of food being played in her mind. She remembers several occasions her favorite drink, which was the strawberry water that Issei prepared. She drank it without anyone noticing. For some reason she became extremely addicted to it. Ha! At least someone from this brainless batch of factions is using their brains. Shame it is too late for that. Valerie sat down in a kneeling position, and started to release her tongue, almost behaving like a dog, as she spoke. "I want more of that drink," Valerie demanded, to which Issei wagged his finger and spoke sarcastically. "I am afraid I cannot do that. You treated me so kindly, remember." Valerie lost her current expression, as her mind changed into that of desperation, which was shown in her new expression as she spoke with tears in her eyes. "Please give me that drink. I will do anything." Issei's expression changed into that of amusement, as he spoke with an amused tone. "Anything?" Valerie nodded furiously. Her mind was completely clouded and foggy. She had started to become addicted to that drink. Issei's grin widened in happiness, as he spoke. "I need two things from you. No negotiations, and you will get the drink." Valerie again nodded, unaware that she started to trigger the disaster that is going to soon befall the factions. A few hours later. Hours have passed with nothing to be found. They all decided to return home and take a break. Gasper noticed Valerie and approached her, who didn't seem interested in any way in talking to him. Not now, Gasper. I am not a child anymore. I cannot play those games with you. Valerie spoke with annoyance, with her thinking, so I don't want to do that you want. Gasper spoke nervously, in response, Edov Valerie, I want to know if why you. Valerie only responded by raising her hand in front of him and spoke with a sigh. Gasper, I don't see you as a lover, but as a little brother. Those words destroyed the Grimary bishop, who could only look at Valerie, who had turned around. I am sorry, Gasper. In her hands, she was holding the mobile phone of Issei Hayadu. She heard sluggish walks from Gasper, as she opened the device and sent the message to Issei. In the meanwhile, Issei, who was seated on the rooftop, got the message, and smirked. He then spoke, playing with memories is complicated, but you will make quite the useful pawn, Valerie Teeps. Issei used his super speed to jump from building to building, where nobody could even detect him, only noticing a gust of wind due to his speed. He remembered the two conditions from Valerie. First, he altered her memories, which can be done with the virus's shape-shifting abilities, allowing him to connect to the user's brain and alter their memories. The connection is done via the hand's nerve cells with the nerve cells present in the brain. He then asked her to do what she was supposed to do, and she did accordingly, without anyone suspecting her in any manner. The second thing he asked was her sacred gear. He assured her that the process was neither painful nor lethal to the enemy. He was able to extract the Sephiroth Graal, which would help him in his goals of speeding up the faction's destruction. Now there is only one place I can bide his time for a reunion. Issei rushed towards the apartment where someone would be waiting for him. He knew that there would be more allies that are going to help him in the war against the factions. Scene change. Rind Lucifer's residence. Crow shocked. At the current moment Rind was drinking some coffee. She had heard a story a couple of days ago that made her think about some things. Besides being upset about having to talk to a person who gave her horrible headaches, Valerie had come from behind and spoke. Hey Mom, you seem to be lost in your thoughts. Rind could only groan in frustration. As she spoke, I can't believe that idiot had the balls to flirt with me again. Bitterness was present in the tone. She really hated Azazel. When Issei's death was announced, his friends also believed that Issei was too stubborn to die from an attack like that. He had several contingencies to prevent this from happening. Although many were locating him, they had to remain hidden from the factions to make sure that they don't locate Issei by accident, which devastated several who were worried sick for him. I wished to teach him a lesson that he would never forget. Rind spoke with hatred as Valerie blinked for a few times and responded. I understand this, Mother. That idiot wanted me to be engaged to that wannabe man. Valerie spoke with disgust, remembering the fateful day when the proposal was made. It made her want to vomit in response. Rind looks up in the ceiling and speaks with an amused tone. I am surprised that they didn't notice us, despite being in the same city. 9. Rind looks up in the ceiling and speaks with an amused tone. I am surprised that they didn't notice us, despite being in the same city. It is all thanks to Kuroka. She may be lazy, but she knows how to hide herself, and many of us. Valerie spoke with a smirk. As soon another voice spoke. Although I am surprised on who Issei gave the boosted gear to. Valerie and Rind recognized the voice to be of Albion. As Valerie spoke again, Issei knew that these morons would look for anywhere aside from the very obvious places. Valerie spoke with a smile, before it changed to that of a disgust. He would never let the gear fall under the hands of the factions, especially that bastard. Albion spoke with disgust in response from the gear. I understand what Valerie did. What we might really be worried about is that idiot die finding her, like a little boy going with the leaders. That bastard just wants to have more and more power. It is like an endless and bottomless pit that craves nothing but power, and it is not going to end well for him. Valerie spoke with a sigh and annoyed tone. Rind soon looked up the stairs of her mansion, as she spoke worriedly. I am worried for her, Vala. She has not come down from her stairs as of yet. Rind spoke, looking towards that direction as Valerie responded. Well, she has been worried for him. Valerie's voice also held worry. She could only hope that Issei was able to escape the leaders and return back home. Speaking of the woman upstairs, in one of the rooms you can see a single bed along with some furniture. Sitting on the edge of the bed was a woman with silver hair and red eyes, white skin. She began to reflect on her past, realizing that her personality was to be immensely malicious, cruel and brutal, also very proud of her achievements. Always acting like this made her superior to everyone and being a true demon in her eyes. What she never expected was that during her escape she was imprisoned by Euclid Lucifuge, only for the purpose of serving as a blood donor, since the demon was obsessed with his own older sister. Something that bothered her was that he created clones of her, but these were not clones of women, but of men. Since Euclid felt that she was an inferior being and told her to her face that if she were a man none of this would have happened. The only reason she was alive was to continue being a donor, to continue creating more clones. Her name is Hikaru Levan Lucifer, or when she goes by her nickname Rise Levan Lucifer, former heiress of the Lucifer clan, as well as being a distant cousin of Graphia Lucifuge. After all, she was also part of the Lucifuge clan. Everyone would think that she was the daughter of Lilith, the mother of all demons. In reality, Lilith was only her stepmother. Ryan thought of a few things. She was surprised when Issei intended to keep Lilith at a different location along with Ingvile and another person. He would do so with the help of Ermid, who was ready to help them. After all, her stepmother was in the brink of maternal death, thanks to constantly birthing devils for Lucifer. Trapped in a state of comatose, and her body rotting and decomposing. Rise spoke with mockery. The question is, how long will it take them to regain all their powers? She knew that at some point they would have to come to light and reveal that they never died. At least the idiot Surzex thought I was the sister of the idiot RageRevan. At least he can't blame me for crimes that the Cow's Brigade or Clippeth committed against me, she said with total mockery. She laughed to herself. Perhaps some like Seacrum Bale, the first leader of House Bale and said to have greater influence than the current four great Satans. Well, the clones have faced were just 0% of my original power. Rise spoke mockingly, as her gaze soon became slightly cold, and spoke, although I am surprised that the piece of junk of a clone had a family. You haven't changed at all, Rise, always staying at the top. Rise turned towards the direction of the voice, to see a boy with pale skin and gray eyes. She then spoke, Who the hell are you? The boy didn't respond, which caused Rise to get angry and scream, Answer. Wow, I became paler, and you forgot to recognize Meplis. Is it just me, or has your S grown a bit bigger? Rise became embarrassed and was ready to kill him, but then she realized only there was one person that had a fetish for S, as she spoke her name with a low tone. Issei? Issei removed his hood. He had the same hairstyle, except his face and eyes were different. He then spoke, It's been a while, Rise. It can't be you. Issei was different. Rise spoke with disbelief, to which Issei spoke while walking towards Rise, which made her almost fall. Issei then caught the super devil in his arms and spoke, Who else can I be, after all I know of your secret? Issei spoke with a suave tone, causing Rise to turn beet red. Blushing like a tomato, she turned her gaze away while speaking. Baka. Issei at her on the cheek, which made her even more embarrassed, as he placed her gently down. She was nevertheless happy for Issei's return, as she spoke, Where have you been? And what happened to you? Why are you well pale and your eyes gray? Issei took a deep breath and spoke, I will explain. How about you call both Freinds and Valerie upstairs? I will explain everything. Rise nodded. As she did what she asked, Issei could only watch her leave. He knew that he was going to spend some time with his three girls before he returned back to one of his laboratories where Ingvile and Ermid were along with Lilith. He was researching a way to help the two girls, that being Ingvile and Lilith. Scene change. After a happy and cheerful reunion between Issei, with Freinds and Valerie, they all decided to ask the question on how he was able to escape and live on. It was not easy. I had to create an explosion that would injure a lot of people. It was easy since I can recreate Drake's flames without his help or involvement, albeit it was much weaker. However, it was not easy to survive. I was badly injured, Issei explained. As Valerie held his hand in worry, he gave her an assuring smile and Freinds asked, So how did you survive? With this. Issei showed his free hand, which shape-shifted into a black whip-like figure. This made the three afraid as Valerie backed away, wondering whether it was Issei or the blacklight virus taking the guise of Issei. That means? Are you really Issei? Or an imposter? Valerie exclaimed with worry and fear, as Issei spoke. I am Issei. The virus did try to take over me and replace me, reconstituting me into a version of myself. But I did not let it happen. I refused to let it take over my body, not without a fight. Eventually, the virus saw its next best option to survive in my body, which was to merge with my DNA, evolving my current dragon god DNA into something completely different. Valerie looked at Issei, his hand reverting to normal. Rise then asked, "That means you really are Issei? Not the virus taking his appearance?" Issei shook his head and spoke, "No, I did not let it. I will show you some of my DNA to prove it." Issei generated a blade, and triggered a small cut, which made the girls even more worried. The wound immediately healed, once Issei took the blood in a vial. He then summoned a microscope within his dimension, and placed the blood in a slide and showed it to them, using a magic viewer that showed a detailed view of his blood. "As you can see, my blood is still mine. The virus cells would be freely moving if the blacklight virus replaced me, except it is in a manner that my blood cells and the blacklight virus cells are merged into one entity." They all looked at the blood cell. It looked like a regular one, except it had traces of black color inside of it along with two pincer-like appendages appearing from them. Otherwise, this was what my blood structure would look like. Issei added with a serious tone, showing the image of what happens when the virus would enter into the blood. Rind gasped in horror, keeping her hand on her mouth in horror, while Rise and Valerie shivered, knowing what would have happened if the black light blood entered into their bloodstream. They remembered that the virus is known to replace and reconstitute itself into themselves, having their memories and personality. They paled on what would have happened had the virus entered into their bloodstream, and they hated themselves being replaced by a virus version of themselves. Issei surviving this is considered a miracle. "I see, so you really are Issei." Valerie spoke with a blushing smile, before she turns her gaze away and speaks, "Issei, I am. Don't be. I don't blame you for not trusting me and seeing me as a virus pretending to be me. This was an outcome I saw coming, and don't beat yourself for this, Valerie." Valerie looked at him and nodded, as Rise backed into a wall and leaned on a nearby wall. She then spoke, "Well, it is good to have the real you back, Ice, but we are facing problems, aside from people looking for you." Issei snapped his fingers and dispelled everything. He then asked, "What's the matter, Rise? And you needn't worry about them, I can keep myself hidden very well." Rise gave a glance towards Rind, who spoke with annoyance, "You see, Azazel has been calling Valerie and flirting with me." Rind was expecting Issei to get angry, only for him to have a psychopathic smile, and he had spoken. "Maybe I should talk to him about not touching others' women." Issei spoke with spite, venom dripping from his tone. He would certainly enjoy having a talk with Azazel. He put that in his to-do list when he does have an eventual encounter with him. "Yeah, that moron thinks he has a chance with Rind. Besides, you should keep a low profile." Rind suggested Issei, to which he spoke, "No worries, I got that covered." They would be busy with Dai Hayata's wedding in a manner that they would want to rush it up. But with his current wounds, Dai would want to postpone the wedding. Plus, America is the perfect place to hide, since the supernatural activity is the lowest, and I can rest in my labs if needed. They wouldn't even come to know that I am there. Ryan nodded, knowing some of the labs and where it is hidden. The supernatural won't even know where they are. "I will be visiting Ingvile. I need to check up on her status of her waking up." Issei got up as Valerie spoke. "She has been showing signs of waking up, although you may need to work on a newer cure if you really want to get rid of the sleeping sickness." "I am aware, and besides, they would never find Ingvile and Lilith, no matter how much they try." Issei spoke with an assuring tone, as the girls nodded. He assured them that he would return soon to spend the day with them. He only wants to check up on Ingvile and Lilith, and then he would return. Scene change. Grimary Castle, Underworld, 0:0 p.m. The leaders of different factions were gathered together. Apparently they were discussing how the demons did not do their job perfectly. After all, they only had one job to do and they failed to do anything. That was a low blow to them, since Issei Hayata made them look like incompetent. Shemhazai, the new leader of the fallen angels, spoke. "Upon examining the explosion crater, no trace of any object was found that would lead us to its possible hiding location." He spoke with great annoyance, and with bags under his eyes. Azazel just looked at the leaders with a frustrated look. There was no trace of him, except for some notes in his diary and his cell phone which the police managed to recover. Azazel spoke firmly. They remembered that the cell phone was with them, but it was soon stolen by an unknown person. That person was revealed to be Valerie Teeps. who had done Issei's job of retrieving his cell phone and later returning it back to him. From what Serzex told me, there was a new Longinus wielder that was located by him, whose whereabouts are unknown. Odin spoke with a deep thought, as Azazel then spoke with a frustrated tone in response. Yep. That bastard hid her location from us. Nyx was the one controlling her, and somehow she had met Issei before we could do so. Her name is Ingvile Leviathan. Azazel spoke with a frustrated tone. He really despised Issei to the point of ripping him apart completely. Zeus also shared similar thoughts since he really hated Issei for turning Athena and Artemis against him, along with several gods from his pantheon. And what is her sacred gear? Elmenhild asked, keeping her hand on her head due to the pain. Her sacred gear is. Azazel spoke after a pause. It is Nereid Kyrie, a dragon-based sacred gear that has the power to manipulate dragons using his voice, singing and manipulating the sea. This left some in shock, to which Sun Wukong asked, "And how do you know about this?" Azazel looked at him and spoke. "I was checking Issei's room and I found this." Azazel brought out a small book, which was a diary belonging to Issei Hayadu. As he spoke, "I was checking Issei's room to find out what other secrets he had. I found this information because it was written down by him. On said sheet he stressed that she has the sleeping sickness that only affects demons. He made it clear that there could be a person with said cure. After that there is no more information, since he tore that part of the sheet." "So you're telling me that he found a cure?" Seorg asked, to which he continued, "Then he needs to be captured alive." Seorg remembered his mother, who is still suffering from this sickness. Despite Dai working on helping her, she never woke up. At the moment, it is possible there is a cure. But the only one that knows this is missing. Azazel spoke with a frustrated tone, as Seorg became annoyed and frustrated by this. But he was not the only one. Sona too seemed to have an annoyed and frustrated expression. "He will retaliate against us. There is a possibility he may come back." Rias spoke with an annoyed expression, to which Azazel spoke. "Not just him, he has more allies than we realize." Aquino only looked at him, and responded coldly. "And what makes you think that?" Azazel grew a frustrated sigh and responded. "That's easy, we've taken him for an incompetent. He's used that to his advantage to do whatever he wants right under our noses." Azazel spoke, as he turned to the pages in the diary, and read some of the terms out loud. "I have managed to discover a secret that will break the hearts of many. I have taken several images and videos. What causes me great pity is how these women are hypocrites. They seem pure to the world, but the reality is different. They are actually whores." Azazel finishes reading, as he could see several of the girls clenching their fists in anger. One of them was Yusaka, as she spoke with anger. "So that means he was keeping information about one or more infidelity." Azazel shook his head and spoke. "Not sure on that. He could possibly be lying, just like Dai states. We will only get more information once we locate and find him." Azazel's words were not taken well by the girls. Some of them opened their eyes, not out of surprise, but rather fear. They increasingly felt like they were short of breath. He has been blackmailing the one who sleeps with them in exchange for various things, and he remains silent. Michael spoke with a deep thought as Azazel responded with total coldness. "And the person is possible to be from the supernatural world. If we can capture him, we can deal with Issei Hayadu and locate him before he tries something against us." These same women who were afraid slowly changed that emotion to anger, rage and frustration. What Azazel didn't know was that he had planted the seed of distrust in these women. "Anything else you can find in this diary?" Ajuka asked, to which Azazel spoke with annoyance. "Nothing of any use, aside from that it is some grocery lists relating to his foods, and some other information that is related to the previous entries. Most of them are burnt and destroyed." Azazel threw the diary at the center and spoke. "Somehow I feel like he knew that we are going to locate his diary, so he destroyed the pages that had useful information. There was a page with 4 symbols belonging to Lucifer, Leviathan, Asmodeus and Beelzebub, out of which Lucifer and Leviathan were marked while the other 2 weren't done so. Some were left confused by this marking. What Issei Hayadu meant, those present had several doubts that had no answer. Rias Grimary felt completely defeated by Issei Hayadu's ingenuity. Other women felt like the prey of that bastard, according to their own thoughts. All this conversation was heard by Valerie Teeps, who only listened to each word. If someone were to look at her more closely, they would notice at first glance that her eyes did not reflect any sign of life, as if she were dead in life. She sent all the details of what happened here to Issei, in a lifeless manner. Her expression was completely broken. Ingvile spoke with a stoic tone. In itself, you have been very intelligent for all this. You managed to put us in a situation that we will not be able to solve alone. Her tone soon changed to frustration towards the end. Aquino then added with total coldness, voice dripping with venom, we're going around in circles so much. Most likely he bled to death somewhere in the garbage dump. She talked about Issei like he was some sort of plague. She hated even talking about him. Valerie, who was hearing all of this, was informed by Issei, see Valerie, these are the people you once worked for. Beautiful, is it not? Do you really care for these morons? Issei cuts off the connection, as Valerie tried to respond but never could do so. We cannot let that boy go free, and we cannot let that girl remain an ally of his. Odin spoke with anger, slamming the table with anger, as Serzex spoke seriously. I understand, we will locate him at all costs, no matter what happens. Scene change. Issei's laboratory, Russia, shocked. A girl can be seen with long silver hair and purple eyes. She is described as being very beautiful and doll-like. This girl in particular was watching Ingvile Leviathan sleep peacefully, in addition to noticing that his illness was slowly disappearing. This was because this silver-haired girl had in her possession a seed from those plants, and used it to prepare the girl's medicine. The girl was Ermid, the daughter of god Dien Sect. She then spoke. Her vital signs are improving. Her eyes have been soon signs of improving. Her vital signs are improving. Her eyes have been soon signs of improving. I need to inform this to Issei. Ermid was about to take her leave, but when the sliding doors suddenly opened, she was startled before asking, Issei? Issei removed his hoodie. As Ermid noticed his expression and spoke, you look different. How? It's a long story. Speaking of which, how is she? Ermid soon cracked a smile and spoke. She is doing well. We may need more of the medicine that was recently developed. Issei nodded and spoke. That's good to hear. I will get the plants needed. Thank you for your help, Ermid. Ermid shook her head and spoke. Just doing my job, I see. I did owe Athena a favor. You should probably check up on her. She is worried sick. I will. You can count on it. Ermid nodded. As Issei was about to leave, she then asked, but what happened to you? You seem paler, and your eyes have changed. What happened? Ermid asked Issei, to which he responded, I hope you don't mind listening to a long story. Ermid nodded, as Issei explained to her everything that had happened. He also assured that despite the virus's best efforts, it was unable to take over his mind. A sigh of relief could be heard from Ermid, as she spoke. I never thought you would end up taking the virus for yourself. It's a good thing you weren't replaced by it. Issei nodded, as he spoke. Stay with Ingvile, report me or Clara any signs of her waking up. If this cure works, we can easily help Ingvile and anyone else that may get affected by this disease. Ermid nodded in understanding as she watched Issei leave. She looked at Ingvile, seeing that her eye has started to twitch. Scene change. Russian forests, PM. Issei was walking across the fields, as he picked up some more mushrooms. His senses soon surprised him, as he backflipped to avoid an attack. Upon closer inspection, there was lightning on the spear. However, instead of being surprised, he smirked as he spoke. Seems like they sent you, Baraqiel. Issei turned his gaze to Baraqiel, who had the appearance of a middle-aged, gruff-looking man with black hair, a matching beard, and a muscular body. Originally being a cadre class fallen angel, Baraqiel possesses 10 black wings. Originally being a cadre class fallen angel, Baraqiel possesses 10 black wings. Haya to Issei, I have finally located you. Baraqiel spoke, as he continued with a serious tone, albeit there was a bit of arrogance. You will come with me. One way or another, there is no escape. Issei turned around to see several fallen angels. He could sense that there are no devils or other races around. He smirked in response and spoke. I am afraid not, and besides I have some score to settle with you as well. Issei's hands started to transform into giant blades, as Baraqiel got on guard, ready for a fight. He would capture Issei at all costs, since they have been locating him for days and he was not going to let this chance go free. Issei scanned his opponent and looked at Baraqiel with a cold look. He knew that he didn't have to hold back, as he wouldn't mind to test his new powers against this new guinea pig of his. Issei then spoke. So who is going to make the first move? Which dog of my brother needs to come after me and get the glory of capturing the great and evil plague known as Issei Haya? The fallen angels were gripping their spears tightly, as Baraqiel spoke with slight arrogance present in his voice. Boy, you don't have your boosted gear. This means that you are just an ordinary human. Who Issei cuts the vice president of Grigory off by speaking mockingly. Who brutally burnt your future son-in-law. Baraqiel gritted his teeth in anger, remembering the scars and burns on the pillar's expression, as Issei continued while keeping his blade on his lips. Oh, speaking of which, how is Dai anyway? Is he alive or dead? Does he have his burns, since I knew that using Drake's flames would kill him and nobody would want that now, would we? Issei spoke with a mocking tone. He didn't want to kill his brother, not yet at least. He wanted him to lose any and all hope of living, as he longs to see the despair in his brother's eyes. As for Baraqiel, he was gripping his spear with anger in his eyes. He was gritting his teeth in fury, seeing that Issei was not affected by this at all, and was being arrogant. He vowed to teach him a lesson. After all, he was only asked to bring him in alive, not on how he was supposed to be presented to him. It would be better if he was beaten. Get him! Baraqiel commanded the fallen angels, who all generated a barrage of light spears and threw them towards him. Issei only took a deep breath and decided to sprint towards them, as he was dodging the light spears like it was nothing. No way! One of them commented as another one responded. How can a mere human without a sacred gear be this fast? Another responded to the two. Who cares? Fire another spear! The fallen angels charged their next barrage at Issei, who leaped in the air and grabbed the fallen angel by the head, and with his hand shape-shifting into a sharp blade, slash, Issei sliced off the head of the fallen angel, shocking everyone. He soon leaped in the air and changed his two hands, or one hand and blade, into two hands with giant nails and, Ayaha! The fallen angels screamed in pain, as they were completely ripped to shreds by Issei. They soon fell to the ground as corpses, much to everyone's horror. Baraqiel gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, Kill him! Issei grinned with sadistic satisfaction. He is going to make sure Baraqiel's hope and dreams of capturing him are completely destroyed. After that, he wants to see the destroyed expression of Akino Himejima. He can't wait to see that fallen whore suffer. The fallen angels all charged at him, ready to kill him, but Issei had a nasty idea. He leaped on a female fallen angel, and sat on her with his legs wrapping around her abdomen. Hey, what the hell are you doing? She exclaimed with a surprised tone and with slight embarrassment, as Issei spoke with a mocking tone. Oh, nothing, you will just be my new guinea pig for an experimentation I just thought of. I wonder if I can control a fallen angel using the tip of my fingers. The fallen angel realized on what Issei was planning and tried to get him off, but Issei was quicker. He used his left hand to grab one of her s, which made her moan loudly. He used this distraction as an opportunity to change his right hand into small tendrils as he penetrated her skull and skin, and inserted it into her brain, attaching it with his hands. This causes her to lose her blush and become pale. He made sure to not harm her brain in any manner, as he removes his left hand, smirking darkly, knowing that the fallen angel is under his control. What did you do to her? Baraqiel shouted in horror. He was disgusted at Issei groping the girl, since he heard many bad rumors about him from his daughter. However, when he saw Issei changing his free hand into tendrils and attach it to her brain, he realized that his groping was only meant as a distraction. I made her into my personal ride. I just thought it would be funny if a human uses a fallen angel as my personal ride. Issei spoke with a carefree tone, making Baraqiel grit his teeth in fury, seeing on how a mere human is able to control the fallen angel like a slave. However, before he could do something, the fallen angel under Issei's control unleashes a huge barrage of light spears. Seeing this, Baraqiel shouts, Jessica, try to fight back, he is only controlling you. The now identified Jessica could only cry in response, as she was helpless and fighting back against the disgrace of the Haya clan. Issei soon twists some of his hands and fires the light spears onto the army of the fallen angels that were taken down one by one when the spears hit their heads. Many fallen angels tries to avoid or flee the battle, but they were struck in their heads before they could react. Issei was grinning and laughing with happiness, seeing the despair and fear in the expression of the fallen angels. Jessica's pupils turned to Issei, seeing him enjoying and relishing the slaughter of her own comrades. She could only look towards Issei with anger and helplessness, along with sadness. Issei was controlling what she was doing and what attack she was going to use, and there was nothing she could do about it. Some of the fallen angels tried to strike her back in response, but Issei motioned his little and ring finger and controlled her movement. He moved her towards the north before he moved her to the left. He then controlled her to unleash many more light spears towards the attackers, who were horrified that Issei was able to gain full control of their comrade. Issei soon exclaimed with enjoyment, "I never knew that riding a fallen angel can be so fun. These crows have been a bane of my existence for years, starting with that slut Rainier. I am really enjoying when these crows are on the receiving end of the torment they inflict on humans." Jessica, who was the victim, could only cry in helplessness and anger. This was a blow to not only her pride but also on the fallen angel race. Issei was relishing and enjoying her anguish. Issei was controlling her like a video game. He soon moved his thumb as Jessica flew to the left and lifted two of his fingers to fire another barrage of light spears at her allies, with some even striking onto Baraqiel, who flew to avoid the attack. He wanted to use his holy lightning on Issei, but is afraid that Jessica might get hurt. However, seeing that there is no choice, he charges a strong holy lightning charge at Issei, which would get Issei, as he shouted, "Take this, you damned being!" Issei looked at the attack and leaped in the air, dodging the attack. He soon generated a magic circle of flame magic, and before the fallen angels could react, he burned them all to a crisp with nothing but ash remaining from the aftermath. Baraqiel looked at Issei in horror, as he turned to see where the holy lightning had struck. And to his horror, it was Jessica, who was barely alive. She then spoke before closing her eyes due to the damage that was inflicted on her. Baraqiel-sama, Jessica closed her eyes and died from the attack. Her body was bleeding and burned to her crisp, with some of her clothing being torn. She had a tear in her eye. Not only was she used to attack her own people, but also she took the immense attack of the holy lightning all by herself. She couldn't survive the combined attacks. No, Baraqiel muttered with horror. Issei was able to wipe out his own army with his quick and strategic thinking, as he used one of his fallen angels as a shield and a weapon to wipe out the entire army. Speaking of Issei, he spoke while faking sadness. "Ah man, she was quite the good ride. She was quite soft to sit on, and her s were quite plump. No wonder many of her kind are good at tempting the opposite into giving into their desires." Baraqiel slowly turned to Issei. He could be seen gritting his teeth with complete fury. He does not care if he brings Issei alive. He would want to bring him dead back to the factions. His corpse would be more than satisfactory for the factions, since they could care less whether he lives or dies. If they need something from him, they can check his memories for where the boosted gear is and where anything else he had hidden is. "I will make you pay for this, you damned bastard!" Baraqiel screamed, while he released massive amounts of aura which started to shake the branches of the tree violently. The ground surrounding him cracked in response. He was ready to wipe out Issei once and for all. Issei only laughed in response to Baraqiel's claims, as he noticed the man raise his hands up, preparing to unleash a holy lightning storm towards him. As he leaped from the ground and started to move around the trees, maneuvering around them to avoid getting struck. The trees Baraqiel had struck with his lightning were burning. Issei knew getting hit would seriously injure him, but he had to survive against him. He already had a backup plan of retreating back to one of his labs using a specific spell if needed. Baraqiel unleashed a slew of holy lightning towards Issei, who responded by converting his hands into a giant shield that deflected the attack to the nearby surroundings. Issei then spoke mockingly. "Really, is that all you got?" Issei taunted in a mocking tone towards the cadre, who was gritting his teeth in anger. He unleashed a huge barrage of light spears which took the shape of lightning bolt towards Issei, who only leaped to avoid the attack, his hands reverting to normal. Issei's hands generated an extendable, elongated, barbed appendage with a spear-like blade at the end. He then looked at his creation and spoke. "I will call this Whip Fist." Using the spear end, he unleashed a brutal blow towards the cadre, who had to fly off and worry. Using the spear end, he unleashed a brutal blow towards the cadre, who had to fly off and worry. He looked at where the whip-like appendage had struck, and the ground was completely cracked open, with the whip being pulled out courtesy of Issei. He was terrified on what would have happened had Issei struck him with the whip. He had to end this quickly. He knew charging at him was not an option since he can just mind control him into serving him, just like he did to Jessica. Take this, you bastard! Baraqiel unleashed a powerful storm of lightning energy, as Issei only moved to the side to avoid getting struck. Baraqiel was losing his patience in front of everyone as Issei kept avoiding the attacks like it was nothing. Baraqiel followed it up by generating a barrage of lightning-based light spears towards Issei, and this time he encountered with a powerful surge of holy lightning as he threw them on Issei. Issei avoided them, but the lightning started to move across the ground. Issei realized this, but before he could do anything, he was struck by the intense lightning. Aha! Issei shouted in pain. He did not predict the ground was coated with electricity-conducting metals. He gritted his teeth in pain. Baraqiel smirked seeing this, as he walked towards Issei having a magic suppressing handcuffs towards him. It's over, you bastard. I can assure you this, Haya to Issei. You will never have a moment of peace once the factions recapture you. We will gain the boosted gear and the location where that Leviathan girl is. My daughter will enjoy torturing you for the harm you put Dai through. Issei could only look at him with an expression of anger. He could see Baraqiel smirking at him. However, all of a sudden, Issei darkly smirked. As he spoke, are you sure about that? Baraqiel looked surprised, as Issei started to move from being electrocuted, much to Baraqiel's horror. But before he could do something like using more lightning against Issei gave a punch to the gut, making Baraqiel as he coughed up saliva. He was sent in the air as he was seen flying towards a tree. The punch was so powerful that Baraqiel destroyed several trees in response. Issei's hands were different, which made his punch almost seem stronger. Issei opened his arms to break free from the lightning attack. He soon started to sprint towards the cadre, his hands gathering biomass which made his fists into huge giant biomass-based fists. Baraqiel saw this and started to throw lightning-based spears once again, but Issei kept avoiding every strike with relative ease. He also decided to use the trees as a way to keep himself away from the lightning from the lighting spears, thus avoiding them successfully. Trapping the man with the tree at his back, Issei soon closed the gap between them. Baraqiel's hand was coated in electricity to take down Issei, but the prototype was much quicker, as he landed a blow on Baraqiel's face, causing him to enter into a daze. This made his hands reduce their electric current. Issei continued the barrage of blows using hammer fist, with Baraqiel taking each and every blow, making him unable to block or do anything about it. Bam! The blow struck Baraqiel's chin, making his head move to the sideways. Bam! Another blow struck Baraqiel in the lower face, which caused 2 of his teeth to break. Bam! Bam! 2 blows struck his face, which caused his jaw to break wide open. Bam! Bam! Another blow was aimed at his stomach, making him yelp in pain. Issei unleashed an even stronger barrage, causing Baraqiel to cough up blood and saliva at every step. The cadre was unable to react or do anything about the attacks, only taking the entire blow while being completely helpless about it. More punches were thrown towards Baraqiel as Issei delivers 2 kicks, one in the chest and one in the gut. He continues delivering more punches as blood flies out of Baraqiel's face, his face all bloodied and bruised up. The blows were enough to send shockwaves that shook the tree branches violently to the point of snow falling on the ground. What's the matter, Baraqiel? Unable to do anything. Unable to fight back. Where was all that bravado and arrogance when you and your batch of fallen angels wanted to hunt me down? You are just a fallen angel, a reject of God himself, and you are pathetic. You should have killed yourself the day when your wife died. At least your daughter would have been in a better shape. You pathetic piece of angel reject. Issei spoke with complete madness and enjoyment, as Baraqiel could be seen gritting what remains of his face. The end result of Issei's barrages were him losing multiple teeth in his mouth, one of his eye gone from the blow, his armor partially torn and shattered, his whole face being bloodied and bruised, which only a mother can love. It's over. Baraqiel tried to teleport away with whatever strength he had, but Issei kicked him in the, causing him to yelp in pain, which disabled the teleportation. So what will you do now? I have defeated you and your army single-handedly, and this was me without my boosted gear. Just imagine what would have been your fate been, had I used the boosted gear cadre. Baraqiel, for the first time in his life, was terrified of someone he saw as a mere human. He could see his eyes, there was no emotion, no remorse or regret on what he is going to do. His eyes held complete lack of mercy, and his expression seemed deadly calm. Like he knew what he is going to do. Baraqiel was terrified of this expression. He was downright afraid of this Issei, knowing he was going to die alone, failing the task he was given by Shemhazaim miserably. It's funny, just imagine on what that fallen whore would be going through once you die, alone in this forest. Baraqiel lost his fear and became angry. Not only did he insult his daughter, but he also knew on what Aquino would be going through once his death was known. He shouted with all his fury, "You scummy son of a bitch! You may have defeated me and even destroyed my army, but remember this, Issei. The factions will not stop till you are destroyed. They will make sure your life is completely miserable. I promise you one thing, you will suffer for all eternity." Baraqiel screamed with all his might, as Issei only looked at him coldly. Before shaking his head in disappointment, he then spoke. "You really believe that, Baraqiel? How cute." Issei walked around him, as he continued. "It's a shame that you won't live long enough to know what plans I have for your dear Aquino. After all, you will be quite useful for my research and goals." Baraqiel gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing this, and was about to use his light spear on him. But Issei generated a blade that chopped off both of his arms, making him scream in pain. Baraqiel screamed in pain. He had lost both of his hands in just a few moments. Issei's expression soon changed into a more predatory one, as he rushed towards Baraqiel and spoke. "I am really going to enjoy this." Issei opened his mouth in response as Baraqiel looked in fear. He was terrified of what is going to happen to him. The last thing that was heard of the cadre was his terrifying and painful screams. The screams were heard across the entire forest as any animal that tried to approach the location. Scene change. Issei was standing on the remains of Baraqiel. There was barely anything left aside from his clothing. He licked his lips in response, enjoying what he had done to the man. His hands soon started to crackle with electricity. This was Baraqiel's holy lightning ability, which Issei gained after consuming Baraqiel. The reason Issei was able to consume Baraqiel was because of the virus. The Blacklight virus's unique ability was that it can consume almost any living being into its system, allowing it to incorporate into his own being. However, Issei's body structure allowed him to gain another unique ability, which he can use it on its own accord. He can absorb even magical abilities, which includes abilities and spells exclusive to a being's bloodline. By consuming a supernatural or human being, he can not only gain her physical abilities and memories, but also her magical abilities and spells, allowing him to use them for his own gain. This extends to abilities like Holy Lightning or Power of Destruction, for instance. Normally he would be pissed at someone calling him by his old name, but he didn't care anymore, since he was going to relish seeing their expressions of horror and terror. That was more than enough for him. He enjoyed seeing their arrogance turn into fear and despair. Issei soon started to laugh maniacally in response, his eyes glowing red. He enjoyed consuming Baraqiel. One of his tormentors was killed without any mercy, and just imagine the possibilities on what he can do with his holy lightning, now that it is added to his arsenal. Issei soon calmed down, and spoke with a dark grin. "Aquino, Azazel, I hope this news finds you well." He soon teleported back to his laboratory, where he encountered Ermid, who was worried since Issei took longer than what she had expected. She then spoke. "You took a lot of time. What happened?" "Nothing much, had a run-in with one of the fallen cadres." Ermid became worried for this, as she asked, "Did he?" Issei shook his head and spoke. "No, he wasn't able to escape. Find out about this lab and Ingvile's location, nor was he able to survive. I tested the virus against him, and it turns out I can consume my enemies to gain not only their physical abilities but also their magical abilities." Ermid felt a little fear. She remembered that Issei can consume her too if he wanted to do so. Issei, sensing this, approached her, and kept his hand on her, which made her flinch. "Relax, I don't consume my allies, and it is not a food source that I use to consume. You can be assured that you will be safe, that is my promise to you. You know I keep my word, right?" Ermid looked at him, and nodded. She remembered that Issei keeps his word no matter what happens. She then spoke, deciding to change the topic. So did you bring the herbs and plants needed? Issei nodded as he snapped his fingers and brought out a magic circle. Soon herbs and plants fell on a nearby desk. Ermid looked at them and walked towards it. She analyzed the herbs and plants and spoke. That should be enough. You can leave the medicine preparation to me. Ermid looked at him and spoke with a smile. You can count on me. Issei nodded and spoke. I do, Ermid. I know we will find a cure for this. Indeed, and this would be revolutionary. After all, the disease that was incurable will now be cured without a problem. Ermid spoke with a smile. She always wanted to find cures for diseases given that she was the goddess of medicine. When Athena asked for her help, she immediately agreed, and even her father approved of it, since he never hated Issei. He was worried that his pantheon may end up hating Issei due to die. But regardless, he is going to fulfill his role as a god, and no one is going to stop him from doing so. Yeah, thanks Ermid. Without you this wouldn't have been possible. Issei spoke, as Ermid nodded with a smile. She started to work on the cure. As Issei watched her do so, he knew that Ingvile will wake up soon and remember what happened to her. He was glad to get her away from die. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei sending Chibi Surzex and Chibi Grafia to Brazil. The next day, Grigori, 9 p.m. Shemhazai looked at the report in horror. Suddenly Baraqiel's communication went off, but he sent a message that Issei had been located. However, there was nothing he said after that. He suddenly lost communication. They decided to track his communicator, only to find a horrifying discovery. They found out that his armor was found along with mangled corpses of several fallen angels. However, what surprised them was, aside from Baraqiel, most of the fallen angels that had been killed in a weird manner. Most of them died by their own attacks, with one of them being struck by Baraqiel's own lightning. How can this be? Shemhazai spoke with horror, looking at the report, as he muttered at what he was witnessing. He refused to believe that Issei was capable of killing Baraqiel without the boosted gear. But the way they were killed, it felt like they killed each other without any mercy. Azazel is not going to like this. Shemhazai spoke with sadness, as he had to give the news of Baraqiel's death to Azazel, and eventually the rest of the DXD team. He contacted Azazel and asked him to bring the ORC to his office. A few moments later, the group showed up as Azazel and the ORC arrived with them. Azazel then spoke. You called for us, Shemhazai? Shemhazai nodded and spoke. Yeah. I have some good news and bad news. The ORC and Azazel looked in surprise at each other, as Rias spoke. What good news? I mean, if it is something that is related to all of us, it must be important, right? Shemhazai nodded and spoke. Yes, we have found Issei Hayata's last whereabouts. He was recently tracked down in Russia, in a nearby forest. Azazel and the ORC were happy with this revelation. Several of them were cheering for this, with Aquino speaking. Great! Now we can make sure to torment that plague that hurt Mayanada. Aquino exclaimed with a sadistic delight, as Rias spoke, stopping her. But first we need to extract information on where he has kept the boosted gear, Aquino. And then we need to know of where he has kept that Leviathan descendant. Dai really liked that girl and was pretty sad when he was unable to get her to join him. Rias spoke with slight wisdom as Aquino agreed to it. Aquino knew full well that Issei will not give up the location of Drake and Ingvile to them. She wanted to torture Issei for the information, but she knows that it won't work. So they have to find a different way, and the way that Ajuka and Azazel proposed was to extract his memories and find out where they are located. However, Issei had a gut feeling of them going about this plan and instead killed himself to prevent them from knowing about them. They had to locate him, and now, at the very least, they know that he is alive. But what about the bad news? The one who spoke was Revel. As she spoke, you said there was good news, so what is the bad news, Shemhazai-sama? Shemhazai took a deep breath and spoke. The scouting team that had tracked down Issei in Russia were all murdered in cold blood. There were no survivors of the fallen angels that were sent to track down Issei. Azazel widened his eyes in horror and exclaimed, this has to be a damn joke. Shemhazai only looked at him and placed the report on the ground. This was the report he had received from the second search party that he had sent after they lost communication with the first one. Azazel widened his eyes and fell back in horror, looking at who was killed in the scouting party, as Aquino asked with worry, what is in that report? Before Azazel could answer, Shemhazai spoke. The report is on what happened to the first scouting party. Their deaths are what surprised me. It was like they had killed each other during their mission. It just didn't make any sense, but the autopsy report showed that their deaths were caused by light spear-based attacks. Azazel became wide-eyed. The report didn't deny what it was said. Shemhazai then looked at Aquino and spoke. Even the one that was leading the party was Baraqiel, and the only thing that remains was that. Shemhazai called out one of the fallen angels who handed the armor to him. Aquino was horrified by this. As tears fell from her eyes, she then shouted, "Please tell me this is a joke." Aquino refused to believe her father had passed away. Shemhazai could only shake his head, as Azazel spoke. "No, Aquino, this is not." Azazel showed the report. As he spoke with horror, the report clearly states that there was no trace of his body or anything left aside from the armor. Something tells me this was Issei's doing, but I highly doubt that he was the one responsible, given on how they died. Especially with the fact that many of them died by their own attacks. All in all, they died in a twisted Final Destination game, where they were made to kill each other. Aquino fell back, as she shouted in tears and disbelief, "No, this cannot be." Aquino kept weeping, as her friends consoled her. It felt like a dragon had punched her gut. She was weeping endlessly. Not only did she lost her mother, but now she has lost her father, in such a gruesome manner. Shemhazai, investigate this. Find out who was responsible for this. I don't think Issei had a hand in killing them, since I don't think he has any ability to mind control and use them against each other. Shemhazai nodded. Even he refused to believe that this was Issei's doing. He had to investigate on who is really responsible for this. Since if this really was Issei's doing, then they are in for a far worse nightmare. Scene change. Valerie's house, Ko-Town, shocked. Valerie was surprised by what she heard. Along with Rind and Rise, the lovers of Issei were surprised by what they were hearing, or in Valerie's case, her girlfriend of Issei. Valerie then spoke. "So that means, you can use Baraqiel's ability Holy Lightning?" Issei nodded and spoke. "Yep, check this out." Issei showed Holy Lightning to them, which made both Rise and Valerie cringe due to the holy presence in the lightning as he disabled the attack. Issei then continued, "I will be needing to train in my new abilities. This includes my new virus abilities and the Holy Lightning abilities." Issei spoke, as he continued, "Not only do I have a lot to work on, but I need to work on some other tricks as well. The factions would have discovered Baraqiel's state, and they will want to prepare against me or whoever is responsible for their deaths." "I see, but will you come back?" Valerie asked, to which Issei spoke, "Yes, once I am done starting up my new organization that will be useful for fighting against the supernatural. Although, I won't be back immediately. I did spend the whole day with you guys, didn't I?" The girls nodded in understanding, remembering the time they spent together. At first they were slightly afraid of his consumption ability, but Issei assured them that he will never harm them in any manner. Only the factions are the ones that are to be afraid of this ability of his. "It seems your plans are going to attract a lot of attention. You are going to get into trouble," Ryan said, somewhat displeased. She was not a fan of the factions annoying and cornering Issei, which is the reason why he is going to create his own organization that would clash against the supernatural. "Yeah, even if I manage to kill many, the factions will be persistent idiots. They won't stop until they find my corpse and burn it themselves." Issei spoke with annoyance. He already knew this from his experience with Baraqiel, and others would also want to do something similar and familiar. "Besides, I doubt they would stop looking for me, since I had harmed their beloved pillar." Issei spoke with total coldness and slight mockery of what happened to die. Rise, noticing the situation, asked Issei, "So do you have a plan to get them off your backs?" Issei nodded and spoke, "Yes, I do." Issei spoke with a mocking tone right after that. "It's time for Issei Mercer to remain in hiding, and it is time for Dr. Alexander J. Mercer to come into the spotlight." Issei snaps his fingers and speaks, "My name is Dr. Alexander J. Mercer, a geneticist and a researcher, at your service." The three were surprised by this display that Issei had done so. Rise was amused seeing this, as she spoke with a mocking tone. "So you decided to give life to a video game character, Issei?" Issei nodded and spoke, "Yep, I thought it would be nice to bring Alex Mercer to real life. Worry not, I don't plan to follow the path Mercer chose, since the dude was spiteful and cold-blooded individual. both paranoid and borderline sociopathic. I cannot blame the man, since he barely had anyone, but I have you guys, so I won't turn exactly like Alex Mercer. The three girls widened their eyes and soon smiled at this. They knew that Issei wouldn't fall too low, since they would be there to support and help him, both physically and mentally. However, a major problem is that none of the girls could be intimate with Issei, at least not yet. The reason for that is because the blacklight virus may end up spreading into their systems through his saliva or his body fluids, and he did not want to risk infecting them as well, since the blacklight virus would end up replacing them and create actual clones of the girls, which will have the memories and personality of the girls, but they won't be the same people. Issei plans on finding a cure to prevent this spread from happening, finding a way to remove the replication feature of the black light and limit it only to a shape-shifting and evolution. Maybe keep the consumption part, but that will be saved if needed again. Either way, it is good to hear that despite the virus's best efforts of replacing you, it failed to erase you completely. Rise spoke with a smile, earning a nod from Issei as he spoke. "You hope Azazel didn't bother you." A groan was heard from Rise, who spoke with annoyance. "I don't appreciate it at all. Not only he is trying to go after me, but he also tried to corrupt my daughter and forcefully engaged her with that damned dye. The best thing would be to give him a lesson to get it into his head that I don't want anything to do with him." Rise spoke with a sadistic tone, as Issei nodded in understanding as he spoke with a smile. "Worry not, you will get a chance to watch the man suffer. I can even give you front row seat at his suffering." Issei spoke with a smile, as Rise responded with a more gentler smile, as she spoke. "Thank you, Issei, I can expect you to do so. I can't wait for the day I watch them suffer. You must have really planned for them, haven't you?" Issei only gave a smile to her, which gave her the answer that she needed. She was excited to know what Issei has planned for Azazel. She knew that Issei held anger towards him, and knew that he did cause him a lot of pain. "Speaking of which, what is the organization that you have planned of creating?" Issei looked at Rise, who had asked him the question, as he spoke. "I have a few hotshots in the higher echelons of the American military that is going to help me establish the organization. I already have plans for the funding that is going to be used for it." Rise nodded in understanding, knowing Issei developed a lot of connections in both the human and the supernatural world. Valerie then spoke with a sigh. "I may have to go back to the supernatural though, since they have been looking for me. I will have to show that I am not working with you." Issei nodded in understanding, as she continued, "Although I can't give guarantees on Dai, if he annoys me too much, he is as good as dead." Valerie spoke coldly as Issei understood again on what is going to happen if Dai does try to flirt with her and annoys her too much. "I understand, but keep him alive. I want him to lose every will of living. Kill him now would be mercy." Valerie understood on what Issei was trying to convey. His serious and spiteful tone showed that he really wanted to make Dai suffer. Since if there is anyone that hates Dai more than anyone else, it is Issei. "I know, but it is going to be really, really hard. Plus Azazel even supports him, saying, he is a good person, and I am doing you a favor by pairing him up with you, Valerie. You will thank me later." Valerie imitated Azazel's tone, which earned some laughs from the group, especially from Issei and Rise. Issei then spoke while controlling his laughter. "True, I did hear that after all. Although you needn't visit Grigori, all you do is return to Ko. I would suggest you to go to Ko Academy instead of the factions, since seeds of mistrust need to be spread, and I want you to keep an eye on certain people." Issei snapped his fingers and gave a list. The list contained the names of all those in Ko Academy that Issei wanted to take vengeance against, and those that could pose a problem. Valerie looked at the list and had a smirk as she spoke. "Consider it done. Do you want me to eliminate these assholes?" "Not yet when I ask you to. If you do eliminate them, my plans will be ruined. I have big plans for them, and trust me, you are going to love every single moment of it." Valerie nodded in understanding. She soon remembered a recent news article that involved a huge influx of females being brought to Ko Academy, as she spoke. "I can wait for what you have thought. Speaking of which, you plan on destroying these females on the list, right?" Issei nodded and spoke. "Yep, these girls either belong to the supernatural and have looked down on me, or they have been committing infidelity against the supernatural beings. Those that are marked in yellow marker ink are girls that still need to be investigated. As for the other girls, they are supernatural girls that look down upon me." And some of them are Dai's occasional flings. Many of them have partners or belong to the families that have no tolerance to infidelity. Valerie nodded in understanding, as she knew what Issei would have planned for them, since she knew that Issei is not going to forgive those that torment him or look down upon him. He promised to make their lives as miserable as possible. Rise looked at the list as she spoke with a mocking tone. I didn't know that even they would do something like that for, how to put it, a trivial problem. Rise emphasized the problem with her hand, which Valerie could already see coming. You can see it in their face, Grandaunt. They know full well that if their truth gets revealed it will cause a lot of problems. Hell, even the foundations of the supernatural will be shaken. Valerie mused in response, as Rise then spoke. Furthermore, the video proof have been deleted, only accessible by certain amount of people. Issei nodded in agreement, as he spoke with a laugh. I know that at some point I have to talk to them. It will be before canceling Dai's wedding, since I have to make it unforgettable. Rise, Rind and Valerie could only imagine what is going to happen and are excited when the chaos of that day unfolds. Rise spoke with a maniacal grin. I can only imagine what is going to happen. They will be holding their marks in such pride, and when his truth is revealed they will be ashamed of keeping the marks. Issei could only laugh. This is going to hurt. The ones that are committing infidelity against their original partners will suffer the most. He remembers that there is Keisha and Tsubaki. He won't be surprised if there are many more girls. All this will lead to the domino blocks that will result in the complete collapse of the supernatural world. Ryan spoke with a surprised tone, as Issei responded in agreement. Indeed, these false gods have used the mask of goodness and goodwill to commit some atrocities against humans and other innocent beings. This is not something I will let happen any longer, and those hotshots in the American military have agreed to my views and know on how damaging the supernatural is. They have lost people that they cared for thanks to them. Issei soon spoke with anger and spite in his voice. He really hated those that are worshipping these false gods and plans to expose their real faces to the real world. It did not help that the virus amplified both his positive and negative emotions towards those that loved and tormented him respectively. Valerie approached him to calm him down, as Issei took a deep breath to do so. He thanked Valerie as he continued, Anyways, those that work with them will be dealt with accordingly, and I know how to deal with them. I plan to become not only the strongest being in this planet, but also I plan to get rid of these false gods. Even the biblical God is no different from Lucifer. He also used the mask of goodness and goodwill to commit many heinous actions. He didn't like anyone that opposed him and cursed those that did so. And I am glad he is dead. Upon mentioning the biblical God, both Rise and Valerie felt a headache, but gritted their teeth to calm themselves down. Issei noticed this and spoke. Sorry, I forgot that you two are devils, or in Valerie's case, a half-devil. The two girls shook their heads and accepted his apology. Rise knew on what kind of a person the biblical God was, and she had informed him, which Issei did agree upon investigating further on God's background. But even if you and your allies go against the supernatural, you need to be careful of some aspects. Even if they are idiots, you don't want to underestimate Surzek's Lucifer or Ajuka Beelzebub. Then we have gods like Thor, Shiva, Indra and Luf who will cause complications in your plans. Rise spoke with slight warning against him. Even if she was a super devil, she had limits. She couldn't take on Ajuka and Surzek at the same time. And then there were gods like Shiva and Indra, literal beings who could destroy entire armies like it was nothing. I am aware. In fact, I know there are going to be problems. But worry not. As strong as they aren't invincible. There is a reason why Ophis and Great Red are the strongest beings, and my new body was made from their flesh and power. Issei spoke with a smile. He was not confident, and he knew his limits. But he knew on ways to deal with them. Rise had a feeling that Issei has plans for them, and it will end with the god's demise, or his demise. Either way, Issei plans on doing something big, and even if he loses, he is going to make sure the supernatural fall with him. Although what surprises me is that most of your plans are targeted against those that ruined your lives. Valerie spoke with amusement, as Issei responded. Yep, and I plan to deal with them first, then those false gods will fall soon after, but that is dependable on unknown variables. After all, you never know what the future has in store for you. Issei spoke, as he was about to leave to start the preparatory meeting with the organization he had created. Issei, wait. Issei turned around to see Ryan being the one who spoke, as she asked, "What is the name of the organization? Would you tell us that?" Issei nodded and spoke with a smile. "Well, the name of the organization is..." Issei took a deep breath and spoke with a smile. "Blackwatch." Scene break. Issei was present in the meeting. It was a decent meeting room with several chairs and a screening room that would display their next goals. He knew that this would be important for the formation of the Blackwatch. That would be the one that will destroy the supernatural that has abused and tormented humans for so long. This is the beginning of something truly dangerous. Once this organization is formed, there is no turning back. Issei spoke with a deep thought. He knew that what he is going to do now, there is no forgiveness or turning back once he starts performing experimentations. His life was in ruins, he was being hunted down by the corrupt factions, but not anymore. Once he starts his work with the Blackwatch, the supernatural will start to fall one by one, and there won't be any mercy. I wonder what is on your mind, best buddy. Issei spoke with curiosity, wondering what Drake is doing with his protector for the time being. He knew that the identity of the person who was keeping it, and the person would reveal himself today. Soon enough, a man came inside and spoke. "Mr. Mercer, the board directors are here." Issei smirked upon this, as the doors soon revealed some of the hotshots or top people in the American military. However, there were a few people present. Amongst them there was also someone who was an old friend of Issei. "Welcome everyone, I am glad you could take time off your busy schedules to attend the meeting." Issei spoke with a warm tone, as the people took their seats beside Issei. They all were acquaintances of Issei, and were at high positions in the U.S. military. The first was Peter Randall, the president of the weapons manufacturing and general in the United States Army. He was described to be a white short hair with blue eyes. He wore a standard military outfit which comprised of black military shirt and pants with a military vest. The second was a woman who had neck-length hair. Her hair was blonde and she had green eyes. She wore a formal clothing which comprised of a white shirt and black dress. She also wore leggings and heels. This was Elena Pierce, Deputy Director of Science and Technology in the Directorate of Science and Technology of the CIA in America. She is also an excellent spy and has been tasked with infiltrating many nations and gaining intel from the locations. The third was a person with brown hair with a crew cut. He had gray eyes and, like Peter, had worn a military outfit which comprised of something similar clothing, except his was light brown shirt with dark brown pants. This was Robert Cross, a captain in the U.S. military and the Executive Assistant Director, EAD, of Intelligence, of the FBI Directorate of Intelligence. The fourth person was a strong, imposing man standing with a confident posture. He is bald with a stern expression, wearing a dark, rugged leather jacket with red accents, black pants, and black boots. This was James Heller, a high-ranking general in the U.S. military. He is also an excellent combatant, and one of Issei's closest allies in the military. And like Issei, he also has a beef with the supernatural and held a grudge against them. The fifth and final person was none other than Tobio Accuse. He was a man with short, dark hair. He is wearing a long, black coat over a form-fitting outfit that includes a high-collared shirt, utility belt, and reinforced pants with knee pads. He was the wielder of the Longinus Canis Lycaon. "We can make time for our old friend," James spoke, as he continued with a serious tone. "So you have really decided to create an organization against them, huh?" "Indeed I have, James. Honestly, these supernatural haven't learnt at all. They still look down upon humanity, and they will do anything in their power to keep themselves hidden and do whatever they want. For them, humanity is nothing but a bunch of playthings, toys that they can play with and discard." Issei could sense the anger in the expressions of all the people present, including Tobio, as he remembered on how him and his team, while being agents of Grigori, were still looked down by many of the fallen angels. Both James and Tobio were clenching their fists in anger. He had his eyes open during his very first encounter with Issei, who was abused for not having a sacred gear. What's worse was that his younger brother Dai tried to make moves on his love interest and fiancée Suzaku Himejima, which Issei made him see. This made the boy really angry. Tobio violently confronted the boy and almost beat Dai to death, with Suzaku and Issei only watching apathetically. Unlike Akino, Suzaku didn't like Dai at all and actually started to hate him after he tried to flirt and seduce her with his pheromones, something that Issei snapped her out of. However, Tobio's actions were only met with hateful and angered expression from not only those that loved Dai but also the leaders who had suspended the entire /dog team, much to the couple's shock. Tobio tried to justify his actions, but was stopped by Issei, who shook his head and explained to the duo that it was pointless to do anything. He was condemned and deemed as a disgrace ever since. His crime, he only defended his lover from making a huge mistake. Shemhazai and Azazel punished him the worst, by sending him on death missions. And if it wasn't for Issei, /dog team would have been in a much worse state, and he will be eternally grateful to Issei for helping him. Yeah, that cadre Azazel wanted me to locate you, still hates me for what I did to bastard Dai. I heard that you killed the cadre Baraqiel on your own accord. Issei nodded, as he spoke. Yes, I did. I even was able to absorb his powers for my own purposes, but that is a story for another day. Elena then spoke. Her reasoning for joining the Blackwatch was to protect the humans from being used by the supernatural, especially the devils and angels, for their own purposes. I see, then we have an idea on what Blackwatch is going to do, right? Our goal is to combat the supernatural infestations that are present in our world. They have used our people for their own purposes. Elena's words were agreed by the people present, as Robert spoke with a serious tone. Indeed, and most of our own kind failed to see the supernatural's real face. Many of the people still worship some of these gods, thinking that they are good people. But we all have seen what the supernatural really is. We all have seen their real faces, breaking their mask of goodwill. Robert spoke, remembering on how some angels had tried to capture his wife for having a sacred gear. But with his quick thinking and military training, he was able to drive them away before things could get worse. How will we convince the world that the supernatural has been tormenting them for so long? Many are still blinded by their faith. Peter spoke with annoyance, remembering on how many people still follow the supernatural blindly, the worst being the Hindu pantheon, who although didn't show any signs of being evil, still can't be trusted, since there is a chance they may be like the other gods. We cannot, Peter, not without proof. James spoke with sadness. He remembered his wife and daughter being killed by a coalition of fallen angels and devils, when they tried to kill him too. Issei, who was passing by, saved his life. He tried to save his wife and daughter, but nothing could happen. They tragically passed away, devastating the man. Ever since that day, Heller vowed vengeance against those that would harm the humans. He hated the supernatural, knowing no one even would acknowledge him and his suffering. They only care about themselves and will use anyone to further their own goals and agendas. So what should we do? How would we deal with beings that can easily wipe us out like nothing? The only one that can fight against them is Issei, and he cannot fight against everyone, not alone at least. Elena spoke with concern. She remembered on how her parents, while she and them were on a trip to Kyoto, as their bad luck was that they ran into a Kukase Kana who brutally had killed her parents, traumatizing and haunting the girl for a long time. She was lucky that she survived that fateful day. She tried to complain to the police, but they never found the culprit. Worse, she never knew it was a Kukase Kana until she had researched on them, and Issei had shown the existence of the supernatural. He promised that he would track her, and eventually he did, cornering her into a different room. Elena was given the choice of avenging her parents, as the Yukai could only curse the two for catching up to her. Elena killed the malevolent spirit, as Issei took full responsibility for what had happened. She remembered on how Yasaka, the queen of Yukai, had tried to punish him, but Issei managed to escape and Dai was forced to save him to keep his good charade. She saw on how corrupt and twisted the supernatural was that day, and she decided to repay Issei, who didn't expect much from her, since he didn't do this for himself. When Issei called to the Blackwatch Corporation, she agreed to join him. It was the least she could do for him. Indeed, even with the entire U.S. Army, someone like Shiva or Indra can easily wipe not only us but also our entire country. We cannot endanger innocent civilians, and we know that the supernatural, including those that are civilians, will attack innocent humans for their own pleasure. James spoke with fear, however there was disdain dripping from his tone. He hated those that are affiliated with the factions and what they are doing to innocent humans. I have a plan. Everyone looked at Issei, who had spoke after remaining silent for a while. He then spoke. The reason why I created Blackwatch was for one purpose, to fight against the supernatural. To show them that we are not their playthings anymore. They don't have any right or control over our lives. Not anymore. We need to show them that they are not our overlords or our superiors. Just because they are gods, they don't have any right to control our lives for their own pleasure and enjoyment. We are going to show them that humans can also beat gods if they have the right tools and powers. Issei explained his purpose of creating Blackwatch, as the people present all agreed to this. They needed to create their own faction that would oppose the supernatural world to create their own place in this world. You all have been invited to be a part of this organization, because of your skills, capabilities and your own experiences with the supernatural. I need your expertise and help to make Blackwatch into a formidable organization. The people present all agreed to this. They all had terrible experiences with the supernatural, with some outright losing their loved ones to these bastards. They will make them pay for treating humanity in such a manner, no matter what happens. We don't mind joining Blackwatch, but there are many things we need to consider. James Heller had spoken, as he continued, what are we going to do, and how will we get the support and funding for the organization? I have a plan for that as well. Issei starts up the presentation and spoke. For the first part, we will be an investigation body to the public. We will try and pretend that we are investigating mysterious disappearances that will be related to the supernatural. But in reality, we will be a research organization that would try and find weaknesses of the supernatural, finding ways that can destroy even the strongest of gods for good. Issei spoke, to which they all seemed to nod in understanding, but this causes another problem. How will they get the staff needed for this organization? Issei sensed this in his group and spoke. As for the staff, we will need to get the top researchers and those that have the desire to protect humanity. I believe we may have some candidates that can help us in that regard, right? James and Elena nodded, remembering that their organization could pull some strings to get people to their organization. And the funding? Tobio asked, to which Issei laughed and spoke. Tobio, are you forgetting some things? The supernatural has a lot of companies disguised as human companies. The economy of the supernatural is highly inflated. There is a reason why many of the richest families have their connections to the supernatural. Tobio remembered this, as he nodded. Issei then continued, not only that, they use the profits gained by humans to benefit their own selfish desires. You remember on how Azazel and the fallen angels have infiltrated many industries, especially entertainment, to allow gods to live in luxury homes that would have belonged to humans. Not only that, they can manipulate and toy with the memories of humans for their own benefit. The others nodded in understanding. They knew on how manipulative the supernatural factions have become, to the point of using humans for their own selfish desires. They had to be dealt with. That was the purpose of Blackwatch, and it was to eliminate the supernatural infestation that was present in the human world. They had to get rid of them permanently. I see. And we can gain support once we expose the real face of the supernatural, right? Peter asked, to which Issei spoke. Exactly, that is what we are going to aim for. Speaking of which, does Mr. President support us? Peter shook his head and spoke. He is tempted, but declaring war against all of the supernatural could not only endanger the people of his country, but the supernatural would be going after humans in other countries as well. Peter spoke with a sigh as Elena spoke. But we can't blame him. Unlike the supernatural that serve themselves, the president of a country will try his best to serve the people unless they are corrupted. Peter shook his head and spoke. In that case, there is nothing that can be done. Greed can tempt humans as well, we are susceptible to it. But the supernatural has used this sin of human along with several others to bring them down a wrong path, and it is up to us to set things right. Peter spoke with a determined tone as Elena nodded in agreement. She knew that the supernatural can tempt humans by manipulating them in various ways. They needed to prevent any more of this from happening. First, we will divide ourselves and complete several tasks. James, Elena and Robert, your goals are to get as many scientists and soldiers as you can for this new organization. The three nodded in understanding, as they knew what they had to do. Issei then looked at Tobio and spoke. Tobio, your job will be to report what all the supernatural is planning. I have Valerie and Valerie doing the same at different location. Yours will be in Grigori. Tobio nodded in agreement as he will keep an eye on what the fallen angels are doing. The Slashdog team is ready for what comes next for them. Peter, try getting more support if you can, and make sure we can establish a proper base in US. This place is perfect since the supernatural activity is the lowest. Go for a place known as Maryland, near Washington, D.C. Peter nodded in understanding as he spoke. I understand. In the meantime, I will secure the funding needed. Worry not, I have people that will help me for this work. I will pretend to play as a criminal and steal from the wealthiest of the devil families, that way we can even harm them as well. The others nodded in understanding, as Issei soon called off the meeting with Elena, Peter and Robert saying their goodbyes to them, with them promising to meet again. James and Tobio were left alone with Issei, as Issei asked, "Did you bring the boosted gear?" Tobio looked at Issei and nodded, as he brought out a red gauntlet with gems on it. He then tapped on the gem as a voice exclaimed, "For thousands of years I lay dormant. Who dares disturb me?" Issei, James and Tobio's sweat dropped at his antics, as the voice soon spoke, "Best buddy, is that you?" "Yeah, it's me. I managed to survive the shitstain that was the supernatural world. It's good to see you again too, Drake." The now identified Drake was happy on hearing that his partner was alright and well. Drake then responded, "Good to see you too, Issei." Issei placed the gear and smiled, fixing the gear, as Drake saw all his memories and spoke with slight seriousness. "So you have done it, eh? You decided to take the blacklight virus inside of you, right?" Issei nodded. Both James and Tobio were informed prior to the meeting about the virus. They were also assured, like Valerie, Rind and Rise, that Issei was still the same. Issei then spoke, "Yep, and since the supernatural loves controlling the lives of what they deem as lesser beings, I have decided that the Blackwatch organization will be the one to combat this organization." Drake took a deep breath and spoke, "Are you sure, partner? You will not only endanger yourself, but you will endanger Heller as well. He doesn't have a way to defend himself." "Sorry, James." James shook his head and spoke, "It's alright, Drake. Plus I have no reason to live anyway." James spoke with a tone devoid of emotion. His only purpose in life was to get back against those that had killed his wife and daughter, and he will achieve that one day. Many felt saddened for the general, as Issei spoke, "Heller, you are not alone in this fight. We are all fighting against the supernatural so that no one will go through what you did." James only looked at Issei and nodded, before he spoke. "I should take my leave, there is a meeting I need to attend. Goodbye, Tobio." Issei. James left the room, leaving Issei and Tobio pondering on what to do next. James, like many in Blackwatch, desires vengeance against the supernatural for what they had done to his family. He wondered on what other lives the supernatural had screwed up just to get themselves some glory or for other purposes. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei playing some prototype. The next day, outside Grimary Private Limited, 9 a.m. It was a sunny day in the state of California. Many people were enjoying the bright sun that was lightening up the streets. There was a truck with a driver outside that was patiently waiting for something. Issei was watching the company from the sidelines. He was dressed in a striking outfit consisting of a black jacket with white drawstrings over a red shirt, with visible straps and buckles adding to the combat-ready look. His black pants are torn at the knees, adding a rugged, battle-worn appearance. He looked at the company, as he wore his hoodie and spoke, "Time to get to work." He leaped from the building and reached an alleyway. As he walked outside, he soon wore a mask and headed inside the company building. He then thought, the Grimary Medicinal Private Limited Company, one of Surzex's personal companies that he is the CEO and owner of, the said company is a sole proprietorship, meaning Surzex does everything in the company from handling major employees to monitoring major budgets, and even overseeing operations. The company sells pharmaceuticals and other major medicinal tools like syringes and monitors, to name a few. Issei thought as he took a seat as he pretended to be a customer in the company building. He knew that his plan would kick in within a few minutes. They were beneficial in the COVID-19 pandemic that happened in the USA, or that's what the news outlets claimed. But in reality they sold their vaccines for exorbitant prices, almost at $0.00 per vaccine, claiming that their vaccines provides immunity 4 years. And were hard to make. The truth, the vaccines were produced using magic and medicinal herbs that the Grimary family stockpiles in secret, terminating or demonizing any human that gets to know about their secret practices, and removes the memories of the loved ones of the human that knows about them. Worse, it barely is a chore to develop these vaccines, and even a human pharmacist that had barely any medical knowledge can develop them if they are given access to the magic. Issei thought with anger in his mind, knowing on how many humans were killed and their memories wiped clean to cover up their tracks. Some more had to give up their humanity to keep themselves alive. 9. Issei looked at the watch and muttered to himself, "It's time." Suddenly in the air vents, gas was released into building. This was concentrated halothane gas. As Issei waited patiently for the people present to start sniffing the gas, he made sure to add some holy magic which would allow the gas to even affect the devils in the buildings. He could sense thousands of devils inside the building. The cameras were also shut down, disabling them completely. Issei smirked knowing that one of his allies helped him. The gas started to take effect, with many passing out immediately. Some tried to call for help or contact using magic circles, but they failed and passed out as well. Issei got up and started to head towards the manager of the building. Some guards saw this and pointed their magic circles at Issei, but they also started to fall unconscious. Issei placed his hand on the manager's head and used tendrils to pierce the skin and skull without harming or killing the individual. He did train to use his abilities, making sure to not kill people. "Thanks for the info." Issei spoke while changing his voice to sound different, as he left the room. He then spoke, taking a glance at the manager's body. "Normally I would consume you, but I don't want to direct too much attention to myself. At least not yet." Issei spoke in the same voice with disdain, knowing that the manager is also a pure-blooded devil that is working under Surzex. He looked at the disabled cameras and knew that the people watching the cameras are also deep asleep. He smirked as he headed to the lower floors of the building and saw a huge vault. He tore off the locked doors with his super strength and ripped them apart. He then looked at the keypad and typed in the password, and the vault doors opened. Inside, to his amusement, there were stacks of dollar notes on multiple shelves. Along with that, there were thousands of gold bars stacked on shelves and covered with glass doors as well. Issei smirked in response, as he spoke. "This would be more than enough funding for at least a year. This is a criminal's dream come true." Issei snapped his fingers as magic portals opened all across the bank vault as he spoke. "Time to clean up this vault." The money note stacks and gold bars were gone from the vault. It went in a completely different location. Issei soon leaped out of the vault and headed back to the lobby room as he could see that they are all still asleep. He soon headed to the truck waiting outside and spoke. "It's done." The truck driver gave a nod as Issei leaped inside the truck, and it soon sped off with many not being aware of what just happened. Issei removed his mask in the truck. Once they were at a nearby forest area, an aircraft within a tree symbol showed up, as it took the pickup truck. The driver removed her cap and changed into a hoodie. She was an elf who wore a medieval or fantasy-style outfit. The outfit includes a hooded cloak, leather armor with shoulder guards, and a black mask covering the lower half of the face. The person is also wearing a green top and a brown leather skirt with multiple belts and straps. The ensemble is completed with leather bracers on the arms. This was Liana Greenwood, a good friend of Issei and part of the Silverleaf Sentinels, an elven guild that is known for committing heists. "Guess we are done. You just make it so easy." Liana spoke with a smile, knowing that they just uncovered one of their biggest heists in a while. Issei then spoke. "Well, that's just how it is, so what do you plan on doing with the money? After all, I am giving you 0% of the share." Liana kept her hand on her mask and spoke. "I will probably go at a spa and get some manicure. Some of the spa parlors here are pretty good. I could probably get the girls some well-deserved massages." Liana spoke, thinking about the revitalizing time she and her guildmates will experience. She could only dream of the enjoyment that she is going to experience. "I see," Issei mused, as he and Liana unloaded the money into the aircraft using magic. As Issei responded, "Thanks for the help." "What are you talking about? It is the least we could have done for you, I see." Liana spoke with a smile, remembering on how much Issei helped them. He then spoke. "Well then, guess this is it then. I will catch up with you some other time." Issei was about to leave when Liana removed her mask and grabbed Issei's hand, much to his surprise, and at his cheek, which caught him off guard. As he spoke, "Huh? Consider this a thank you." Liana spoke with a slight blush. Issei noticed her rosy lips and she had a smile. Issei could only nod, as Liana waved a rope and it fell from the airship. She grabbed it and the aircraft flew off, but not before saying, "Always remember, Issei, you may have a shit life, but always remember that there are people that you can always rely on and cherish, including me. Until next time, Liana exclaimed as she climbed up the rope and entered into the aircraft. Issei could only watch her leave, with him speaking. Yet Issei trailed off in disbelief, as he looked at the truck. There was one thing he could do now. He entered into the truck and drove into the roads which were the scenic jungle roads in California. While he was traveling, Issei was reminiscing more on his past. I always did the right thing, and what did it get me? Issei continued with sadness, as he remembered more of his past. I tried to help others, I am met with scorns and hatred. I tried to protect and save others, my brother takes the credit. Issei continued, his sadness being replaced with anger, as Drake tried to call out to him. I saved the world and the world wants me dead. I try to uphold my family's legacy. I get disowned. Issei's anger is maximum, as Drake screams, "Partner!" Issei jolts and immediately hits the brakes on the truck, as Drake spoke. Thank Olympus I was able to reach out to you. You were losing focus on the road. Issei realized this and knew that an accident would have happened. This truck belonged to one of Peter's contacts, and he had to remove the license plate when the robbery happened so that he does not fall into trouble. Damaging it would cause problems for Peter, and he did not want anything to happen. Sorry, Drake, I was just remembering some of my past. Drake understood his past, and now the supernatural is going to suffer for its actions. However, he remembered what Liana had told him. Partner, remember what that elf said to you. Are you really going to let them down, like this? Issei realized this, and could only look down in shame and sadness, as he knew what would have happened to those that he cared for. He would be damned if anything happened to them. You are right, Drake. I really am sorry. I won't let my past get the better of me. I will use it as a source of motivation for what I am about to do. Issei looked in front of him, the road ahead signifying his long journey that would happen to him. He knew that he had a long road ahead of him, and he will complete it once and for all. Just keep your emotions in check, partner. Spend time with those that truly care for you and love you. I know you can do it, partner. You may have people that will be a roadblock to you, but I and many of those that cherish you will be by your side. Issei nodded in agreement. As he started to drive his truck ahead, he had to get to the portal he had set up in a secret location in the forest areas. Get ready, Supernatural. I am only getting started with you, Issei thought with a determined tone. He was definitely going to fight for humanity, no matter what happens. Unbeknownst to him, someone important from his past is going to need his help soon enough. Scene change. Ko Academy. Ko shocked. Valerie was seated in Ko Academy. She groaned in annoyance, knowing full well that she has to deal with idiots in the academy. Valerie was disguised as a third year, but that only got rid of the Grimary one Samus and Citri Devil and Queen. She was soon surrounded by Asia, Zenobia and Irina. She looked at them and asked, "What do you guys want?" We wanted to know, why are you not with Dai? Valerie was internally seething upon hearing this question, but she had to keep calm for Issei's sake since he has plans for all these girls. Like I said, he is nothing but a stepping stone. I want to get strong in my life, Argento. I got no time to waste for stupid love like you girls. After what Ingvile you did, you all have been slacking a lot and someone stronger will attack you. Valerie spoke with utter coldness. They are too reliant on Dai Haya for their survival when they should be training in order for them to survive. Zenobia then spoke. You needn't worry, we will train, but Dai can handle any threat that comes our way. He will protect us. Valerie grew annoyed by this, as she got up and spoke. If you really believe that, then there is nothing that I can do for you idiots. Valerie walked out of the room. As the girls felt annoyed by Valerie's attitude, it was a surprise that she returned after being out of touch for so long, but even after her return, she was still the same. She still did not want to be with Dai even when everyone was saying that it was the best thing that could happen to her. Valerie, wait! Valerie turned around to hear Irina call out to her, as she asked, What? Azazel-sensei has been trying to contact you. You should probably go and check on him. Valerie nodded. She knew that Azazel has been trying to talk or communicate with her, but she had cut off all communications with them for weeks. She knew she would have to run in with Azazel sooner or later. Might as well deal with him, right now. Valerie thought with annoyance, since later she may not be in a mood to deal with that crow who is supposed to be her father. She eventually reached Azazel's cabin, where she knocked and entered into the cabin. As Azazel sarcastically said, Valerie, you took your sweet time to contact me, huh? I have my own life to live, while you folks are celebrating your victory against Ingvile. I have been settling down with my family. So I am sorry if I couldn't attend your calls, Azazel. Valerie wanted to make certain things clear. She will make it clear that she is not going to get wed to Haya no matter what happens. She already has a mate in her life, and that is Issei Mercer. It's alright, I wanted to ask, will you consider? Valerie cuts him off and speaks. Nope. I refuse. Azazel only spoke with a frustrated tone. You didn't even listen to what I have to say. 'Cause I know what you are going to say, Azazel. And no, for the 0th time, I am not getting engaged to Haya, 'cause I don't like him. I prefer a stronger mate, not only in strength but also in heart. Does not qualify for either of the traits. Not to mention, he only wants to see me. I don't want a man that loves me for my body, Azazel. Azazel could only get frustrated. First, Baraqiel's death was well known amongst the factions and no sign of the perpetrator was identified. Valerie was also refusing to be engaged, adding on to his frustrations. But Valerie, I am only choosing what's best for you. You misunderstand completely. He is not only strong but he is also good at heart. You will thank me for my help. Azazel spoke while controlling his anger. As Valerie groaned in response, annoying him even further, she then spoke with a tone that left no argument. Let me make one thing clear. I am an adult. I can make my own decisions and my choice is to remain unmarried. I don't want to get engaged or even married to die. I refuse to abide by your choice and I will choose on who I get to marry. If you don't like it. Valerie spoke, as the divine dividing wings come out from her back. As she speaks, I will make sure you accept my choice, whether you like it or not. And I know on how to make you comply to my choices. I am the White Dragon Empress, remember that. Azazel could only back away. She really refused to get engaged at all costs. He could grit his teeth in anger and frustration, as Valerie spoke with a dark smirk. Oh, and let me tell you, I have learned many tricks on how to deal with fallen angels from Issei, who was happy to lend me a hand long before you killed him. Azazel was getting even more angrier. He knew that he couldn't attack Valerie due to her being not only the Lucifer descendant but also of her being the White Dragon Empress. Valerie was as stubborn as ever, as Azazel spoke with anger. Oh, he may be intelligent, but he is not that capable. Azazel's voice had some arrogance. As Valerie was seething, it was taking her everything to not strangle the cadre to death now. Not only has been forcing her to get wed to someone she despises with all her heart, but also he had the audacity to badmouth and underestimate Issei. But she promised Issei to try her level best to be patient with them, since Azazel was his and Rhine's prey to deal with. Speaking of Rhine, she was furious at the fact that Azazel has not given up flirting with her mother. She was excited on what Issei plans on doing with her. Your underestimating Issei's capabilities will be your downfall. He has been patient with you and your constant annoyance will be the reason for your death. Before I would be saddened at your demise, but now I would relish your demise. Valerie thought with annoyance and anger, as she spoke while rolling her eyes. Well, whatever helps you sleep, Azazel. Goodbye and don't contact me ever again if you want to speak about Dai. Valerie walked out of the office, as Azazel shouted, You will regret not being engaged to Dai. Don't come crying by the fact that you aren't married to anyone. Valerie ignored him and left the room. She soon had a smirk on her face and spoke, I am afraid I won't be the one crying, Azazel. Valerie headed back to the class. She knew that she had to keep a watch on certain girls, knowing that their downfall is coming soon. A few weeks have passed since the raid at the Grimary Medicinal Private Limited Company. Issei and the Silverleaf Sentinels have been coordinating more and more raids. News coverage barely got any information on the raiders. When they mostly got the stolen amount, which were usually in the range of $00-$00 billion per heist, and they targeted only certain companies and banks. Many didn't understand why they targeted those companies only. Issei and Liana along with her guild knew why they targeted those companies, since many of them were supernatural-based companies. They knew that heists like this are merely going to put a dent in their income. Issei only took the money needed for his company, which was still over the budget that they would desire for the company. However, Liana let him sometimes keep higher the share of the profits. Issei, at first, didn't want to fall under suspicion, but Liana convinced him to keep the money, since without him they wouldn't even would go for the heists. I think this should be enough for Blackwatch, right? Liana asked, to which Issei spoke, Yep, we managed to get enough funding that will secure us for years. Liana nodded in agreement. This amount of money would make anyone a billionaire. Now they had to store the money into a bank account that no one would ever know of. And I can live in peace along with my elves in the hidden dimension. Liana spoke with a smile, as she removed her mask that she usually wore and gently smiled. She knew that her people are in the decline due to the factions actively desiring their race for its high magical capabilities, turning many of them into their species like reincarnated devils or brave saints, for instance. Some unfortunate ones were even turned into vampires. Just stay safe, alright. Liana nodded, as she was about to leave before she like always ate Issei on the cheek. She looked towards Issei and spoke with a blushing smile. It's a shame that we can't actually make out properly due to the virus. But next time we meet, I promise you, I will move our relationship, that is a promise. Issei had a red tint, as he could only nod. Liana always got the better of him in any relationship. She was much bolder than he is. Soon a rope was landed right next to her, as she grabbed it, and shouted while she was being lifted off, When you perform a raid, do hit me up. Got it, I see. Issei exclaimed with a smile. You got it, Liana. Liana gave a smile before the aircraft along with Liana teleported out of there. Issei looked at the money he had received. It was $0 billion, while Liana had taken $0 billion for her and her crew. The total amount they raided was $0 billion. Now to place this in a bank account that no one will suspect. Issei snapped his fingers and the money in the truck was gone. He returned the truck back to Robert, and returned back. He smirked in happiness. Everything was going according to plan. Grimary Mansion, Underworld, 9 a.m. News of an unknown thief raiding select companies were being broadcasted throughout the media. As the news anchor spoke, certain companies have been raided in just a span of few weeks by well-coordinated attacks by several thieves that have stolen the net worth of trillions of dollars. Nobody knew who these criminals were, until just today when our anchor was able to interview the main thief. The scene in the television shifted to the news reporter who managed to get near the man before he could leave. As he spoke, I am right here, live with the man himself, sir. Could you please let us know who you are and why are you raiding these banks? The person was none other than Issei in his disguised form, as he leaped into the driver's seat and spoke. My name is Dr. Alexander J. Mercer, and why I did what I did will be revealed to humanity soon enough. Just stay patient. You will know a big secret that is hidden from all of you. Issei speaks using a voice modulator, as the anchor nods, but before he could ask another question. Issei is already driven off to an unknown location, as the anchor speaks, so as you can see and hear, he is Dr. Alexander J. Mercer, getting back to you, anchor. The television scene shifts to the anchor who spoke with a surprised tone. Dr. Alexander J. Mercer, wasn't he supposed to be a video game character from the prototype series? How can he come out from the video game and enter into real life? To answer all these questions, stay live on the television is switched off by Surzex, who was watching that. He growled, wondering on who this Alexander J. Mercer really is. His company had been raided by the man in front of him multiple times, to the point of causing losses in billions. Grafia. Grafia looked at Surzex as she asked, Surzex-sama? Contact Azazel and Shemhazai. We have gotten our target, and the one who can be a possible suspect for Baraqiel's death. Grafia nodded and did as she was asked. As soon enough the two fallen angels joined in. The duo then asked, with Azazel asking first, So what did you bring us here for? Surzex said nothing and showed them the news report. They all looked intently, as they were clenching their fists in anger. Shemhazai then spoke with anger in his tone. So this Mercer was the one who stole from our banks just a few days ago. Shemhazai's words were earned a nod from Surzex as he spoke. Yes, not only was he the one that is raiding from our banks. He is also the one that is a suspect in what happened to Baraqiel. Azazel and Shemhazai were surprised by this, as Azazel spoke with a tone of surprise. How can you be so sure? Surzex spoke in response seriously. Certain people that were present in the heists and raids had the same marks on the head as that fallen angel Jessica, who seemed to be mind-controlled against her allies. I believe you noticed those marks in your people, right? Azazel and Shemhazai remembered the marks, They weren't able to figure out at first, but now it made sense. This was due to not knowing on who exactly was the one that had raided from them, with witness accounts being different from person to person. None could see his face or hear his voice, for they could know anyone could be behind the mask. Now they have a suspect who not only stole from them, but also had been responsible for the events that had happened to Baraqiel weeks ago. The only problem, Azazel remembers the name Mercer from a game series, which didn't make any sense, and he was vocal about it. But how can a video game character come into the real life? My only guess is that someone is masking him and creating a false identity for himself. Our goal is to capture him before the authorities in the human world do so. Azazel suggested as Shemhazai responded, "Yes, you are right. We need to unmask his real self before someone else gets to him." Shemhazai's words were agreed by both Serzex and Grafia. Serzex then spoke, "I will inform the rest of the leaders. From what I hear, the Hindu pantheon plans to make the alliance official, right?" Azazel nodded and spoke with a serious tone, "Yes, you are right. He does plan to make it official." Azazel spoke as Serzex knew that more allies they have, the better. They were overconfident in dealing with Alexander J. Mercer, believing that he is just an ordinary human who can be dealt with at any time. Little do they know, this would be the first in a series of mistakes that they would create. Scene change. Haya clan residence, Tokyo, Japan, shocked. PM. The Haya clan residence, the place that was once called a home by Issei Haya, was a place of very few good memories, and many, many bad memories. There were several corpses, all belonging to mages and other weapon wielders of the Haya clan. Issei can be seen accessing databanks in a personal computer, as beside him was a man in his zeros. He was described to be a brown-haired man who had green eyes. He seemed to be wearing formal clothing that had described to be a black blazer with matching black pants and a white shirt. This was none other than Gora Hayadu, Issei's former father and the current leader of the Haya clan. He was, however, unconscious courtesy of Issei. "Sleep tight, father." Issei spoke mockingly. He looked at the unconscious figure of his former father. He could kill him right then and there, but where is the fun in that? He wanted the man to lose everything, and ruin everything for him. The reason was that Issei was the true leader of the Haya clan, something he was well aware of thanks to getting his hands on Juzo's diary, where it was stated that it was Issei that shall lead the clan. "I still remember grandfather, the only person I can truly call as my own family. He wanted me to lead the clan, but you took that away from me. Grandfather never wanted you to be the leader of the clan because of your selfishness, evil and arrogance, but worry not. Once I am done with you, you will want to kill yourself." Issei spoke with anger in his voice as he continued to search for the computer. He soon looked across several files that can be useful for his goals. All these files had the clan Ogaru and his family's past deeds, which involved unethical business practices, murder, smuggling of goods, to name a few. He smirked as he brought out a flash drive and copied all these files. He pulled out the flash drive soon enough. However, something else got his attention, and this was the fact that the clan had been secretly researching against spells and magic that would eventually harm God or God-class beings. Upon seeing these files, Issei smirked sadistically. He then spoke. "I never knew that you and the clan had the same idea as we do. Interesting." Issei took another flash drive and copied all the reports and data information that would be needed for his crusade against the supernatural. "You should be thankful, father. Once I am done with the supernatural and these gods, you and your clan will be next on my bucket list. After all, I want to save the best for the last." Issei closed the computer and pulled out the flash drive, and soon he left the room. After a few minutes, Gora woke up and rubbed his eyes as he spoke. "You have what happened?" Gora looked to see his personal computer on, and was surprised to see it on. He immediately checked around wondering on who the perpetrator was, but couldn't find anyone. He got up and decided to look around as he could see what had happened. No, Gora trailed off as he could see a mountain of corpses that belonged to his clansmen. He could only hold his head and almost rip them and scream out in anger at the person who did it. He will find the person and make them pay with their lives. They made the mistake that harmed the Haya clan, and there will always be a payment. Scene change. Beach house, California, USA. Shocked. PM. Issei walked into the beach house and looked to see someone beautiful, modern multi-story house with a warm and inviting exterior. The facade features large windows that allow for ample natural light and provide a glimpse into the elegantly decorated interior. The house has multiple balconies, offering outdoor spaces to enjoy the surroundings. A well-maintained garden with lush greenery and a pathway leads up to the entrance, which is illuminated by stylish outdoor lighting. A well-maintained garden with lush greenery and a pathway leads up to the entrance, which is illuminated by stylish outdoor lighting. Someone was waiting for him outside, as he walked towards him. This was Corvidar, the person that actually owned the beachside property. Issei was merely renting it from him. I wanted to remind you, your rent is due in 2 days. Issei knew that the person is human and is clueless about the supernatural surrounding him. Issei then speaks. I understand, I will have it. Speaking of which, is it possible to buy this property from you? Corvidar was stunned upon hearing this. He looked at Issei with wide eyes. He knew that the boy had just rented the house a few weeks back. Issei then spoke. I mean, you can purchase a rental property if you want, isn't that right? Corvidar was speechless. Issei was right. The terms and conditions did specify that Issei could purchase the house within the rent duration is over. Issei then spoke. In that case, when can we do the negotiations? Corvidar spoke in response. We can do it tomorrow in the afternoon. I can arrive with the agent for the transference. We can also settle the amount needed to purchase the house. I will be needing anything necessary like legal documents that will be needed. I understand, I will have it. Issei spoke with a smile as Corvidar leaves Issei. He then looks at his house and spoke. Guess I secured myself a place of living. Issei fortunately had the intelligence to gather the necessary documents to get the place. He had already been preparing for it whenever he had been either not setting up Blackwatch or committing raids. Issei entered inside the house and sat on the balcony of the first floor and looked at the scenery. The beach breeze flew on his face and he enjoyed the breeze, as he opened a can of Diet Coke and had some pizza that was ordered yesterday. Earlier he had preheated the pizza in his oven and placed it in a plate. Ah, this is life, Issei spoke to himself, as Drake responded. You do know that your current diet is unhealthy, right? Issei nodded, and responded. I know, but I hardly know cooking all that much. I always end up burning up the kitchen. The good thing was that I found a way to earn money with my inventions. I managed to freelance, and earn quite a bit of cash. And my clan at least used to leave behind food for me. While they had all the good stuff, Issei spoke with slight anger, remembering his past. As Drake responded, I guess. But take up some cooking lessons once you do end up buying the house. Or hire a cook and learn some skills. You may need it when you cannot have your pizza and Diet Coke. Issei took his advice. As Drake cuts off the connection, the breeze again blows on his face, as he enjoys every moment of the scenery. He knew that this was something he was going to enjoy every single day. He had his food as he remembered the deeds he did. He knew that the supernatural would turn their attention to Dr. Alexander J. Mercer. This would get their attention off him, since the interview was a part of his plan. He moved the sliding window with his plate and can. He threw the can into the dustbin. He placed the plate in the dishwasher where the plate was cleaned automatically. He soon started the AC and slept on the bed, tired from all the heists and planning he had done. He knew that tomorrow will be another day. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Surzex, wondering who Chibi Alexander is. The next day. Beach House, California, USA. Shocked. PM. Issei was watching the scenery in his newly purchased house. He had already discussed with Corvidar, and even agreed on purchasing the household items that was present here. He then spoke. This house does cost quite the fortune, wouldn't you agree? Issei spoke, looking at Drake as he had spoken. Yep, your house alone costed $1 million, and the appliances present costed another $0k, amounting a total of a whopping $1 million. That equates to million Japanese yen if you want to buy this house. Issei nodded in agreement, as he smirked, knowing he found a better and peaceful house that he had purchased. Now, he can do anything with his house, as long as it is in the agreement. True, the heists did help us gain quite the huge amount of funds. If anything, I am now a certified billionaire. Issei spoke mockingly, remembering the amount of cash he had stolen from the companies belonging to the supernatural. At least the money is going to go for a good cause. Yep, and this is just the beginning of what I have planned for them. For now, let's just enjoy the scenery of our new home. Issei nodded in agreement as he opened a can of Diet Coke to celebrate his purchase of the new home. Drake commented seeing this. How pitiful, I was expecting you to have a bottle of champagne for buying such a wonderful house. Issei retorted with an annoyed tone. Shut it, Drake. Issei looked embarrassed, as Drake could only laugh at his best friend's embarrassment as he spoke. Maybe I should invite the others to this house. Should we do a party since tomorrow is going to be the foundation of Blackwatch as an organization? That would be for the best. Now let's enjoy ourselves for the day unless you have plans to cause some chaos in the factions. Issei then spoke with a sadistic grin. I have some plans, but we will enjoy ourselves for a day or two before we start enacting our plans. Blackwatch will start its production of their own form of super soldiers meant to combat and fight against humanity. These soldiers will be having a modified strain of the Blacklight virus which will allow them to have strong resistance to magic attacks. That is my first project that I plan on doing. Second, I plan to make weapons that would harm supernatural beings only. Humans will be unaffected by these weapons. Issei had a few ideas, which Drake noted on. He got up and picked up an Apple MacBook Pro and placed the flash drive on the port. The Haya clan's research into weaponry and magical abilities that can harm gods is really surprising. Apparently, their goal was to fight against the Shinto pantheon if they ever become a problem or cause interference to their goals and objectives. It is amazing on how they managed to develop the magic circle in such a manner. Take a look, Drake. Drake mused in amazement too. The duo were surprised that the Haya clan had secretly researched into all these things while keeping a charade of a powerful human mage family. They had big dreams, dreams where they could overpower and defeat gods. Quite the amusing dreams these humans had. It's a shame that theirs is for their own selfish causes. I must admit they have found several artifacts and magical abilities, and detailed their capabilities into a proper manner. This even included killing of yokai beings like Yusaka, Magari or Nararihayan if they ever gets in their way. This included selective holy and yokai slaying magic that would immediately kill even the strongest of yokai. I must say this is quite amazing. This made our war against the supernatural easier than before. Drake commented in amazement, with Issei noting this to be true, as much as he hated his former clan. They made their job more easier to fight against the supernatural world. Speaking of which, from what I hear there was someone else in the clan that was treated as a pariah at the same time as you were, right? Drake spoke, remembering a female, as Issei thought for a moment, as he remembered who the person was. He then spoke. Yeah, I do. Even she left them since she did not want to deal with the clan's bullshit. Honestly, I wonder what she is doing right now. I can't blame her for cutting all ties with us. Issei remembered her, since her college was somewhere nearby in California. He should pay her a visit. True, let's hope your pathetic clan does not get to her before you do, else there would be even more problems. Issei nodded in agreement. He didn't want to make sure she is alright and safe, before he can do anything. Maybe she can join him, but he highly doubts since she prefers to live in peace like he does. You should spare some time for tomorrow, where you can catch up with her. Drake suggested as Issei nodded in agreement. He then spoke. I should probably take a walk around the beach. I should see what the beach has to offer. Issei closed the laptop and decided to head outside, where he suddenly looked down to see a magic circle of Greek origin. He recognized the magic circle as he was about to speak. Wait a minute, how did Issei was unable to complete before he was suddenly teleported to an unknown location? Scene change. Unknown warehouse, USA, 00 p.m. Issei fell from a ceiling where he used his draconic wings to land successfully. He looked around wondering where the summoner was, as suddenly a voice was heard. You are a hard man to track, Issei. Issei widened his eyes recognizing the voice as he turned around to see a familiar goddess standing behind him. He then spoke with a tone of surprise. Persephone? The goddess Persephone walked up to him and punched him in the gut, taking the wind out of him. He coughed up looking at Persephone, but before he could do anything, she embraced him tightly, catching him off guard. Ever since your death, things have become harder for us. At least inform us where you were, idiot. Issei didn't say anything. If Persephone was like that, he dreaded how the others like Athena and Artemis would be without him. They would lose any and all sort of will if that were to happen. He had to make plans of visiting them soon. As for Persephone, he could hear her sniffling, meaning that she missed him a lot. He then spoke with an apologetic tone. I am sorry, I didn't know you were worried about me too much, Persephone. In response, Persephone hugged him tighter, making him yelp in pain. She then spoke. How many times have I told you to not call me by my name? Issei recalled this and spoke. Sorry, Mom. Issei hugged her in response. He knew Persephone treated him like an actual son instead of a friend or an outsider. He treated her like his own mother, and trusted her and her family with his secrets, and work more than his own birth family. They stayed like this for a while, before they eventually split up. They soon took a seat as Issei spoke. Well, a lot has happened after, my death. You know, Persephone cuts him off and speaks with a smile. A mother knows everything I see. I know that to save your life you injected yourself with the blacklight virus, and you even consumed Baraqiel when he attacked you. Truth be told, I always was weary of you taking that virus, knowing how it could have truly ended your life and replaced you with a virus duplicate that has your memories and personality. Persephone kept her hand on Issei, as she continued, and I am not going to deny it, we feared the worst when your death had taken place. You being killed at any moment, and your current state. But I know that you are still Issei, the same Issei that saved me from purgatory. Persephone spoke with a smile, as she turned her gaze away and spoke with a slight mocking tone. I also know about Blackwatch and your heist that you did with that elven girl. Is she going to be my future daughter-in-law too? Issei became red in response, as he asked with embarrassment. Have you been spying on me? Persephone closed her eyes and looked up before speaking with a smile. A mother knows everything I see. Issei couldn't help but grumble in response. Persephone soon seemed sad and something as she spoke. Ever since your absence, a lot has happened. Issei looked at her and asked his adoptive mother, what happened, Mom? And now that you mentioned it, Hades is missing? Where is he? Persephone didn't respond, as tears started to fall from her face. Issei noticed this and became worried as he asked, Mom, what happened to Hades? He was kidnapped. Issei widened his eyes and exclaimed, What? How? Who did it? It was the Greek faction, they did this to him. Issei was shocked as Persephone explained to him everything that had happened 2 days ago. Flashback begins. What is the meaning of this, Zeus? Persephone shouted with anger, as several gods restrained the couple along with their daughters. The restraints were coated with god-slaying magic that would weaken their powers. The reason they had gotten to them was because they ambushed them when they were least expecting. Zeus walked forward and spoke with a smirk. Hades is a criminal, Persephone, and I never knew you were alive all this while. You couldn't even visit us. Persephone gritted her teeth in fury, as he looked at Ares and Hermes, who used some blades coated with god-slaying magic. You are going to tell me where that brat Issei is? I know the two of you know his current whereabouts. Persephone responded with outright anger in her tone. There was no way she was going to reveal Issei's location. Never, you are not getting anything from me. I don't even know his current whereabouts. Zeus gritted his teeth in response. Seeing his anger, Hades mocked him. You are only angry because your daughters chose him over dear old daddy. You were always power-hungry and wanting the best brother. Here is the thing. If you do find him and torment him, who knows, your daughters will actually disown you completely. Zeus was seething in rage, as he turned to his 2 sons. He then spoke. Do it! The boys walked towards Milanoe and Macaria and started striking them with the blades that had god-slaying magic, causing the 2 sisters to scream in pain. Persephone looked in horror as Hades shouted, No! Don't hurt them. Zeus only looked at his brother with a smile, and spoke. Then tell us where Issei is, or we can take Hades and force the information out from him. The choice is yours. Persephone really detested Zeus now, but she was worried on her daughter's states. However, what surprised her was Hades speaking. Fine, I will come. But remember, you have made a really big mistake today. Zeus could only roll his eyes and motion Hermes and Ares to take Hades away as they released Persephone and the others, with Persephone rushing to her daughters to check whether they are all right or not. She could see the scars and wounds that the blades left on her. As Zeus spoke, there will be a trial for his sins. It will be televised and broadcasted to everyone. I hope you see this and remember that all this happened due to you keeping Issei in secret. Persephone could only watch her husband being taken away by these bastards. She had to first help her daughters and them find Issei as soon as possible. Flashback ends. Persephone explained everything. As Issei was beyond livid, he wanted to make an example of Zeus right away and make his demise extremely painful. This was something he vows. As Persephone spoke, I know you are busy, but you should focus on your own goals. Issei only stayed silent and spoke after a while. Where are they keeping him? Persephone spoke in response as she added, I know you were wait what? You heard me, where are they keeping Dad? Persephone looked worried as she added, but Issei, if you reveal your identity, then everything you have built it will be over. Issei shook his head and responded, No, I won't reveal my identity, you can count on it. How many days do we have for the trial? Issei spoke with a serious and cold tone, as Persephone spoke, 6 days from today, even I don't know where they are keeping him. But I know his trial will be held in Olympus's courtroom, but from what I hear you have other plans, right? Issei nodded and spoke, I plan on visiting someone important, but I can postpone that. Persephone shook her head and spoke, No, don't, I have a gut feeling that this person means a lot to you. Persephone spoke with a sad smile as Issei could only look away. She then spoke to Issei, Look at me, I see. You will visit that person, then we will rescue Hades, you can count on it, any help you need, we will provide, but you will visit that person first, Issei, 'cause you may never meet that person again. Issei was surprised. He knew that he can meet that person at any time he wants, but he did not want to argue with Persephone as for now. Since she wants him to visit that person who is very important to him. Issei looked at her for a moment and spoke with a sigh, Fine, if that's what you want then I am alright with it. Persephone smiled in response and spoke, That's more than enough, and I think we should leave the warehouse, this place is kind of bland. Yep. Issei and Persephone both teleported out of there. As Issei thought, Mother has still the same smile like she usually does. Issei and Liana were present in the UC Berkeley University where the person that Issei was supposed to meet was present. Liana was present in her human disguise, which made her lose her elven ears and appear more human. She was now wearing a navy blue polo, and white pants coupled with a belt. She wore black muscle bands and armbands, along with traditional shoes. I am actually surprised that you wanted to come for this. Issei spoke with a surprised tone. It was a surprise that they actually crossed paths. She was here for a hair appointment, and she was about done with hers. Well, I got nothing much to do, and you do want to visit her, right? Liana spoke with a smile, as she twirled around and asked, So how does this hairdo look? I spent quite the amount to get it done. Liana spoke as she asked her crush for the how she looked, to which Issei spoke with a smile. You look amazing, although I prefer your curly hairstyle look. Liana had a slight red tint. He preferred her original style, while she expected him to like the current look that she had. She never expected this to be true. Deciding to change the topic, she grunted and spoke. We should probably get going, we are not going to have all day. Liana lost her blush as the duo headed to the academy. Registering as guests, they entered in the college where they will be visiting her. Issei and Liana looked at a woman and Issei called her out, Marine. The woman identified as Mari was described to be a brown-haired woman with brown eyes. She wore a purple sweater and a green necklace with a star. She had a white skirt. This was Mari, or formerly Mari Haya. Mari turned around and saw someone she would be surprised to see. There was only one person who still called her that. Mari turned around and saw someone she would be surprised to see. There was only one person who still called her that. She recognized Issei, except she noticed he was much paler and had gray eyes. Regardless, she was happy to see him, as she looked at him waving. She then exclaimed, Issei. Mari was happy to see him, but she noticed a blonde woman next to him. She sensed for her magic presence, and was surprised to see an elf beside him. She wondered what is an elf doing with her brother, and what is his relation with her. The duo ran towards Mari. As Issei embraced his older sister, the only person he could call family in the Haya clan. Mari returned the embrace of her younger brother. She did not consider Dai or Ray her siblings, since her family had mistreated her as well. In this reality, Mari, like Issei, wasn't blessed with high magic reserves from birth, or was skilled in any weapon, or had a sacred gear that they could find, and as a result was also treated similar to how her brother was treated. The truth, Mari was a late bloomer, and unlike Issei, she had gained access to her reserves earlier than Issei did. But if there is one difference between the two siblings is that Mari is known to be bitter in nature, almost spiteful towards those that mistreat her. Issei didn't become bitter until Dai ruined his life and the others started to abuse him, implying that Issei had a higher tolerance level as opposed to Mari. When the time came, she secretly cut all ties with her family except Issei and decided to live a normal life far away from her so-called clan that she belonged to. They didn't talk for at least a few years until today. So brother, what brings you here? And who is this girl with you? Mari looked at Liana with doubt in her eyes, as Issei spoke. I wanted to have a chat with you, and this is Liana. She is actually an elf in the guise of a human. Liana spoke with a bow with a tone of slight respect. It is nice to meet you, big sister Mari. You must be the person that Issei wanted to meet. Mari returned with a smile. The girl seemed respectful, with Issei being surprised as well. Liana always seemed to be flirtatious and sometimes even slightly disrespectful to anyone that isn't her guild, her elven friends or Issei. But here, she showed a completely different side of hers, as Issei wondered what other surprises is going to happen today. While Issei was in his thoughts, Mari had spoken. How about the two of you come in my dorm? I am sharing it with a friend known as Claire Phoenix. The name caught Issei by surprise, awfully familiar to Issei. He knew on who exactly the person was. He looked at Liana and the duo had to be careful. He wondered whether she would support the factions or his sister. Worry not, Issei. I have faith in her. She may be a devil, but she is nothing like her family. Issei could only look at her and nod. Scene change. The trio were inside Mari's dorm. Mari then spoke. So what happened? Mari spoke, as she looked at Issei's current appearance, which was a stark contrast to the appearance she was expecting him to have. She then spoke. And why do you look so sickly? So pale, and what happened to your eye color? Issei took a deep breath and explained to her everything that had happened. Mari was horrified by the viruses he had designed, especially red light and black light, and was even more surprised when Issei survived the black light infection, making himself even stronger than he was before. I should have expected Dai to become petty and commit such heinous actions. He is truly the scum of this earth. Mari spoke with absolute disgust for her second younger brother. She had nothing but disdain for him, since even she was a victim of his rude and callous behavior. This costed Issei his own self-of-sense, turning him into a hybrid, the first of his species, an infected prototype, or an evolved dragon god. And it seems my so-called family has not changed even after all these years. I am glad to have distanced myself from them. Do they even mention me? Issei shakes his head and speaks. None, to them you are dead. And Dai has been going after women that belong to other men. Mari could only sigh with sadness. She was annoyed by how far her so-called brother was going to fall. She shook her head and spoke. I am surprised those morons haven't seen what kind of a person Dai is. Truth be told, I was expecting Yasaka to sense deception since she is a Yukai, but I guess the good thing Dai did is show the faction's true face. Makes me wonder if the other gods' false appearance are shown in the stories, and if they are just like Zeus and Odin. Issei shook his head and spoke, understanding what Mari means. That is why Blackwatch is formed. It is made to protect humanity from the supernatural that is going after the human race, ending their tyranny against them. Issei spoke with total seriousness. Mari could sense Issei's anger and hatred for the supernatural that is toying with humans and their beliefs. They were right about one thing. The supernatural must no longer toy with the human race. Liana felt awkward being the only one that has been silent ever since Issei and Mari started their conversation. She felt out of place being here, since she was unable to speak much. I see anyways, Liana, right? Liana was caught off guard, as she looked at Mari. Yes? Liana asked Mari, to which she turns to Issei and speaks. I see, would you please leave us be? I wish to have a chat with this girl. Issei looked at Mari for a moment, and shrugged as he spoke. Sure, why not? Issei walked outside the room, leaving Liana and Mari alone. The elven girl was awkward by this. She was alone with her potential sister-in-law. She started to shift nervously as Mari spoke with a serious tone. So shall we begin? Liana? Liana only looked at her and nodded. I want to know, what is your relationship with my brother? Why are you with my brother, and what are your intentions with him? Liana took a deep breath and spoke what her feelings for Issei are. when I first met Issei. He had accidentally traversed into the sacred realm of the elven race. We had to keep ourselves hidden such that the factions would never find out about our existence, since many wanted to hunt us down for our magical capabilities. We had captured anyone that does trespass into our territory, and immediately released them once we wiped their memory of ever visiting our realm. The reason we did this was out of fear that someone may capture our kind, and with our already dwindling numbers, we are afraid that our kind may go extinct. We also memory wipe humans as well. Mari noted this. She can understand why Liana used to wipe out anyone that has accidentally or intentionally arrived into her realm. However, that didn't explain on why she was with her brother. That doesn't explain me. Why Issei is with you? Since if what you said was true, he should have arrived alone. Liana shook her head and spoke. I was actually getting to that, big sister Mari. You see, when Issei first arrived, he was able to fight against all of us without any problem. However, his style was done in such a manner, he left all of us unharmed in any manner. He only visited us out of curiosity, and he promised to keep our existence a secret. We didn't trust him at first, but he soon showed his faith by keeping our existence a secret. Only you and another person know of our secret, and even then our sacred realm is still hidden to us but Issei. Eventually, we started to get along, and in the first time in our lives, a dragon or former human was the one that would restore our faith in humans. We even went outside the human world, aside from scavenging resources and money for our survival. Mari took her account into existence. She knew the person her younger brother Issei is. He knew how to attract people towards him, in a good manner that is. Although, what caught her attention was money for our survival part. Liana noticed this and spoke. Yes, we had to survive by stealing from others just to make ends meet. We couldn't even take jobs or make money in the human world due to the supernatural trying to take our people away for their own benefits and goals. So stealing or robbery was our only job, and with our skills we were able to steal enough for survival, even forming guilds like the Silverleaf Sentinels. Normally Mari would be weary of her. She heard from many supernatural sources that the Silverleaf Sentinels were able to steal millions of cash beforehand. But seeing how much she means to her brother, and understanding her intentions and motivations, she was not much weary of her. I am a skilled huntress, meaning I am skilled in CQC and weapon usage as well. Although I can use magic, I prefer not using them since that would expose myself to my enemies. Allowing them to use enchanted metal can harm me in any manner. That is why I can fight even without using magic, Liana explained herself, as she revealed her 2 shooters on her hands, as she speaks. I am armed even now, just so that no supernatural would get a jump on me. These have standard bullets you would see in a revolver. Not to mention, if I get caught there would be no one to lead the Silverleaf Sentinels, since I am technically their guild leader. Mari listened to everything intently. She realized that deep down Liana is a good person, and is someone that can not only look after her brother but also look after herself. She is a survivor, always prepared for what comes next. I see. Mari got up and spoke with a smile. I wish you good luck. Liana was surprised as she spoke. What do you mean? I mean, you want to go after my brother's affection, right? I give you my full approval. Go and get his feelings. Liana was in a daze, as her cheeks started to flush up. She knew what this meant, and she spoke with a determined tone. Yes, I will, big sister Mari. Scene change. Issei was coming from the school canteen. He had purchased a Diet Coke for himself, and some snacks for both Mari and Liana. However, just as he reached the dorm, he saw someone that surprised him even more. She is a beautiful blonde-haired young woman with her hair tied in long twintails and blue eyes, as well as a voluptuous figure. She is seen dressed in the female school uniform. This was Claire Phoenix, or her true name Claire Phoenix. The two stared at each other for a minute, as Claire started to run away in top speed away from him. The two stared at each other for a minute, as Claire started to run away in top speed away from him. Issei was surprised as he shouted, "Hey, wait up!" Claire kept on running. Normally she would have teleported back to her place out of fear, but she couldn't reveal the supernatural to the human world. She was however afraid of Issei from what Mari had told her about him and what the supernatural is planning to do once they find out about him. Naturally she was afraid since Issei would deal with anyone that knows about him. She could hear Issei shouting, "Hey! Stop running!" Scene change. Mari and Liana were talking about the latest situation, as she also came to know about what was happening around in the supernatural. She was really starting to hate them and was planning to warn Claire if the factions do force her to get wed to die Hayadu. She needed to at least protect her. However, a shout garnered their attention, as Liana spoke with a surprised tone. Was that Issei? Mari widened her eyes and spoke, "We need to get to them fast." But Liana was about to stop Mari from going after Issei. However, she spoke, "I will be fine, don't forget I am a fighter too." Mari revealed something that made Liana surprised and stunned. The elf nods in response as the duo head out to see why Issei had shouted. Scene change. Issei was using his enhanced speed to catch up to her, using increased footing and leaps to reach to where she was. He had run in with several college students who were stunned by how fast they are. It almost felt like two breezes struck them. Claire slid down a nearby college poster that was being lifted some feet above it. Issei used his enhanced speed and leaped over the poster, causing it to almost tear off. The students holding the poster were annoyed as one of them shouted, "Hey, watch it! You would have torn off the poster, asshole!" Issei turned his gaze and shouted his apologies. "Sorry." Issei looked forward to see Claire still running, as he shouted, "Why the hell are you running?" Issei wondered on why is she running away from him. He made sure to keep himself hidden, but he didn't harm anyone openly, at least not yet. He looked at Claire, who did not respond. He soon realized that Mari must have told her about him, but even then that doesn't warrant the excuse of her being this afraid, since he expected her to hurl insults. For her to be afraid is not something he expected, unless... Shit! Issei sped up even more, as he asked Drake mentally, "Drake, speed my legs up. I need to stop her from informing the factions. Otherwise everything will end right away." Drake nodded in agreement, as the boosted gear announced, "Boost! Boost! Boost! Transfer!" Issei boosted thrice and transferred the speed to his legs, which increased his speed substantially. Claire could see this and had to act quickly. She then thought, "I need to get away from him quickly. He is here to take revenge against me for what my family did to him. I need to find a way back home." Claire took a turn, not realizing this would be a dead end. She kept on running away from him out of fear, as she could sense him catching up to him. She eventually reached the dead end, as she muttered with horror, "Oh no." Issei eventually corners her, terrifying the pure-blooded devil. She turned around with terror in her eyes, as she was shivering. Issei then asked with a serious and cold tone, "Tell me, were you going to contact the factions about my presence or not? I could have killed you right then and there. But you mean something to my sister, that is why I am sparing your life, Phoenix, but if you don't tell me the truth..." Issei activated the boosted gear. As he spoke, "I will deal with you swiftly and justly, you will regret ever existing." Claire fell to her knees upon hearing this. She crawled back in fear and regret, remembering on how the Phoenix family had mistreated him, even if she was not the one. "Please spare me. I promise you, I won't tell anyone anything. Your secret will be safe with me. Please just don't hurt me for what my family did to you." "I am sorry! I am sorry!" Claire exclaimed with fear and was crying endlessly. Issei was surprised by how she had acted. This was not something he had expected to happen. He lost a bit of his anger, but was still on guard. He needed to be careful on what is going to happen next. Soon enough, Mari and Liana come to the location. Seeing Claire's state, she demanded an explanation from her brother, Issei. "What the hell happened? She ran away from me and I only cornered her and asked her intentions. I was expecting her to contact her family and inform them about my location and try to reveal her intentions. But she started begging for her life and apologized for what her family had done to me." Mari could only sigh upon this. She had a feeling that this was one of the outcomes that would have happened. Walking towards Claire, she helped her up, who hid behind Mari. As she spoke, "Mari, please don't." Claire was cut off by Mari, who spoke, "Nothing is going to happen." Mari turned to Claire with a glare and spoke, "We will discuss this in my dorm, not here." Claire nodded as Mari looked at her best friend with sadness. She knew how much her family's actions towards her little brother had affected their bond, with Claire blaming herself for what their family did to Issei, and she always feared that Issei may come and meet Mari, thus having an encounter with her. He would come after her, for revenge. Scene change. The group was in Mari and Claire's dorm. Mari was calming Claire down. As she spoke, "It's all right, Issei won't harm you in any manner. Mari glanced towards Issei and spoke with a sweet smile, right? Issei gulped and became nervous. He soon turned away and spoke, why yes. Good. Mari spoke with a deep breath and spoke, now Claire, you know what had happened to Issei, right? I would advise you right here and now, there is nothing that is going to save your family from Issei. They are unrepentant and unregretful of what they did to Issei. Claire looked at Mari and nodded with sadness, as she looked at Issei and spoke, Sekirudai-sama. Just call me Issei, I am not someone for titles. Claire nodded in response again, as she spoke. Issei, please can you let me know on what exactly my family did to you? I want to really know since I have a feeling that I might get a biased view of what happened. Issei looked at Mari who nodded. She had faith in Claire, and believed that Issei should also believe in her. Issei then spoke. Are you sure? Let's just say it is not pretty, especially on what Riser and Revel did to me. Claire shook her head and responded. No, I want to know now. I want to know on what those two did to you. Issei looked at her and nodded. His hands changed into small tendrils, as Claire was surprised before she spoke. What is this? Tendrils, this will connect mine to your memory. Claire noticed the tendrils and remembered about Alexander J. Mercer since his crimes were made public in the supernatural world and the fact that he is going to connect to her brain, which seemingly allowed him to mind control others, which made her even more fearful. Seeing this, Issei spoke. Yes, I am what you think I am, Dr. Alexander J. Mercer, the same person that has been raiding the supernatural companies, and killed Baraqiel and his angels. Issei spoke with total seriousness as his gray eyes changed to red, as it glowed in the room. This Claire, as she looked towards Mari for answers, who nodded and spoke. Yes, I knew, but only today, just a few minutes before. Claire nodded in response, as she looked towards Issei in fear. He then spoke. I can sense your fear. Issei closed the gap on Claire, who closed her eyes in fear. But only a hand was placed on her which caught her off guard as he spoke. I promised my sister to not harm you. You mean a lot to her, and that is why you will be alive and well. You can be assured on that. Claire looked towards Mari, who nodded in response, as she spoke with a worried smile. Fine, I trust you. Claire closed her eyes and Issei placed the tendrils that started to move towards her. He then spoke. Here goes. Right. Issei inserted his memories of what exactly the Phoenix family did to him, as Claire started to have tears forming in her eyes. She knew it was bad, but didn't expect it was this worse. She now understood on why Issei hated the family so badly. Once this was done, Issei removed the tendrils as her Phoenix regeneration healed her up completely. I can't believe they would do this. You didn't bother or harm anyone and they did all this to you. Issei sighed in response, and spoke. Yeah, all of them were manipulated by Dai's lies. I wanted a quiet and peaceful life, but I never got it. I still protected them and saved the world from the beast. Eventually I was captured, tortured, and was almost killed, but I tricked them and fooled them for now, that is. Claire could only sniffle and nod in response. She realized just how bad things are for them. Mari then spoke. So you see, Claire, just how badly your family is responsible for this? Once Dai's truth is exposed, they are going to annoy and beg Issei even more for their support, not letting him live in peace. That is not even mentioning on how many supernatural beings have gotten away with tormenting human beings for their own selfish desires. I am glad you weren't one of them, otherwise you would have met the same fate as your siblings. Claire looked at her with tears in her eyes, as Mari could only give a sad smile. She was the only Phoenix that didn't hold any animosity between them. Mari embraced Claire, as the girl cried on her best friend's chest. Issei and Liana didn't say anything and watched the scene. Issei never met Claire before for an unknown reason, and only had heard of her from Mari about her today. Her name sounded awfully familiar, and that's it. Only later did he sense she was a devil. But unlike many that would have reported him, she only wanted to run away out of fear of what he will do to her. After a few moments, Claire was about to speak, but suddenly the dimensions were getting altered. Issei was surprised at this, and returned his hands back to normal. What the? What's going on? Mari exclaimed as Claire herself was surprised. Liana looked at Issei and spoke. Issei? Issei nodded and spoke. Guess some nearby devil sensed my boosted gear and have isolated us from the school. Issei looked around to see scores of devils waiting for them outside. Liana then spoke. So what should we do? I am ready for a fight. Issei nodded in response, as he looked at Claire and spoke. What you do here is your choice. You can either stay here or fight for what is right. Our enemy is the supernatural, which is your species. Choose well. Claire Phoenix. Issei looked at Mari, who nodded. She removed a powerful scythe from a magic circle. Wait, that is? Mari twirled her scythe as it released dark magic and gave an aura of death. She then spoke. My sacred gear, the death scythe. It allows me to siphon the life energy of my enemies, and use it to increase my own. Issei was himself surprised. He had never seen or heard of a sacred gear like that. Mari looked at their dazed expression, minus Claire, who knew about her sacred gear. Mari then explained. I will explain. Are you familiar with Malthal? Issei became wide-eyed as he spoke. The angel of death, that is known to drain the very life energy of his enemies. Who can simply drive individuals to death. Mari nodded and spoke. Yes, the scythe contains his power. It allows me to drain their life energy, and can even pull out souls and contain them inside this gear. The gear's unique trait is that it can destroy any soul that is pulled inside of the gear. An instant death sentence if I do pull the souls of my enemies, which I did to a certain fallen angel. Mari spoke while turning her gaze away. Issei wondered who this fallen angel was, but before he could ask, Claire changed the topic, garnering his attention. I remember Malthal dying in the Great War that happened centuries ago. I theorize that it must have been one of the newer Longinus that was formed in the wake of the Trihexa sealing. Issei nodded in understanding, remembering that many Longinus were formed after the event of Trihexa, with some older gears evolving into Longinus due to the event. Guys, the trio looked at Liana, who spoke. We should probably save the sacred gear discussion for later and handle the devils waiting for us outside. The trio looked at her and nodded, as they immediately decided to head out. Scene change. Outside the school, you see Berkeley University, 00 p.m. Issei, Liana, Mari and Claire all looked at the swarms of devils that are flying over them. The devil commander then announced, You must be the security, right? Guess you got your sacred gear back. Haya to Issei. Even then you cannot take on the force of a 00 devils. The devil commander announced with arrogance in his voice, as Issei couldn't help but shake his head. These idiots don't even know what they are fighting against. Issei then spoke. You fools are even more stupider than I expected. You really think that I cannot take on this measly force of 00 devils? How strong are most of you? Low class, mid class? I doubt that I can sense you yourself are at ultimate class, since your power is beyond pathetic. You are only being brave amidst your army of dummies, who you will probably use to ambush me. Issei spoke with total mockery as the devils were gritting their teeth in anger. The commander was the angriest. Some of the devils were wanting to put him in his place, as the commander shouted, Get him! Make sure it is painful! The devils were ready to fire their magic blasts towards him as Issei only threw a device and spoke, Activate! The device generated an electrical barrier field surrounding the battlefield. He smirked, knowing the first plan worked, as he saw several magic circles almost akin to a light show in the sky. The commander then shouted, Fire! The commander fired the circles, as Issei only stood there. The commander and the devils were overconfident by the fact that they would win against Issei, unaware that he raised his hand. They even failed to notice Claire Phoenix in the crowd. A plethora of explosions had taken place, causing a massive dust storm where the four were present. However, when the dust settled, a barrier was present where Issei was, as the barrier was let down, revealing Issei and the others unharmed. Claire was angry that they attacked him, but Mari stopped her. She assured her that her brother has got it. Is that all? Pathetic. Issei spoke mockingly as the devil commander shouted, How is this possible? How can you survive all of that? Are you an idiot? Did you not see me raise my hand? Or is your arrogance getting to your brain? The devils were getting really annoyed by this, with them wanting to torment him as much as possible. However, Issei only looked at them apathetically, with him speaking, You played your turn, now it is mine. Suddenly from Issei's back 0 fallen angel wings sprouted as he used them to fly in the air. Lightning started to crackle from his hands, which made the devils cringe. Mari and Claire were surprised by this, as Liana spoke, Yep, That's what a prototype or evolved is capable of. That means the powers he is using once belonged to the seraph Baraqiel? Mari asked, to which Liana responded, yes, once he absorbs an entity or consumes them, he can not only take in the physical characteristics and memories of a person, but he can also copy and use their magical abilities to its full potential. Liana explains to them, as Claire spoke, no wonder I feel cringe when the holy lightning is being used. It is almost like the actual thing. Liana nodded in response and spoke, 'Cause it is the actual holy lightning, the ability used by the former seraph, and you will be seeing its full power right now. Liana explained to Claire, who nodded. She wondered on if Issei can absorb abilities exclusive to a house like Phoenix or Grimary. The devils were on the edge, as the commander realized on who exactly Issei was and exclaimed, everyone retreat. The commander and the others used magic circles to escape, but suddenly they were jolted with immense voltage, as they screamed in pain. They looked in horror as Issei spoke. While you morons were thinking on how you wished to torture and torment me, I activated a small device which prevents teleportation for anyone below ultimate class beings. It still needs some work on, but since you were so nice to come and meet me and attack my friends, I should also return the favor, now shall I? Issei started to unleash a barrage of holy lightning spears, and spoke. My real name is Dr. Issei Mercer, the name Alexander J. Mercer is just a disguise, and you ed with the wrong prototype, Issei declared as he commanded the lightning spears to massacre the army of 00 devils that the commander had brought with him. The devils could only watch with terror and fear as they scrambled to escape, with many of them screaming in fear. No, please have mercy. We will never mess with you or your family again. Please forgive us. Issei could only watch with a satisfied grin at seeing the massacre, watching the devils get electrocuted with holy lightning, which was their biggest weakness. They screamed in pain and cried for mercy, but Issei was not going to lend them any mercy. He enjoyed seeing the arrogant devils suffer for looking down on humans. Seeing this, the commander backed away with fear. He started to flee using his devil wings. But before he could, a bola appeared which tied up his wings, causing him to plummet to the ground. He fell with a thud, as Issei turned around and saw the attacker to be Liana, who had released her elven ears, showing the others her heritage without any fear. Now I wouldn't let you have all the fun, would I? Liana spoke with a smirk, as the devil tried to crawl. She then brought out her hand forward and fired 2 bullets which was dipped into holy water and fired at the devil's legs, causing him to scream in pain. Ahab! The wound sizzled as the devil commander cried in pain. Issei landed down and responded, guess that's it. Liana and the others soon walked beside him, as Issei spoke with a tone of surprise. When did you load holy bullets in your wrist guns, or shooters like you call it? Liana reloaded another bullet and responded with a smile. I told you, I am always prepared and ready for a fight. I had prepared myself while you were speaking about sacred gears. Issei and the girls nodded, as Mari spoke with a cheerful tone. I like her. Issei smiled in response, knowing he could trust the elf, as he soon turned to the crying commander, as he spoke. So guess your time is up, huh? The devil commander could only look at him in fear. Mari soon walked forward and spoke. Issei, may I be the one to kill this sir? You sure? Mari nodded, as she brought out her scythe ready to kill him, but before speaking, before I kill you, let me tell you on who you idiots would have killed if you harmed Issei in any manner. Does the person next to me look familiar? The devil commander looked at Claire, whom Mari had pointed to, and had a look of fear, as Claire had finally spoken. You have some nerve of attacking my best friend. Issei is right about the devils now, and let me tell you, you will all fall once this is all over. I am done supporting you all. Claire turned her back on the devil commander, as she spoke. Mari, do me a favor and kill him. With pleasure. Mari raised her scythe and pulled out his soul with one slash as his soul was being shown. The scythe soon absorbs the screaming soul, which enters into the lower end of the Longinus. Good riddance! Mari spoke with disgust, as the devil's eyes had no pupils, and all that remained was his body. Claire soon unleashed phoenix flames and burned the corpse to ash. Let's head back, we are done here. Mari spoke, as they all left the place with the bounding field returning back to normal. They soon headed inside the dorm to rest for a while. Scene change. Time skip brought by Chibi Issei managing to find a way to create infinite Diet Coke. UC Berkeley University, midnight. Issei and Mari embraced each other, as they soon split up with Mari speaking, "Take care of yourself, and don't charge in reckless into your plans for the supernatural." Issei nodded and spoke, "You too, Mari, and take care of yourself, Claire. You know your family will come for you soon, right? Once the chaos really begins." Claire nodded in response, and spoke, "Yeah, I am aware. I do expect my mother to show up and clean the mess with her clan. I can wait to tell them that I am no longer going to solve their problems." Claire spoke with absolute anger and disdain for her family, no longer intending to work for them. Issei soon spoke in response, "I should probably take my leave. It is kind of getting late, and you have college tomorrow." Mari nodded in understanding, as both Liana and Issei waved goodbye to Claire and Mari, who did the same. The duo soon left as Mari and Claire watched them leave for their home. Mari then spoke, "It was nice meeting Issei, after so long." Claire looked at her best friend and responded, "You haven't talked to him for years, right?" Mari nodded and responded, "The clan's bullshit was something I didn't want to deal with. I didn't want them to know about my current location. They would certainly annoy me to no end with their rants and questions." Claire shrugged in response and spoke, "Yeah, I couldn't agree anymore. You did mention how much of a pain the hiatus were to both you and Issei." Mari nodded, remembering her past. She was waiting for the day when everything would crumble in their faces, especially wanting Dai and Ray to suffer for their actions. "Let's head inside. I have a feeling that we may meet again." Claire nodded as the duo headed to sleep so that they can wake up for their classes, which is tomorrow. Scene change. Issei's house, California Beaches, US 00 p.m. Issei said his goodbyes to Liana, who returned back to her dimension. He decided to contact Valerie since he wanted to know on why he was not informed about the current state of the factions. Valerie, who had a look of complete lack of emotion, as he asked, "Valerie, didn't I ask you to keep an eye on the factions? Why didn't you reveal Hades' getting kidnapped?" "I didn't know." Valerie spoke with regret for her action. Issei could only groan in frustration as he spoke. "Well, what's done is done. If you want to do something worthwhile, tell me about the defenses that I will encounter. If you do well, then I will give you the liquid that you desire." Valerie's eyes widened in surprise as she nodded and spoke, "I will try my best." Valerie was teleported away to her territory as Issei looked at the skies. He vowed to make Zeus pay for what he had done to his adoptive father, and what his sons had done to his adoptive sisters. "You will weep soon, Zeus, and I am going to enjoy listening to your cries." Issei's eyes glow a dark red, as he would show on what happens when you mess with his friends and family. Greek dungeon, Olympus, shocked. PM. Hades was seated chained in the dungeon, which was to prevent his escape. He was described to be a tall and handsome man with a specially designed eye patch on his right eye and long, stylish silver hair that spikes up at various spots on his head. He's shown with a leaf-like pattern tattooed across his forehead, a spiked choker necklace lined, and a bead-like earring on his left ear with many smaller piercings. His attire is shown to be quite formal and extravagant, with a collar that spans all the way to his upper chest, and badges decorated on the left and right side of his coat. Finally, he wears long white jeans and a pair of shoes filled with square patterns. This was Hades, Persephone's husband, father of Melano and Macaria, adoptive father of Issei. This was Hades, Persephone's husband, father of Melano and Macaria, adoptive father of Issei. Hades could only clench his fists in anger. It has been almost a week since he has been kept here. He didn't blame Issei, and he cursed Zeus for capturing him and even harming his daughters. Otherwise he would have not let Zeus get away with this. That damned bastard. Hades had no idea where Issei was, and believed Zeus only wanted to get back at him for his past actions. He was worried on what is going to happen to his wife and daughters. He could only hope that his adoptive son is fine. He believed that Issei had ways to avoid death in many ways, but he was worried that these bastards will get to him. Worse, many of his allies will fall in trouble, especially those that had a vendetta against the supernatural in the human world. Suddenly 2 footsteps were heard as Hades looked up, fury being present in his eyes and gaze, as the doors to his prison opened up and 2 minor gods of the Greek pantheon came inside. "What do you want?" Hades asked, his tone dripping with disdain. The 2 minor gods were unaffected by his hatred and spoke. "It's time for your trial, Hades." One of them spoke, as the other added, I hope you come quietly this time. Hades didn't say anything and got up. If it wasn't for these seals, he would have easily destroyed Olympus and made an example of his so-called brothers. The two men escorted Hades to the trial room as the god of death wondered on what is going to happen to him. He could only see nothing but the endless halls of his trial room. Eventually he reached the courtroom where he would be judged for his sins and actions. Hades was seen in the courtroom, all chained. The jury consisted of Greek scholars and judges over the ages. They were presided over by King Minos, who spoke with an apologetic tone. Lord Hades, I am sorry for what Lord Zeus did to you, but it is my duty. Hades shook his head and spoke. No, Minos, it's not your fault. Your duty is to judge the souls, and I guess this includes even gods like me as well. Minos didn't want to do this to someone he deemed as his god, but he had no choice. Additionally, he was the only being that treated Hades with the respect he deserves. Taking a deep breath, Minos had spoken. Let's begin the case of Hades, the god of the underworld and death. I would ask you all to settle down for the case. The jury and other guests settled down. Hades had a feeling that the trial was rigged. It wouldn't surprise him that his so-called little brother would do such a thing. He then spoke. Lord Hades, for your actions against the Greek pantheon, you have been charged with treason. You were found working with the Cow's Brigade. The attempt on Haya's life. Working with that traitor Issei Haya and assisting him in his actions against the factions. Hades didn't deny any of it. This was all the truth. He did all of that, and while he did regret working with the Cow's Brigade, the others, he didn't have any regrets. Do you deny or accept any charges against you? Minos asked. His tone, although serious, it had pain in it. He didn't want to do it to Hades, but he had no choice. It was a job he had to fulfill. None, I have nothing to deny. I accept my actions and deeds that I have committed against the factions. And even if I did deny, I am pretty sure there is tons of proof stacked against me, right? Hades asked, to which the jury started to speak amongst themselves on how they should punish the god. Minos only gave a nod to the god of death, as one of the jury members spoke in Minos's ear as he soon slammed the gavel on the board and spoke. Lord Hades, for the crimes committed against you, your charges will be. Minos was unable to complete when the doors suddenly exploded, as he looked at the attacker. The attacker was none other than Issei, in his disguise, as Minos spoke with a demanding tone. Who are you? And what are you doing disrupting the court's proceedings? Issei knew Minos and understood that the man was roped into all of this. He soon spoke with his voice modulated and with a mocking tone. Where are my manners? My name is Dr. Alexander J. Mercer, Your Honor. The gods in the room soon got their weapons ready. Hades wondered on who this man was, sensing a familiar connection to him. He soon gave a glance and destroyed the restraints on the man. What are you doing? Hades asked with a surprised tone, as Issei spoke in the same tone. Getting you out of here. Cover your nose. Hades wondered what was going to happen, however he did as he was told. Issei soon turned to the attacking gods, and threw some of the grenades that released a very potent gas. The gas was isoflurane gas in high doses, which had gods-slaying magic allowing them to breach the Greek gods' immune system. Soon they all started to feel drowsy and start dropping like flies. Before Hades could get affected by the gas, Issei motioned him to come outside as the god of death to come outside. Hades complied and the two rushed outside. Issei took a glance at the minor gods present that were trying to fight the effects of the gas. He knew that he couldn't kill them yet, since his priority was to get Hades to safety and then he can deal with those fools at a later date. His targets were someone else today. Once they were outside, Hades asked, Why are you even helping me? Soon enough, a magic portal opened up and revealed a huge airship which belonged to Blackwatch. It descended down right near Issei and Hades. As soon Pphanie stepped outside with Issei speaking. There is your answer. Pphanie immediately rushed to Hades and hugged him. Hades returned the hug. He was joined along with two people. The first was Milanoe. She was Hades's daughter and was described to be a beautiful black-haired girl with green eyes. She wore casual clothing which was comprised of black dress and jeans. She wore black shoes and hoop earrings. The second was Macaria, Milanoe's younger sister, and Hades's second daughter. She had auburn hair and teal eyes. She had worn a green tank top and track jeans. Like her sister, she had worn golden hoop earrings. Father! The two girls also rushed to Hades, causing him to almost fall to the ground. Father! The two girls also rushed to Hades, causing him to almost fall to the ground. Hades calmed his family down, returning the hug and assuring them that everything is all right. Issei smiling underneath his mask. He would have his reunion later on. Millenoi and Macaria were devastated when Hades was taken away. They had no clue where their adoptive little brother was, and their injuries courtesy of Ares and Hermes made them unable to move for a while. They were fearing the worst on what is going to happen to their father, and when an opportunity came to rescue him, they did not hesitate to take this as their chance. Using a Blackwatch aircraft, they immediately headed to Olympus and were asked to wait, as Issei went and rescued Hades from the clutches and saving him from his situation. Hades soon split up from his family and spoke. I am fine, everyone. Despite Zeus's best efforts, he was unable to do much to me. Hades spoke with an assuring smile, as the three women nodded, as Hades asked his daughters, Are the two of you fine? Yeah, we are fine, father. Their blades didn't harm any vital organs, so we are still fine. Macaria added in response. He wanted to find Issei's location, which we weren't aware at the time. Our own people did this to us, just cause we are close to Issei. Macaria spoke with anger in her tone. Hades gritted his teeth in anger remembering the incident. He vowed to make Zeus pay for harming his wife and daughters. Issei was also angry underneath his mask. He was definitely going to make Zeus suffer before killing him for good. However, before anything could happen, Issei sensed several entities approaching as Issei spoke quickly. Head inside, I sensed some gods approaching. The four were worried, as Pphanie asked, Are you sure? Issei nodded and spoke, Yes, now go. I will take care of them. The three girls went inside, knowing who Mercer is. They all headed inside the craft as it started to take off. Issei soon looked at the minor gods that had surrounded him, his hands changing into two fists, as he spoke. Show me what you assholes have got. Issei soon started to generate lightning from his hands and unleash a devastating storm which staggered everyone behind, forcing them to take cover. He soon unleashed his wings and started to fly off. His hands changed into whips as he started to use them as a sweeper ability to force them off the ground, his whips already destroying the nearby ground and barriers with ease. He soon coated them with holy lightning which causes them to be electrocuted. Ayaha! Many scream in pain, as Issei sees this as an opportunity, turning his hands into huge blades. He then spoke, I will call you Blade. Really creative name there, bestie. Drake commented sarcastically as Issei ignored him and dashed forward, and with a quick slash, many heads of the gods fell down like they were nothing. The others were either terrified or fearful as they started to escape using their magic circle. Oh, you are not going anywhere! Issei sprinted forward with all his speed and rushed towards the gods. As he raised his hand blades and head of a god fell off. He leaped in air to avoid a spear strike, as he soon moved forward and another head of a god fell off, as Issei leaped in the air and with a quick motion of his blades. Two more heads fell off, as Issei smirked sadistically underneath his mask. He was about to move next to the fearful minor gods and goddesses present, but soon a blast of magic energy was aimed at him. Issei dodged it with ease as the blast destroyed the pillar completely in an explosion. He turned to see his attackers and Issei gritted his teeth in anger knowing who exactly it was. It was none other than Ares and Hermes. Ares seemed to be having black hair and red eyes. He wore traditional Greek armor and traditional Greek clothing underneath his armor, which consisted of a toga, shorts and a helmet which had the symbol of Olympus on. He was a muscular man, whose body would put even the strongest and bulkiest of bodybuilders to shame. Hermes, on the other hand, seemed to have a lankier body as opposed to his half-brother. He had white hair and emerald green eyes. He wore a toga like his brother, and seemed to wear a longer robe. He also wore some sort of boots, which Issei recognized to be extremely speedy boots that substantially increases the user's speed. Issei looked at them with anger, knowing what they did to not only his adoptive sisters but also to himself. He remembered what had happened to them. Flashback begins. Issei was in the prison in one of the devil's prisons. This was a temporary holding cell. He was gritting his teeth remembering on how he was caught. He was moving across trying to get stuff for Ingvile's treatment. Soon he looked up to see visitors, as it was revealed to be Zeus and his two sons Ares and Hermes. Issei looked at them and spoke with a slight mocking tone. Well, what do we have here? The cheater god and two sons, one born from another mother. Issei made a jab towards Hermes' parentage, which made the three angry. Zeus was the angriest, as Hermes responded by socking Issei's face. The punch was strong enough to push Issei's head sideways, but it didn't affect him. You should know your place, you foolish human! Issei, the disgraceful fool, thinking he can oppose us gods, who are supposed to be the top of the divine order. Issei couldn't help but laugh his ass off upon hearing Hermes' words. He couldn't believe that Hermes said that. Gods being the top of the order. What bullshit! Then why are there dragons, other beings and even humans that have bested and outplayed them time after time? Why do dragon gods exist? Issei exclaimed with total mockery. He then continued, I never knew that you were the god of jokes, Hermes. The three gods were getting angry, as Hermes was ready to torment him. Issei then decided to finally make him snap by speaking mockingly. To catch a fly from the ass of Zeus is not worth my time. Hermes was ready to torment him, but Zeus stopped him. He was also angry at the fact that the boys showed no respect to them. They were gods for crying out loud and they deserved respect in every manner. I am only going to ask you once, where is the boosted gear? Issei could only shake his head and speak. I told you once and I am telling you again, no matter how hard you try, you will never get the gear. Zeus was seething in rage. His daughters were completely against this imprisonment of Issei. They protested along with minor gods like Hypnos, Thanatos and Morpheus who were all against this, but their complaints were voided and ignored. Hermes, Ares, go ahead, torment the information from this brat. The two gods sinisterly smirked as they constantly tormented Issei with punches, kicks, headbutts, and even tackles. After a few minutes, Issei was on the ground. He seemingly passed out from all the attacks. Zeus could only seethe in anger, as he kicked his corpse before speaking. Nothing again, let's go, we are wasting our time with this disgrace. He should have been killed by his so-called family the day he was born. The two gods nodded, as the trio left the room. Issei woke up, and was seething in rage. He vowed to make the two arrogant gods along with Zeus pay for their crimes, and he was going to make it painful. Flashback ends. When I absorbed the blacklight virus, the pain made me remember my painful life, my very existence that made many torment and look down upon me. Issei thought with anger, before smirking sadistically underneath his mask. And I am going to enjoy venting it out on the both of you. Issei thought with anger, as the two gods looked at Issei, ready for a combat. Ares pointed his spear towards Issei and commanded, Alexander J. Mercer, if you don't want things to get ugly, surrender yourself and kneel for forgiveness. Ares' tone had arrogance in it. Issei rolled his eyes upon hearing this. He was going to enjoy tormenting the two and making them remember that he was a monster that will destroy Olympus. No, and besides, why would I surrender to the dogs of that spoiled brat of a king? Issei spoke with slight mocking tone, angering the two gods. Hermes had an angry expression, while Ares can be seen clenching his spear with anger. He then spoke, Dogs, huh? Let me show you our fangs then? Issei grinned underneath his mask as he spoke. I wouldn't have it any other way. Issei leaped in the air and generated multiple fallen wings to stay afloat, as Hermes used buildings and leaped to get him. Issei knew that his speed was because of the unique boots he wore, which he designed to apparently deliver messages faster, since he was the god of messages. He soon unleashed a punch towards Issei's face, who only waited for him to get close. Issei knew that many gods would underestimate him since in their eyes, Mercer was just a mere human, a fatal mistake that would haunt many of them. Issei blocked his punch, much to his shock. Hermes then spoke with a tone of surprise. How? Hermes asked, surprise, to which Issei responded, You! That's how! Issei soon unleashed holy lightning. Hermes started to scream in pain. Ares looks in horror as he shouts, Ares! Issei looked amused and spoke, God Slayer or not, you can still feel pain if struck by the elements. Now let's see when I change the magic to God Slayer. Issei's hands started to glow, and the screams of Hermes increases even more. Acting quickly, Ares charged at him with his spear, but Issei used Hermes as his shield, forcing him to back away. Ares got angry by this and shouted, "You filthy coward!" Issei internally rolled his eyes. Ares is nothing but a hypocrite for saying that. He knew what this bastard had done. Not only did he harm him when he had no boosted gear or the virus, but also went after Hades and captured him in a cowardly manner, by using his own daughters, that is. Hermes tried to release himself from Issei's grip, but he was unable to. He then spoke in response. "Impossible, you shouldn't be strong enough to overpower a god." Issei smirked underneath his mask. He then spoke. "History has proven otherwise, Hermes, and today will be no different." Issei then approached him and spoke with a low tone. "So how does it feel to be on the receiving end of a torture? Like on how the two of you tormented me when I was in prison?" Hermes took a minute and became wide-eyed on who really was in front of him. He then spoke with horror and disbelief. "No, it can't be." Hermes spoke with fear, as Issei opened his mouth, revealing his teeth as he spoke. "This one is for what you did to me, my adoptive sisters, and many others." Issei dug onto him, chomping and biting onto the god who was screaming in pain. He tried to escape or reveal his name, but Issei surrounded himself with black biomass which covered the two into a ball. This made Hermes unable for him to speak anything. Ares could only watch with horror and fear. He tried to break the ball but was unable to do so, since his attack bounced off. He constantly did so, to save his half-brother, but couldn't do anything. Soon the ball dropped off, revealing Issei standing on the remains of Hermes. Only his clothes remained, however his boots were worn by Issei, who had worn his mask back again. "What did you do to Hermes?" Ares shouted in horror and anger, as Issei spoke. "Are you an idiot? Take a look at his dress and guess what happened." Ares looked at his clothes, and gritted his teeth in anger, as he shouted with anger and fury, "Bastard!" But before he could do anything, Issei used the speed of Hermes, which he had gained from consuming Hermes, and unleashed a quick barrage of punches. The final attack sent him flying. Issei dashed off quickly. Since he was now wearing his boots, his speed increased even more. As he continued on to his barrage, he constantly kicked and punched the god, who could do little to defend himself. Issei enjoyed punching and kicking the god every time. Soon enough, a punch disarmed his spear. He tried to reach it, but Issei kicked it to the side, which caused him to be shocked and horrified. "Why so shocked, Ares? I am not the first to disarm you. A human was the first, however." Issei spoke while revealing his prototype powers, his body shape shifting into several weapons. He then continued, "I am not human, not anymore at least." Ares remained stunned as he backed away with fear. He then asked, "What are you?" Ares asked with fear. Issei then walked forward. He then spoke, "The one that would devour the gods, and now it is your turn." Issei's hands soon shape-shifted and converted into a ball, as he covered Ares and himself in a similar manner to Ares. As Issei walked forward and spoke, "Now you know how does it feel when you tried to torture me to get information on Drake?" Issei exclaimed with anger in his voice, as Ares became wide-eyed, realizing who it was that was in front of him. He then exclaimed, "No, you cannot be that disgrace." Issei spoke with a dark grin, unmasking himself and revealing his identity, much to Ares's horror and terror. "I am, and it's payback time for what you did to my sisters. You will pay for every single injury you inflicted on them." Issei's mouth soon started to water and change, as it happened with Baraqiel. He soon dug into Ares, who kept screaming in pain. He begged Issei for mercy, even willing to grovel in front of both Milanoe and Macaria for what he did. But Issei didn't listen, as he kept chomping on him, and until then, there was nothing left. Issei soon stopped consuming him, as he suddenly, ba-dump. Issei held his chest, however he didn't feel any pain. Instead he felt his body transforming as a surge of power entered into his body. However, this was not the first time this had happened. The first time was when he consumed Baraqiel, and this was the same thing that happened. In other words, his body is adjusting to the divine flesh that he had consumed, making him even more stronger than before. Soon the feeling ended, as Issei's body glowed with the divine aura which once belonged to Hermes and Ares, as the ball soon fell down. Issei picked up the spear and looked around. He looked at the gods and goddesses who were too fearful to make a move. Issei had already killed 2 Olympians without any effort. Issei smirked as he walked towards where the aircraft. He soon leaped near the door, which he motioned to open. The others could only watch as Issei went inside and the aircraft flew off into an unknown land. They had to inform Zeus on what had happened here. Scene change. Inside the aircraft, Maryland, Washington, D.C. 00 a.m. Issei sat inside the aircraft. As Hades spoke, "So may I know who you are?" Before Issei could answer, Persephone approached him and spoke, "Darling, you still haven't realized it." "What?" Hades asked. He then spoke, "I feel like I know Alexander J. Mercer. You are not who you really seem, right?" Persephone gave a smile, and spoke, "Think on who Alexander can be, darling." Hades thought for a moment, before widening his eyes and speaking with a tone of surprise, "Issei?" Issei removed his mask and showed his pale eyes, and spoke, "I am surprised it took you so long to recognize me, Dad." Hades looked at him and smiled, as he closed his eyes and spoke happily, "I guess, although why did you not tell us that you are alive and well? It wasn't easy, especially when you have a target on your back. Plus, I am still alive, and well, so it is not a problem there." Persephone gave a glare to Issei, causing him to shudder in fear. Soon the 2 sisters approached him and Millenoi was the one that spoke. "Oh, it was no problem, unless you consider that we were worried sick for you, since you just vanished from both the earth and the supernatural world." Millenoi spoke with a sweet smile that made him shudder. Macaria also added, "Yeah, we didn't know that you were alive at all. We presumed the worst when you just vanished. I hope you don't do this again, right, Issei?" Macaria also spoke with a sweet smile, which made Issei sweat due to the immense aura both the sisters were releasing. He remembered that the 2 almost pummeled him due to how much Issei worried them, and Issei knew how much worried Hades and his family were for him. This was the first family that actually cared and loved him, treated them like their very own, and Issei was aware of this. He didn't want them to be targets if he were to return to them, since for all he knew they could find out about them. Issei spoke with fear and sadness. "Why yeah, but girls, you know if they find out about our relationship, they will do anything in their power to use you guys against me, right?" The 4 couldn't deny this, however they still came after the family since they had information about them. Persephone voiced this out. "Regardless, they still came. Still can't believe that they would do this to their own family, but Issei, you shouldn't be too protective of us." Issei was about to respond, but Persephone cuts him and speaks, "We are gods, we can defend ourselves, we appreciate you being protective of us. But we will be fine, there are ways we can prevent our home from being invaded, right, Hades?" Persephone spoke the last part in a more serious tone, as Hades nodded. The first part was to isolate his realm from Olympus, which can be done on Hades's approval. He never did it before since this would ruin Olympus and some fallen souls may have difficulties to travel between the realms, but that was now Zeus's problem, not his. The second part would be to create a powerful barrier to prevent any infiltrations. However, stronger god-class spells would be problematic, but this can be sensed and dealt with. This will hold them from the realm for a while. Hades then spoke, "Yes, Perse, I am planning to do just that. Only select individuals from the supernatural will be allowed access. The barrier will prevent any of my former pantheon to have any connection to it." Persephone nodded, as Hades continued, "Usually, I wouldn't take this route, but Zeus forced my hand. He will regret harming his daughters." Hades's tone had anger in it. He hated Zeus for his nature at this point. He wanted him to suffer, but he was aware that it would endanger his family. Seeing his anger, Issei spoke, "It's already done." "What do you mean?" Hades asked in response, as Issei soon released some aura which belonged to Ares, and showed the boots that once Hermes had worn, making Hades realize what had happened. "So you made your choice? You took the black light?" Issei nodded and spoke, "Yes, I did. It was a gamble, since I was going to die either way. The wounds on my body were too severe, and the black light would have killed me and replaced me. I am only alive due to my sheer willpower," Issei explained, showing his black light infection. When Persephone, Millenoi and Macaria came to know of this, they were shocked and horrified that things had to go this far. They knew how dangerous the black light virus is, and what it could have done to Issei, but seeing him survive was just a miracle on its own, and he was able to keep his own identity and self. Hades was stunned, He gritted his teeth in anger, knowing how much they must have tortured and tormented Issei just to get to Drake. The virus saved his life by merging with his current DNA, allowing them to become a singular entity. He vowed to make Zeus pay, but for now, him losing his sons was enough for today. Since Hades and his family wanted Zeus to suffer, death is mercy for that man. This includes a torturous death, as well. Issei reverted his hand back to normal. As the Blackwatch pilot spoke, "We are here, Chairman." Yes, Issei was considered the chairman and the de facto leader of the Blackwatch, since it was because of him the organization became far more prevalent. Hades and his family looked outside to see a full futuristic military base. The pilot soon got a transmission from one of the soldiers from Blackwatch. Spoke, "Blackwatch airship N, may I have your clearance codes?" The pilot nodded and sent the codes to them. The soldier checked the code and spoke with a smile. "You are ready to land, pilot, and send my regards to the chairman." The transmission ended and the plane soon landed. The doors opened as Issei spoke while raising his hands. "Everyone, may I present to you, Blackwatch?" The four gods looked in surprise as Hades asked, "So this is the organization that is going to combat the factions?" Issei nodded and spoke. "Yes, there are many individuals that desire to protect humanity from the supernatural, or have past grudges against them. And we all will combat against the supernatural." Issei spoke in response as they all nodded, knowing the injustices that they had to go through. Issei then spoke. "We should catch up. I believe one of the rooms will be free for us to discuss on what we should do next." Hades looked at Issei and spoke with a smile. "I don't mind, plus we can spend some family time. Hope they don't mind." Issei nodded and spoke. "They don't." Issei and his family went inside to have a discussion on what needs to be done next. There are a lot of things that will be discussed now. Scene change. Olympus, 00 a.m. While Issei and company were discussing, a lot of things had happened. The Greek gods mourned the deaths of Ares and Hermes, both of whom were mercilessly killed by Alexander J. Mercer. What's worse is that Alex released Hades and escaped with him. Witness reports also stated that Persephone and Hades' daughters were also present assisting Mercer in his actions. As a result, this angered Zeus and Hera the most, seeing them as nothing but traitors to the Greek pantheon. They vowed to make Mercer pay for his actions. They couldn't go after Hades and his family for now, but they can go after them later on. Little do they know, that wasn't going to happen. "That Mercer, that rotten bastard," Zeus growled in response, as he commanded his soldiers and other gods. "Locate him at all costs, and bring him in alive. I will make him pay for what he did to my sons." The soldiers looked surprised with the gods, as one of them spoke. "What about Issei?" Zeus angrily shouted. "I don't care about that brat. Mercer is first, and he will be the one to suffer death by my hand." Zeus declared as the Olympians were made to change priorities to go after Alexander J. Mercer instead of Issei. Zeus vowed to torture Mercer even more than Issei. He hated Mercer even more than Issei and wanted him to suffer for all eternity. Days later, Olympus Meeting Hall, Olympus, 0:0 a.m. Days have passed since the incident at Hades' trial. Zeus had gathered all the faction leaders, including the newer ones like Shiva, who was described to be a middle school boy with blue skin. He has limitless bottomless eyes, and has superiority which made many lower beings fear him. "So I believe you know what happened to Ares and Hermes, right?" The others nodded, as Shiva asked quickly in response. "We know this. Alexander J. Mercer killed those two gods, but where are the others? Like, shouldn't Artemis and Athena be present here as well?" Shiva asked Zeus, to which a groan of frustration and sadness was heard, with him speaking in response. "They still love that brat Issei. And they have cut all ties with us ever since we killed him." Shiva remembered the information what he was told about Issei. He wondered on who this man was. Regardless, his priority was to know about Alex. Like many gods, Shiva has pride in him. He has the pride of being a god, which can be translated to some level of callousness, since he was called the destroyer god. This pride was present in many gods, thinking that they can get away with anything. Eventually, result in their downfall. "I see." Shiva spoke with a normal tone, but he was internally amused since Athena was Zeus's favorite daughter, and it must have stung him when she chose Issei over him. "Either way, we are here to discuss on Alexander J. Mercer. He has first killed Baraqiel and then two gods." Serzex spoke, As he could sense Zeus getting angry, Cersex spoke in response. Sorry, Lord Zeus. Zeus took a deep breath and shook his head as Cersex continued. So any ideas on how should we track him? He is powerful enough to slaughter 2 gods. Shiva shook his head and speaks. No, Ares and Hermes got killed by their own arrogance and underestimating their opponent. Sorry, Zeus, but I will be blunt with you. Shiva spoke, as he knew that this would definitely anger Zeus, which he was, but he had to hear this. Shiva then continued, them underestimating Mercer got them killed by him. I am still thinking on how he was able to kill 2 gods even if they underestimated him, but we need to find a way to deal with him. Shiva's words were agreed by everyone, minus Zeus, who was slightly angry at how Shiva was seeing the situation. However, he also relented since they did underestimate him in their arrogance, which got them killed. Even then, how does that explain that he knows gods slaying magic and lightning magic? Hera asked with anger in her tone, to which Azazel responded, my guess, he has some contacts that have taught him such magic. We need to locate those contacts, and systematically eliminate them. That is our only option. Azazel's words were agreed with everyone present. They had to locate those contacts that have taught Mercer magic that can harm them. Yet many were underestimating Mercer, since locating him would be easier than his contacts. Since there weren't any contacts, it was just one person targeting certain gods, and that person was Issei. Could that person be Issei? Yasaka spoke with a tone of horror, as many widened their eyes, with Zeus speaking in response. Impossible! There is no way that brat could be helping Mercer. Azazel shook his head and spoke. This is a possibility. They all turned to Azazel, as he continued, the brat has some anger and hatred towards us. He almost killed our pillar die, and there is no telling that he is not supporting Mercer since he is the only one that has a grudge against us. The people present were terrified. It did not help that his notes and voice recordings of Issei were starting to instill seeds of doubts in the girls that were present. They wondered on which girls are whores amongst them. Many were angry that Issei was the one that was helping die, with Zeus vowing to locate Mercer or Issei at all costs. Unbeknownst to them, a small crow was watching them. It had jet red eyes and was watching everything unfold. The crow continued to watch, as Zeus exclaimed, then we must hunt down that brat at all costs. Shiva shook his head and responded, no, we will do no such thing. Many were surprised by this, as Elmenhald asked, why Shivji? Because Mercer is the threat, even if there is a probability of Issei helping Mercer. If we deal with Mercer as soon as possible, Issei would be unable to do anything against us. And if he is working against us, we can use Mercer's memories to locate him, and deal with him as needed. Shiva's words seemingly were agreed by the rest, as Yasaka spoke. Then I would suggest we create as many defenses as possible. Mercer can attack us at any time, and we need to be prepared. Yasaka spoke with seriousness, as they all agreed to set up their defenses that would assist them in their fight against Mercer. He has already taken down Baraqiel and 2 gods. They were realizing that Mercer was not to be messed with. Indeed, Issei is our second priority for now. Our first priority is to deal with Alexander J., Mercer and any of us allies. Cersex spoke, as he turned to Zeus and spoke. This includes your brother, and his family as well. Zeus shook his head and spoke. He is not my brother in any manner. He is working with that damn terrorist, just like last time when he worked with the Chaos Brigade. Even his family are not exempt from this. Zeus's voice had anger in it. He knew that Persephone and her daughters are also traitors for asking Mercer to release Hades from his trial. Their indirect actions also caused the deaths of Ares and Hermes, and they are equally to blame for their deaths. Indeed, they are not our family anymore and have been declared rogue. Hera spoke with equal disdain as the rest of the Olympians seemingly agreed with this, while one remained in doubt about this. But what about the ones imprisoned in his realm and all the dead souls? You do remember that Hades has cut off all ties with Olympus, right, leaving us to our own tools? Shemhazai asked, to which Zeus could be seen gritting his teeth. He managed to create a barrier that would prevent anyone but those that he and his family chooses to enter. This also included gods and other supernatural beings. Zeus and the Olympians weren't happy with what Hades had done. They remembered that some beings that had been affiliated in the Alliance of Hell were still imprisoned there like Nyx, while others were sealed away in different locations. This was on the request of Hades, while many others were killed thanks to Dai's ruthless tactics and demands. Obviously he couldn't kill them alone and needed people that were allied with them to help him kill them, but he apparently led the charge. Don't worry, we will deal with them later. Shiva spoke as he continued, like I said, our priority is Mercer and Mercer only, nothing more, nothing less. Zeus looked at him, remembering him to be one of the few gods that he could trust, as he spoke, if you say so, Shiva. Well then it's decided, we will prepare against the attacks from Mercer. Hades and his family along with Issei can be dealt with at a later date. Michael spoke, concluding the meeting, as they all also agreed that they had to end the meeting by now. The group soon left, bidding farewell to the others. Shiva was present for one major reason. He knew Mercer had to be stopped. A vision showed him that Mercer was a threat to everyone in the supernatural world, even pantheons that didn't or weren't part of the alliance were a threat to him. The crow flew off, when it was done with its task. Once it was outside of Olympus, its appearance changed to a more mechanical one. It flew to a nearby tree, where Issei was standing. Good job, Issei spoke, as he checked the recording of the meeting, and after a while smirked and spoke. Interesting, so they are amping up their defenses no matter. I have ways on dealing with them. Issei knew that they were still underestimating Mercer, as Drake asked, so partner, what are you going to do now? Issei smirked and responded, it is time for Mercer and Issei to play a game with the factions. Let's see who dies next, and who lives. Issei spoke with a smirk, as Drake wondered on what Issei's plans were. He could enter into his memories and see what is going on, but he decided to let Issei show him on what game he is going to play. Let's see if you factions can survive the attack of not Mercer, but Issei. Issei spoke while teleporting back to a different location. He had to meet some other people before heading back to the laboratory. Scene change. Athena Art Apartment Complex, Greece, 00 p.m. Issei looked at the complex. It seems to be like a decent building complex. He knew who used to live there. He decided to head further in the complex. Guess this is where they have been living all this while. Issei mused in response as he registered himself as a guest. He made sure to cloak himself and the gear long before entering Greece, since he not only wanted to surprise them but also to prevent anyone else from getting to know their location and not let the factions come to their place. He headed to the 7th floor, as he entered the lift, and spoke, Athena Art, huh? You certainly know how to hide in plain sight, don't you, Athena? Issei couldn't help but internally chuckle. It was surprising that Zeus and his Olympians couldn't figure out that they used to live here. Issei soon went inside, and looked at 0 apartment number, and decided to ring the bell. Soon enough, a beautiful woman with white hair and blue eyes opened the door. She spoke with a surprised tone, Yes? Wait. The woman became wide-eyed when she saw who it was on the front door, as Issei spoke, Hey Artie. Artemis didn't hesitate and pulled Issei in, who exclaimed, Whoa! Artemis closed the door and gave a slap to Issei, as she exclaimed, Do you even realize how worried sick we were for you? She immediately healed Issei and hugged him, as she spoke, Don't you ever do that again. Or else? Issei gulped and responded, Right. A purple-haired woman with green eyes soon came outside while speaking, Artie, what happened? Artemis and Issei split up, as the woman looked in shock before tearing up and gritting her teeth in sadness. She summoned her staff and was ready to aim at a magic blast towards Issei's privates, who exclaimed in fear, Athena, no, don't do this. Athena grumbled and exclaimed, You foolish idiot, do you even realize that how worried sick we were for you? When Zeus and our so-called family bragged out on how they captured, tortured and almost killed, did you even consider coming to us? You were gone for weeks, you moron! Athena almost shouted, tears streaming down from her eyes. Issei lost his fear and became sad. He could see even Artemis was devastated too. He then spoke, It wasn't easy, no. I was being hunted and located, and think about what would have happened had I returned to any of you. I believe you know what happened when our relationship was discovered, right? Athena lost some of her anger, and the magic blast generated was going away. Issei then continued, I was beaten, tortured for Drake's location, which I fortunately didn't give. Your father, Zeus, was the worst when it came to his actions. He actively tormented me for turning his 2 daughters against him. Eventually my only escape was when the explosion happened, where I was able to critically injure their pillar, and I had to stay hidden. Athena lost her anger and placed her staff away, as she could only look away grumbling. Even Artemis seemed to be angered by how her so-called father had treated Issei. That bastardy, I'm glad we left the place, Athena. He wanted you to get engaged to that pathetic piece of a human being. I don't understand what those girls see in him. He tried to see me in a perverse manner. Athena nodded, remembering on her father wanted her to be engaged with Haya. She also knew on how aggressive Artemis is towards the opposite because of a past trauma with a certain giant, causing her to hate all men and see them as nothing but trash. It reduced thanks to Issei entering in her life, and she started to not see all men as trash and hate them. And it was reducing even more, since she started to live as a normal citizen in an apartment. Yeah, I am glad I left before father could do something to us. He wanted me to get engaged to that pathetic piece of shit of a dragon. I just can't understand that I don't want to marry someone whom I barely knew and who only sees me as a pawn for power and a piece of meat. Athena spoke with hatred, her words dripping with venom. Issei could see the hatred in her expression. She detested Dai's very existence, who was corrupting her father, or that was what she thought at first. Now she knows that Zeus was showing his true colors, when he harmed Issei just cause they loved each other. She cut off all ties with that man and refused to return to Olympus, since their happiness and choices weren't accepted, much to their anger and dissatisfaction. Athena. Issei spoke with sadness, as he continued, you know they are aware that I am alive, and they will be doing anything in their power to hunt me down. However, there is someone that is trying to get off their attention from me. The girls nodded in understanding, aware who is talking about. Yeah, we know Mercer, and we also know it was you that attacked the companies belonging to the supernatural and the one that killed Hermes and Ares. Athena responded, to which Issei was surprised, as he asked, are you not mad I killed them? They are your Artemis cuts him off, speaking with a serious tone. No, and don't you dare call them our brothers. They are nothing but outsiders to us. Issei nodded and spoke, noted, but don't you feel a little sadness for them? No, none of us do. We know you had a good reason of killing them. Your adoptive father was kidnapped, and we all saw his state, not to mention, we heard what he did to Melano and Macaria. They got what was coming for them. Artemis spoke with disgust. She had a bond with the two daughters of Hades, and when Persephone informed them about what happened, and asked for their help, they hated them even more, and had no empathy for them. I see. He turned to Athena and spoke, you too? Yes, even if I once loved him, I have nothing but disgust for him now. I guess I was blind in his true nature. Athena spoke with a sad smile, as Issei knew that this conversation was not going in the right direction. He knew what he had to do. Come on girls, I have returned and this is not what I had in mind, when we reunited. The girls looked at him and spoke, plus I returned back, even if I had to consume blacklight virus. The two girls became horrified knowing what must have happened, especially Artemis, since as she asked, are you really Issei? Or a virus imitating someone I love? Issei looked at her. He could sense the anger in her tone, knowing full well that he told them about the blacklight virus. He could see Artemis's eyes watering, and he looked at Athena who was shaking in anger. Artemis would never have a relationship with anyone but Issei, since she views the virus as an imposter that is imitating someone it killed for its own survival. I am Issei, you are not the first person that doubted me for having the virus. If you don't believe me, here. Issei summoned his boosted gear, which did surprise them, as it showed a projection of his blood type. It was merged, and they noticed this to be true, as Issei explained. SparkNote's version. Mine and the virus's DNA merged into one. Since I refused to let the virus take over and replace me, it went for its next best option to merge into one singular entity. So I am still Issei, just evolved beyond a dragon god with the unique power of consuming my enemies, allowing me to gain the physical power, and with my current biology their magical power as well. Athena and Artemis were surprised by this revelation, as Athena asked with tears in her eyes, that means you really are Issei? Not someone that the virus is mimicking? Issei nodded and spoke with a smile. Yes, my dear goddess, and besides, even if the virus did replace me, its only initial instinct would be to survive, and when my memories and personality would be consumed by it, it would replace the virus's initial thoughts and mine would take over the virus, kind of like a hive mind. But I refused to let the virus take over me, and once I am done with the supernatural, I will cure myself of the virus and keep its original powers. After all, I created the virus, and I can destroy it as well. Issei spoke, as Athena didn't hesitate and embraced him. This was really her Issei, not a virus replacing him. Artemis also dog-piled on him and embraced him as well. Issei returned their hugs, as he calmed the girls, assuring them that he really has returned. Scene change. After a few minutes, the three settled down for lunch, with Athena bringing in some traditional Greek dishes. The first being is a moussaka, a potato-based dish that includes ground meat. The second was a souvlaki, a fast-food-based dish with pita bread and several other items like French fries. The third was a pasticcio, is a Greek-baked pasta dish with ground meat and bechamel sauce. Artemis was surprised by this, as she asked with a tone of surprise, "Why did you bring so many, Athena? I had a gut feeling that something good may happen, but I never expected that it would be you who showed up. Regardless, I am glad I made this much food. Hope you enjoy some Greek food, I see." Athena spoke with a smile, as the girls took each side of Issei's position in the table. He was about to eat his dish, when Athena asked sadly, "So that means none of us can be intimate with you till you find a way to prevent the spread of the virus?" Issei could hear the sadness in her voice as he spoke. "Well, in my free time, I have been creating some medicine that would halt the spread of the virus. It is temporary and only works for hours." The girls widened their eyes, as Issei responded, "Since the girls really want to be intimate with me, I decided to develop a temporary inhibitor which would let me have some moments with you for the permanent cure. It will take some time, but I plan on doing so for the virus, which would eliminate the spreading feature of the virus, eventually causing the virus which is inside my body to die off, leaving only what remains of the virus, which is my prototype powers." The girls were even more surprised, but Athena pointed this out. "But certain virus can stay inside your body for years. Hell, just recently there have been ancient viruses that are imprisoned inside the ice of certain glaciers, and these have been imprisoned for centuries, millennia, or even more." Issei noted this, aware of the recently discovered zombie viruses that have been discovered by human scientists. His red light virus was based on one of these viruses, since it had limited knowledge and no known cure for it. "Yes, but I made sure that black light's shelf life is only weeks. I am aware that if I made it any longer, I would have a hard time controlling its lifespan and spread, and even reduce its effectiveness, so there was no point in making the lifespan that high." Issei explained as Athena nodded in understanding. Artemis, who was silent, had spoken. "That means there are viruses that are still frozen and can affect the world?" Issei nodded in response. "You are right, Artemis. The insect and Airmid predicted that many of the supernatural companies that are operating as human companies will cause a chain reaction that would cause these viruses to spread, unknowingly or knowingly, in the next 0 years, perhaps even earlier. The ones that will suffer will be the human population, and who knows, the supernatural will use this opportunity to strengthen their numbers." Artemis and Athena became surprised, as Artemis spoke with a surprised tone. "I see. I doubt this is true. Global warming is something that is affecting everyone." Issei was about to respond, however Athena responds to Artemis with slight worry. Athena is a goddess that protects humanity, but seeing Issei's points, this was something that had to be addressed. "No, Artie, Issei makes some very valid points. We don't know that the supernatural intends to toy with humanity in that manner. Some of us have ways to convert humans into our own kind. I believe you are familiar with the ambrosia, right?" Artemis nodded in understanding. She knew where this was going, as she continued. "And then we have the evil pieces for devils, the brave saints system for angels, to name a few. Majority of the supernatural have lost their care for humanity, ever since several humans stopped worshipping them. Not to mention, gods and angels are dependent on humans to get stronger, since their prayers make them stronger. So I won't be surprised that there aren't gods and goddesses that are arrogant to do so." Athena spoke with a grim tone, as Artemis couldn't help but nod. Unlike many of the devils and other supernatural beings, most of her huntresses were given a choice to join, and they knew exactly what they were getting into. Her only flaw was that she hated men and relationships, but that was a problem of a past. "I see. So what are you planning to do?" Artemis asked Issei, to which he responded, "Just recently Shiva has made his joining official. He is seeing Mercer as a threat, and is going to do anything in his power to stop Mercer. I have doubts on the god, but if he turns out like the rest of the gods present, we will need to deal with him accordingly. Issei spoke with a serious tone, as he shook his head and spoke. Guys, we are getting off topic. Let's just enjoy ourselves with this delicious food that Athena had made. Issei's words were nodded by Athena, who had given a smile to him, while Artemis looked in slight jealousy and didn't want to lose to her sister. Issei was starting to munch on his food when Athena tapped on Issei, as she spoke gently. I see Issei. Issei was surprised as he saw Athena having a fork containing a piece of pasticcio. As Issei opened his mouth, and Athena fed him, Artemis grunted in jealousy, as she immediately did the same for her dish, which was the souvlaki. As she put the pita bread and the meat in one fork and tapped Issei's shoulder, and exclaimed with slight jealousy, I see. Take from me too. Issei had to back away since Artemis was pointing to his mouth, as he spoke with slight confusion. Why yeah. Issei also took a bite, as Artemis fed him. Athena spoke with a smirk. Well, Artie, I never knew that you would have been fighting for a man, knowing your hatred of them. Artemis became flustered. As her cheeks started to redden up, she then exclaimed, Shut it! Athena! Athena started to laugh at Artemis, making her even more embarrassed, as she soon added, Please Artemis, if I told you this a few months ago, I am pretty sure you would have mocked me or gotten angry. I never thought you would fall for a man that I liked. Artemis didn't say anything as steam was coming out from her head. Issei acted quickly and cooled his body as he pulled her in for a hug. This just made Artemis completely beet red with embarrassment, as she then looked up and muttered, I see? Issei rubbed her head, calming her down, as she made noises that only a girl in love would do so. However, he soon sensed an intense aura coming from behind, as he gulped in fear, knowing exactly who it was. Athena was glaring at him, jealousy evident in her eyes. Issei knew that if he didn't act quickly, he may end up getting castrated. Sure, he can regenerate his parts, but the pain would still be present. He didn't want to risk it, and Issei knew that angering a woman, especially his woman, is a death sentence with extra steps. He soon grabbed her by the head and pulled her right next to Artemis, as he hugged both the girls, with their heads resting on his chest. Issei rubbed their heads, as he spoke. There, you know I love the both of you, right? Then why the two of you have to fight? Just know that I will always be there for you, right? Athena lost her angered look and became beet red, just like Artemis, as she and Artemis nodded. They were both calmed down by Issei, as he kept rubbing the two girls. Soon their looks of embarrassment changed to that of smiles, knowing that Issei will be there for them, no matter what happens. They soon split up and eat their dinner, as they discuss on their daily lives. They know that Issei has plans on dealing with each faction. Aside from that, they were surprised that Issei had purchased an entire house for himself. Wait, for real? You purchased a new house? Issei smirked to what Artemis asked, to which he responded, Yes, I did. I bought a beachside property. Costed a fortune, but I was able to use this supernatural money for something useful. If anything, I doubt their companies will be all that affected, but if they are, well and good. Issei spoke in a carefree tone, as Athena and Artemis couldn't help but chuckle on what the factions are going through now. Not to mention, the money I stole can not only be used for Blackwatch, but it can also be for my own personal needs, and I can just steal even more money whenever needed. I literally stole trillions from the supernatural. Issei spoke with a bragging tone, as Artemis shook her head in amusement. As she spoke, I can imagine what they are thinking. They must be cursing Mercer for their losses. Artemis spoke with a mocking tone, as Athena added, Jokes aside, Issei, just don't get too cocky. You must be careful on what you plan next. Athena warned him, as Issei shook his head and responded with a smirk. Worry not, I have plans for everyone. Since tomorrow I plan on doing something big. Issei spoke with a smirk, with Athena looking towards Issei in anticipation, as she asked, What are you going to do? Issei shook his head, and spoke, Not yet, first I need to visit a certain Leviathan. From what I hear, she must have woken up by now. The girls nodded. As they finished their lunch, the girls were about to change, but Issei spoke, And no need to change, we will make a quick visit and come back home. The duo nodded as Issei immediately teleported them to the laboratory, where they were visiting the Leviathan girl that was supposed to have woken up. Scene change. Issei's laboratory, Russia, shocked. In the laboratory in Russia, Ermid was watching Ingvile's vitals, as she had opened up her eyes. She was described to be a beautiful foreign girl who appears to be in her late teens with a whimsical aura. She has long purple hair and orange eyes. She wears a white dress typical of female noble devils that exposes much of her large S, with high slits and long sleeves. She also wears a black mini skirt. How are you doing, Ingvile? Ingvile looked at Ermid and responded, I am fine. I remember myself being kidnapped by Nyx, and Issei rescuing me, but I soon fell asleep, despite my gear awakening. Ingvile spoke the last part in surprise. She was barely awake for a few months, when she suffered the disease yet again. She was promised that she would one day wake up courtesy of Issei, and he kept his word. She was happy that he did, and was eternally grateful for him. As soon someone teleported in, Ermid and Ingvile turned to see Issei, Artemis and Athena show up, as they both smiled seeing on who it is. Ah, Issei, look who has woken up. Ermid spoke with happiness, as Issei walked towards her and spoke, Thank you Ermid, I really owe you one. Ermid responded with a smile and spoke, Just doing my job, let me know if you need any other assistance. Issei nodded. As he turned to Ingvile, he then asked, So Ingvile, how are you doing? Ingvile nodded and spoke, I feel better Issei. If it wasn't for you I would have never woken up. Or worse, you would have ended up in the factions or as my brother's toy. There is no way I am letting someone like you fall into his hands. Issei thought with seriousness. He made a vow to himself to protect her, since they can use her sacred gear for their own agenda, and ruin her life for the sake of the factions. He was not going to let that happen. Anyways, how about you try and walk around? Issei asked, to which Ingvile nodded. As she got up and got out of the bed, she tried to walk a few steps. But she soon fell. But Issei rushed to her and exclaimed, Careful! Issei helped her breaking her fall. As she looked at him and gave a smile, she then spoke with a tone of gratitude. Thank you? Issei could feel the jealous stares of both Athena and Artemis, and was internally sweating praying that he would survive this. He then helped her for a while till she was able to walk on her own. So where do you plan on making her stay? Artemis asked, to which Issei spoke, I was thinking of my place in California. She would love the beaches in that place and I have 2 empty rooms so she can settle there, and the factions wouldn't even find her there. Ingvile was confused on why the factions aren't supposed to find her here. She looked at Issei, who motioned that he will explain later. Regardless, she was happy with Issei's choice. Artemis and Athena understood why Issei was going to do this. She cannot stay cooped up in a lab forever, and she needs some fresh air. Although, they were jealous of her staying with Issei. Ermid, thank you for everything. I will call you if there is something needed. Ermid nodded, as Athena looked at her and mentally thanked her, as she understood that she may be called later on, whenever needed. Scene change. Issei's house, California Beach, US 00 p.m. Ingvile was looking outside the window in happiness. She really enjoyed the beach view that was shown to her. She turned to Issei and spoke, This is amazing. I am glad you could like it. The only condition is that you need to stay indoors and only head outdoors when I am around, since you are unfamiliar with the locality. Until you get familiar with them, you will have to maintain this condition. Hope you don't mind. Ingvile shook her head and responded, No, I don't mind. I understand this situation, plus there would be someone that would capture me again, so I don't want to risk it. Issei nodded, as he left Ingvile to enjoy the viewing. He soon met up with Artemis and Athena, who were marveling around the house. As Artemis spoke, That's quite amazing, you certainly know how to choose your houses. Issei nodded and spoke, Yep, and we can certainly enjoy the beachside view and go on beach parties if needed. The girls nodded, wondering any bikinis that Issei is going to like. Issei turned around and looked to see Ingvile marveling on the beachside view. He walked and closed the door, setting up a small soundproof barrier, so that he can also plan and Ingvile can enjoy the view uninterrupted. He looked at Athena and Artemis and asked, Can the two of you do me a favor for tomorrow? The female goddesses looked at each other, and Artemis asked, What is it? Issei then spoke, Tomorrow my goal will be Co-Academy. I will give you the devices to prevent the factions from escaping or calling anyone to help. They will disrupt teleportation spells and communication spells. Artemis, I want you to use your spell to hide those devices so that they aren't found. Will you do that? Artemis only gave a smile, and spoke. Piece of cake, leave it to me. Issei nodded as he continued. Once you are done, take Athena to a place that no one can notice. Athena, this is where you will come in. I will give you something, and tomorrow, let's just say that something horrible is going to happen to the factions and Team DXD. Issei told Athena of the plan, as she understood what she had to do and gave a smile. All right, I can easily do it. Athena spoke, as she continued. You really are going to shake the foundation of the supernatural world with this one, aren't you, Issei? Indeed, since my next attack is going to be. Issei speaks after a pause. Co-Academy. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.